Yeah, it just threw me off because I was like trying to get the background music to turn off on the thing and it never stopped. Maybe it's in the. Yeah, it just threw me off because I was like trying to get the background music to turn off on the thing and it never stopped. Maybe. Okay, yeah. There we go. I checked the audio on Rumble. It's still good, so never stop. Maybe it's good on Twitch. Off on the thing. Good on YouTube. See how everything is up and running. We have Minds Roundtable today that I guess is today's
Okay.
thing. So
Any subjects?
right now, waking up, getting coffee, smoke a cigarette, dude.
Okay.
You
So
know.
it's like good.
Oh my god. I'll tell you what, I went through the ringer this week. It was a great week when it comes to these streams, but my God, that I cannot believe how much stuff we've covered.
I don't know. Last week I didn't feel alive until what, mid Sunday or something,
Yeah.
Monday morning.
Well, it's just like tonight. We do Minds Roundtable, and then after this, freaking Summer and them's coming back on tomorrow night at 8 o'clock my time for their show. So I got to do that with them. And then Bob Dub wants me to do that thing with her on her channel on Sunday. It's like,
Yeah, but
wow.
those things are not going to be anything more than 2 hours each.
Yeah, but that's a lot for me these days. I mean, it's, you know what I mean?
What?
Well, I mean, it's just, you spend the entire day freaking like making sure that you have to be there at that certain time. That's just as bad as actually being there. You know what I mean? It's like you're expected to be at that time period, at that certain place. It's a lot of pressure to put on a guy, man.
Don't I know it?
You know, it's like being married and shit. It's like, God, dude, like having a wife. It really does. That's what it feels like. That's why I wanted to do the one thing a week. That's too much work. I mean, that causes a lot of heartache for people. You start having a hard time waking up and going to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God. So that's why I'm waking up like an hour ago. And I got me a pot of coffee made. And
so that was 4 o'clock as far as you're concerned.
yeah, it's right around 4 o'clock. I asked somebody to wake me up because I need to take a nap. I woke up after we did the show last night. I went to bed. Woke up at 6 o'clock this morning. By noon, I'm like, dude, there's no way I'm going to be able to do this. I've got to get me a quick nap in. So I went ahead and took a 4-hour nap before this. So, because.
Well, that's not a nap.
Yeah, it's a nap, dude.
That's a complete sleep.
No, you don't. If you go to bed, you are supposed to get 8 hours of sleep.
No, I pointed this out last night. I'm getting 4 or 5 hours if I'm lucky.
Well, that's because you have developed a sleep disorder. And most people, about 80% of the people in the world have sleep disorders and they don't want to admit it. 5 hours of sleep a day is bad for your health. Just so you know.
No, there are certain conditions that mutations, that's to say, that can allow people to sleep.
That's to justify. That's to justify freaking really weird and strange working hours. Most of the time, most people say, "Well, I work on an oil rig and I'm a truck driver. I can't sleep more than 5 hours." Well, that still doesn't take away from the fact that doing that job is bad for your health because you're not getting proper sleep.
But I have weird working hours.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's about 80% of the people in the world has a sleeping disorder, and they don't. They
Uh,
don't even. They're not. Most of them probably aren't even aware of it. You know.
mm,
But you check it out. I mean, the average person is supposed to have an average of at least 8 hours a day. 10 hours a day might be pushing it, but 8 hours is a healthy sleeping habit.
I'm not so sure. Yeah, I'm not so sure.
You're sitting right there in front of the computer. Why don't you Google
Yeah, I
it?
know what the experts, quote unquote, say, but
Oh, okay. You expert denialer, you. Oh my God, I'm so sick of hearing that word denialer. It's like the denialers are using the word denialer now. You know, it's like, come on, dude, seriously, just shut up.
God, even more spam. Open source software, a group that I manage, Minds group I manage. In fact, the actual administrators disappeared off the face of there for the last 3 years,
Yeah,
and I'm the only moderator in there, so I can't actually do very much administration. I can't change descriptions or anything, but it's one I review. It's one of these groups that is moderated. So if you want to post something, you have to get the permission of the moderator to post
yeah.
uh, approval. And it's one of the it's the group that gets the most spam as far as I'm concerned. And I've got a piece of spam called Five Best AI Calendars. Make your schedule work for you.
My goodness,
It's got nothing to do with open source software at all.
it's sad, right? I go to that one writing group I've always been mentioning. I'll pull it up here in a minute after I'm done with my cigarette, but it's a writing group. It's the Writing Corner, I believe.
Mm.
And it's sad what's happened to it because it's like one of the oldest groups on Minds. And
Okay. Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, I am aware of it anyway.
go into the whole chat room, and there's like freaking this dude. He's like a white supremacist. He just ambushes the freaking chat, starts talking, racist freaking slurs left and right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like there's nobody there to freaking monitor it and say, look, I don't even think anybody can get rid of them, to be honest with you.
Keep the posts up there, and then just report them.
Do
Just use the internal reporting function.
oh, it's just I
The
mean,
good
it's
thing about what did I get the other day? It was one of these buy free or buy heroin or buy coke or something in the United States. So obviously I flagged it because it was in the open source software group. I didn't delete the post, but because it's in that group, then I didn't put, and it was massively published. I didn't approve it.
I actually there's a lot of them that have disappeared though. I see what Jeffy was saying. I went through there and looked. There's tons of those groups that are just gone.
Mm. Oh, must be some new ones made.
I don't know, but
No
they
worries.
kind of did their little. Uh, they kind of did the same thing with the groups that what they did to like the likes and stuff like that too. So That's
Okay.
they
East
made it to
Coast.
where like the actual groups, all of them together, you can't like go browsing through the groups anymore. It doesn't seem to be. You can.
Country. Um, discover groups.
Oh, Bullhorn Barry, man, he posts so much shit on there.
Uh,
Let me see here.
Good. It's a good idea just to go around in your own group list and just clean up that list. Remove
Mhm.
any groups that you don't use. Mind you, I very rarely even look at the news feeds.
Yeah,
Um, I always go, if I'm doing anything on mine, so I will go to a specific group. I will just ignore, bypass any news feeds.
yeah, I don't even do the news feed either. I mean, Lady Red's the only one on there. It seems like, and Cole.
Lady Red, what's the redhead? That keeps on.
That would be Lady Red.
No, the red-headed one that's been on there for as long as I have.
Oh,
Uh,
I know who you're talking about. I used to mention her too all the time.
that do all the memes and also the redhead, all the women sort of
Yeah.
groups.
Oh, when it comes to freaking all the women stuff, that's chemtrails all the way. Like he got all obsessed with chicks.
Uh,
Probably.
Joker, Joker, Joker XXTC, STX. Willie, of course.
Yeah.
Uh,
Have you ever gone and checked out Cole? Cole?
that may have come. Sounds familiar. Malika. Malika?
Yeah.
Malika?
Yeah.
42, yeah.
That's who it was. I was actually going through my notifications to try to figure out who she was because she sent she posted something here recently.
She posts stuff on a daily basis. She posts multiple things on a daily basis. She's a prolific.
Yeah.
Oh, Cozy. Oh, yeah, no, Junkie J. Oh, what was the I had an idea for the music thing earlier, didn't I? Post. It's in my head. It was a Fleetwood Mac thing, and I can't remember what it's called now. I was going to look for a good version of.
I'd like to actually be able to get John G on here. It'd be cool. Met
Uh,
him through Do Better.
mm,
I last year I had narrated his story and put it up on my storyteller. He's a pretty cool dude. Does he does books.
yeah, no. He's one of my best supporters, actually.
He's a pretty good guy.
Yeah,
Be nice to reach out to him, maybe get him back on here. He's come on. He came on actually on the first show that we did.
yeah, he's done stuff with Jaffe, maybe.
Do better mostly. Do
Uh,
better, and I think Bob Dub knows him, but not as much as Do Better does. I know that much.
I mean, I know he's one of those people that will vote up he votes up almost every other post that I stick on my music group.
Well, that's because you're a cool dude. You know, it's like that's the reason why he does it.
What's that name of that song? I was thinking Fleetwood Mac, Fleetwood Mac, Fleetwood Mac.
That Cole, he's weird though. He has this meme about a cat and it says "Pet me, mother," and then down below it says "With your eyes, freak." I'm like, what? Pet me,
Okay,
pet me with your eyes. You know,
okay.
he does weird stuff like that. Like, what the hell is he talking about? He does like these little cat memes and shit. He's a weirdo. I guess that's why I watch all or pay attention to his stuff.
Name a Fleetwood Mac song.
Oh God.
I'm not Dreams. I'm not Man of the World.
That's about all you're gonna get from me.
Um,
Right now, I just told you, dude. I woke up like an hour and a half ago. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't make me think of
Go
Fleetwood
Your Own
Mac.
Way. That's what I was thinking
Yeah,
of.
there you go.
Yeah.
That was probably the freaking. That's the one song I think that really burned a lot of people out on the 70s. Like they played that song so much, man. It was pathetic. I mean, you realize they even did that on what's his name? What was it? Where he's sitting on the bench, Tom Hanks.
Force Gump.
Forrest Gump, yeah.
Yeah.
They even played that song on Forrest Gump, dude. That's how that
I've only seen that film once, and I'm not a huge fan.
it's actually something that really I don't know whoever wrote that really took time. Like they even keyed in on like a lot of the old trends for the music. Like that was actually a burnout song. Like by the time the 70s was over, you were sick of freaking Fleetwood Mac.
Thankfully, I've only got 2 tracks on my group at the moment. That's going to be the third one.
So yeah, I wish you wouldn't have said nothing about the news feed. I went through and started browsing down. That's oh yeah. I'm okay. I'm gonna go back to chat where it's all cool and I'll be right back. I'm gonna step out and smoke real quick.
Uh,
You want me to put music on?
yeah. Yeah, you do that. Was I've looked for a good version of Go Your Own Way. I see. Yeah, can't play that on YouTube. Get
Yeah.
copyright on strike.
Well, the cool thing about YouTube is nothing.
I don't know. I saw a good have another thing start of a lecture on a lecture that was entitled "Was the Reformation a bad thing, a
Yeah.
bad idea?" I mean,
The Reformation. That's an English thing, right? That's I gotta think.
Britain splitting from the Catholic Church.
From the Catholic. I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about when you said the Reformation. Well, yeah. I mean, it was a good thing.
Yeah, Reformation.
It was a good thing. It was like that was something that we were talking about yesterday about in chat, like with the Puritans here in the United States. There was a reason why freaking the Puritans, when it was the colonies, they intentionally kept the Catholics out of the colonies for a reason. And I think we were talking to Rhea about that. So yeah, I think it was a good idea, especially when you look at what they were doing it for. Well, I'm not going to bring Henry VIII up, but there's a lot of reasons why people supported Henry VIII on his decision. So
as far as that lecture was concerned, there was just the opening arguments, and they expected you to subscribe to some websites to listen to the rest of it.
Oh,
yeah. So we'll screw that.
So you thought that was a good thing with YouTube, is because that's originally where that started. You say, "I don't know. I watched this really cool documentary about the referendum on YouTube."
Well, yeah, I said I started watching
till they tried to induct you into their
for
cult.
a cost of what was it, £3 per month.
That's crazy. It pissed me off the other day because I am not lying to you. You know what they did on YouTube?
Gone.
They had videos on Okay, and we were watching them on Roku. I come in there after freaking doing my editing here, and I walked in there, and my brother's watching Roku,
Yeah.
and these freaking politicians paid so that freaking a commercial could be put on YouTube that showed freaking some bullshit freaking alternative media freaking newscast in a commercial ad for an hour and a half. My brother sat there watching that thing for an hour and a half, and he thought it was an actual show and it was just a commercial.
Oh, talking of which, I heard, I saw some headline within the last 2 3 days that is intending to, with their advertising sort of mechanism, to stick a minute's worth of advertising at the beginning of every video, or every video that is not premium.
They're dirty bastards. That's what the
Yeah.
deal is. I mean that's what a dirty bastard is. They have freaking dirty balls. They need to go fucking clean their balls and straighten up.
Uh,
And that's what I was
definitely.
saying last night. Out of the that I mean, they're actually the nicer ones compared to freaking them and Facebook. Like I quit using Facebook for a reason, and YouTube is next. You know,
Yeah.
most of my stuff is already transferred over to Rumble. I'm waiting until it's all finalized, and once I've got it back up on Rumble, I'm not using YouTube anymore. I'm done with that shit.
Is there any specific YouTube channels that you watch, you subscribe to?
I don't watch anything on YouTube anymore.
Um,
I use
um,
it for a platform where I can put my stuff on it, but that's about it. There's nothing that really there's nothing that really entertains me on there anymore.
I don't know. Um, if you notice, a lot of, or the majority of my posts, the main source material I get from YouTube anyway. I only
But
do that. I only do that because of the sort of mine's internal sort of playback mechanism. You can watch a YouTube video within a post, can't you?
mhm. Well, I gotta be careful about that too, because I'm kind of like you on that whole music thing too. I do like going to YouTube to watch music,
Uh,
so I do have to admit that I do that still. There's a lot of like bands that aren't like famous that are on there.
mm,
So I check those guys out. Like Wet Leg, have you ever heard of them?
maybe.
It's a pretty cool band. I get into that weird kind of stuff. There's Wet Leg, and then you have Melee, Melee.
Okay, I was thinking White Lake.
No, Wet Leg is a
No.
that one's a weird one, but I like the style they have. They've got this kind of '90s retro style, I guess. If the '90s are considered retro these days, I don't know. I consider the '80s more retro than the '90s, but I'm older. Oh
Yeah,
crap!
I was talking to Ria about my music channel not so long ago, and she asked me if I've got anything this side of the millennium.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you hear what I said? And I know she heard it and got all frustrated because she didn't say nothing, but that dude that's like chasing after her in chat, I told him that freaking young people are stupid.
yeah. So that,
And once I did that, she just went quiet. And then something popped up about reading, and I said, "Freaking young people have a problem with reading. What are you talking about?" You know, what I mean, it's like that's their problem. They don't know how to read.
yeah,
He's in his 30s, so I hope he understands.
yeah.
I'm
39, he said,
yeah,
isn't he?
I'm okay with like like there's certain degrees of young, you know what I mean? Like I'm 52 now, so like when I'm saying young in that situation, I'm talking about like 20-year-olds and shit.
Okay, back
You know,
in your day.
20-year-olds and 15-year-olds. I mean, and yeah, that it's like 3/4 of them don't know what cursive is. They've never seen it a day in their life. So,
I remember the days before the World Wide Web.
can you write in cursive, by the way?
Not a great.
Okay, that's what I was wondering because you told me the other day that you guys didn't learn it in school.
Only a couple last year, no. No. Yeah, I bit too young.
That is sad too because it's like that's where most of it started was over there. You
Mm.
know, it's like the Declaration of Independence. That's what Nancy was talking about. She's like, you know how she is with conspiracies. She thinks that they're not allowing kids to learn in cursive because that'll make it to where they can't read what the Declaration of Independence says, and it'll make
That's
it
been
easier.
that's been translated to. Oh, I call it translated, but that's been written in plain text.
Has it?
Huh? Yeah.
Has it? Has it?
You can go to any uh, appropriate website and find
You
it.
better check, make sure that your facts are correct, man.
Eh?
That could be conjecture. I'm just telling you,
What
man.
do you mean? Someone hasn't actually just typed into.
Have you? I haven't.
I haven't, but I don't
I
use that sort of material.
mean, if I haven't, why would I even? Why would I even think that somebody else has? You know what I'm saying? It's like that's just that right there is conjecture too. Somebody else did. So I'm pretty
Okay.
sure somebody else did. That's not.
There are sites that are related or directly related to the American
No,
Constitution.
no. These people don't listen to these people that are talking like they know the Constitution here in the United States. Like that's another thing that really rubs me wrong. I listen to these people who claim to be constitutionalists. You know, they're not constitutionalists.
Talking about people getting things wrong, did you get to watch that thing that we had stuck yesterday about German fascism?
Yeah, we actually had a conversation about that too.
Yeah,
Remember?
yeah. I only saw the first 5 minutes of it and just gave up on it.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about with young people. They really are. They don't have a clue. It's like somebody's just put brain rot in their heads, and they all that freaking internet loving. Bunch of internet lovers. And I don't know where they go. You know what I mean? Because like my nephews and them, even my son, like they go on the internet, but they go somewhere. They don't go to freaking Facebook. They don't go to freaking TikTok. They don't go to any of those, but they go somewhere. You know what I mean? They play games, but they don't play games on Steam. What the hell are they doing on the internet? And where are they going?
They are trolling Reddit.
Oh no, dude. They're like actually on their phones doing chats and shit, but then they turn, oh, I never go there. I'm like, what? I know that it used to be trendy back in like the early 2000s, like 2010, to go to freaking Telegram. But even Telegram now is old school. It's old hat to a lot of these kids, you know. So I don't know.
Like I keep on pointing out, the social media ecosystem has increased massively in the last 15 odd years.
Yeah.
With millions of different sites.
Okay, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna get me smoke in, get some coffee, and then I'm gonna come back. I should have done that already.
Yeah.
Dan said he's gonna be coming in. I don't know if he is. He he told us he was going on his way home, so he should be
That was
here
ages
soon.
ago. That was a good almost an hour ago.
Yeah. He has to drive quite a long ways because, like, I know whenever he's said that before, it's taken him about 45 minutes to get home. So
Yeah.
I'll be right back. You want me to
Okay.
leave? You want me to leave the mic open and everything? So that way,
No, stick music on.
okay,
Keep our people, our audience, our fans entertained.
okay, I'll be right back.
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Snow on the wire fence, smoke in the cold air, lights in the farmhouse, something's waiting there. Carols on the radio, out of tune, too slow. Every road remembers every debt you owe. Hands on the table, knife in the grain. Say thank you softly, say it by name. Noche de ceniza, fuego bajo la piel. We smile for the season, but something knows us well. Say gracias, say nothing. Say nice and slow. Christmas comes knocking from under the snow. Barn door breathing, straw on the floor, eyes in the darkness, counting once more. They say it's tradition, they say it's the way. Every feast remembers what it takes away. Bow your head gently, don't ask why. Some things are listening, some things reply. Noche de ceniza, colors sin luz. we set the table for more than just us. Say gracias, say nothing. Let the oven glow. Christmas comes screaming from under the snow. Not a prayer, not a plea, just respect for what will be. Take it slow, taking whole, every song, every soul. You chose the road remembers. You chose the feast, the fire answers. Noche de ceniza. La mesa está puesta. We laugh, we pretend, but the night knows better. Say gracias, say nothing before the doors close. Christmas comes crawling from under the snow. Ash on the table, heat in the bones. The song is over, but you're not alone.
it back on, opened up the mic and everything that way. Got it set up. It's almost 6 o'clock. 7 minutes till 6. I'll go ahead and pander a little bit before we get started. That way it's not on the recording. For anybody...
I got it. Sorry, I just realised this one I wanted to put. Golden Brown, the Stranglers.
Golden Brown Stranglers.
Yeah.
From Fleetwood.
1980? 1981?
Yeah. Golden Brown Stranglers. That's from Fleetwood Mac, right?
No, that's Stranglers. British group.
Oh, whatever, dude. I thought you were talking about something serious. Like,
Hey?
yeah. God.
What?
That reminds me, too. You know, there was yet another Canadian show that I found. Actually, my brother found it, pointed it out to me, that had never aired in the United States, and it was actually cool.
Uh-huh.
You know, they had Ice Road Truckers and all that. Canadians had a show that was about the emergency crews that went out to freaking pull like the semis that have been in accidents off the interstate for Highway 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it went for like 3-4 seasons, and it never got any airtime here in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually pretty cool for a reality show. I don't say that very much.
No, I'm not a huge fan of reality shows.
So I thought that was pretty interesting. Okay, so for anybody who's interested, I just want to let everybody know that once we start getting going, I will record this and edit it out for YouTube as well as for Rumble. Full unedited versions can be found on there. This is Minds Roundtable weekend event, and what I do is I put out 15-minute clips on both YouTube as on my main channel, Roger Hanson, as well as on Rumble for Live with Roger Hanson. You can check out those 15-minute videos as well as the 1-hour videos on both of those channels. Now on Minds, I just post every day the 15-minute videos to where everybody can check those out. Now if you want to see the full video directly on Minds, then you can go and join our membership for the Minds Roundtable full events. That just goes for support to help out with the show and all the other shows that we add to the Minds Roundtable weekend event. So that's the only reason why we do it. We don't even make a profit off of it. I think the last time I checked, we made like 3 cents after after paying for the Minds Plus so that we could schedule the actual videos so that everybody can watch them and they can be scheduled out and you can get them on a regular basis. And that's the only reason why we do that. Now, if you don't want to be a part of that and do the membership thing, I have set up a Patreon where I post the music that I put on my videos as well as the full episodes. You can go check them out there. If you want to donate, that's the only reason why I post those songs. Like if you want to donate one time, just get a song for like $12, which is the cost for 1 month of Minds Plus. So you can do it either way, and usually I don't do the whole, I call it pandering, but I usually don't do that. But a lot of things have changed when it comes to Minds and being able to schedule videos and stuff like that. You pretty much need Minds Plus now in order to do those kind of things on there. So that's the reason why we're doing it. So if you guys want to help support us, help keep us going online, then helping us out in those ways is helpful. Like I said, I do have a Patreon, and there to watch them you have to be a member. But don't worry, the membership to be a member on my Patreon for Roger Hansen or Live with Roger Hansen, whichever one. It's posted in the links below in the description. Whichever one it is, it's absolutely free to be a member in that. So don't worry about that. I've also got a locals community on Rumble, and I've been really trying to work up a member or a group there. So if you guys want to be a part of the community, but you don't want to be a part of Patreon or be a member in online's, you can go to locals, join up there, and I'm trying my best to be more active on locals. It's just I've got a lot of things going on at the
Sorry,
moment.
my
So
photo put that on mute.
start falling in love with that Fleetwood Mac.
Stranglers this time.
See, it sticks in your head. You know, that's the way it is with me too. I can't let it go. That's why I get so irritated with myself on about YouTube.
I had it lined up on my phone, and I was trying to remember the address so I could transfer it over to my desktop, so I can actually create a post out of it. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
It's fine. But yeah, I mean that's the whole reasoning behind all that too. And to be honest, it's actually pretty interesting how long we've had this show going. You know what I mean? Because like for me, I think with the 4th year starting after July, but if we go according to the way you and Tan are, I mean we're doing our 4th season right now. You know what I mean? So. I think this is the only one that we've done that's actually in the 4th season.
And 4 seasons feels like 4 decades.
Yeah, it does. It really does feel like 4 decades. I believe that too. I'm 100% on board with that. This has been probably the most tedious freaking show we've ever done, but it's crazy.
It's been fun. Maybe.
Well, all of them except for that second year. That second year was excruciatingly painful. You know, everybody was like chaotic. Bob Dub was on every once in a while. Within the Vacuum did some musical stuff. Tan was always in and out, but and I think we even had Austin that year too in doing music.
Yeah, 2, maybe 3.
Yeah. But the whole thing that really, I think what happened was the whole thing with Karma that kind of really freaking threw me for a loop because I wasn't used to that. She when somebody goes freaking crazy on the internet on your stream, that's like breaking your cherry. You know what I'm saying? Like
we were just talking about Forrest Gump, the film, just before we came on stream. Crazy, it's as crazy as it does.
Yeah. She had flipped out on my show and then decided that Mr. Robot was Elon Musk pretending to be Mr. Robot. And then I don't know, from that point on everything got freaking crazy. That year was rough.
I don't know.
I gotta admit though, it's an adventure, you know.
That's for sure.
Like right now, I couldn't tell you what's going to happen a month from now, or even a year from now when it comes to all these streams. I have no clue. Like it's just things just kind of like unfold before you. You know what I mean?
What was the famous line from Only Fools and Horses? This time next year, you'll be a millionaire.
Oh God. I wouldn't know what to do if I was a billionaire. To be honest, you know what I would do? I would freaking have sex with 2 fucking chicks at the same time, dude.
Okay.
Yeah,
You could do that now.
No. 2 chicks don't have sex with a guy like me, dude. 2 chicks have sex with a guy that has $1 billion.
Depends on which circles you go in, I suppose.
It's on Office Space, dude. Just so you know, like I'm not saying that for myself. It's actually on Office Space. Like they were sitting around talking about what they would do if they had $1 million. And his neighbor, the guy that played on freaking the Drew Carey show, and he was a construction worker. He goes, you know what I'd do if I was rich? I'd have sex with 2 women, dude. And he goes, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll have sex with 2 women. And then he says, well, you can do that now, just like you just said. And he goes, no. Chicks don't have sex with freaking... No, two chicks don't have sex with a guy like me. 2 chicks have sex with a freaking millionaire. You know? You already knew that, didn't you?
No, like you keep on remind me, every time I go out, I get flocked by women.
Yeah, well, yeah, people, I haven't said that on mine's yet. Mine's Roundtable about you becoming a movie star, huh? We've got you set up with he is Lord Edworthy on Stir the Fallout, which is a show that we've just started. The live stream is kind of getting off the rounds. We're getting used to the whole live scripted type thing where we're actually doing a 2-hour scripted live stream. It's all scripted. It's a little shaky getting started out, but we are getting there. This last episode was a lot better than the first one, I'll put it to you that way. And Mark Edworthy is the prominent Lord Edworthy of Devon. Lord Edworthy of Devon. The man that men are jealous of and women faint before his feet.
Again, allegedly.
He's gonna have a prominent role on that show because like the first show he freaking just stole. He stole the first episode. Like that was all Lord Edworthy. And it was, dude, seriously. Yeah, that was amazing.
I believe you. Yeah.
I'm the one who had to edit that. Okay, and I'm still editing it, but like doing the actual editing, it's like, my God, dude. I was like, that is just completely insane. And we were just talking about Monty Python just before we did that. You know what I mean? Like, you can't get any more Monty Python than what that episode was, dude. Seriously. Have you gone to check it out?
I don't think I've. Have you done any? Have you done any 15-minute clips on the one?
I put the raw edit that I had on there, I believe, on.
Okay, I very rarely listen to a raw edit all the way through. May just.
Let me check and double check.
Yeah, I don't listen to my own raw or your raw material because hell, I was there.
Yeah, I don't think it's on there. I can put it up later on, but it was like almost a 2-hour thing, so I had to go through and clean it up on Teams. Because like they only allow you a certain amount of storage space, so you have to delete video to put more video up, or the same thing with any kind of files. But later on I can put it up there. because I got all that stuff from Stir the Fallout up on there. Like I got all the scripts and stuff.
I did download. What was it? Last Fridays. I've got to check that on my phone managers.
Have you had a chance to check out that song Bob Dub was talking about from Story D, the Obsidian Butterfly one? Was you? Yeah, you were on last week when she showed the video, weren't you?
Yeah, but she didn't put the address.
Yeah.
In fact, if it is the same one I'm thinking of, is the one that I did physically download. Have you uploaded it? Mind Roundtable Weekend 2026 0306. So that was. Oh, that was last Friday.
Yeah. That was actually a pretty damn good show. Or, yeah, a video that she put on there.
Yeah.
I thought it was really good.
I'll have to rewatch it. Well, like I said, I did download it because it was I thought it was one of our better
episodes.
Yeah.
Really good quality, I thought. Now, was that on Minds? Was that on this one, or was that over on the Quantum Gathering?
I downloaded the entire 6-7 hours of it, the full raw material.
Well,
it only came out as 2.6 gigs.
Well, it's like with this one right here. You know, I did that. I started doing that about 2-3 years ago. We're sitting here and we're hanging out. You know what I mean? But like, if we don't get into like more people coming in and wanting to like do an actual show and stuff, I don't.
Talking of which,
yeah, I don't.
Good time
Wow.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, what's going on? Is this what is the show? I lose track.
Mine's a Roundtable.
Roundtable, that's it. Yeah. I was just talking with our Polish friend there from the Buddhist Discord.
Oh yeah,
Did he talk to you at all today?
Yeah, he sent a message to me this morning. He said he liked the speech I gave. I don't know if he thought I was the one that did that speech for Burns Brady or.
Well, you know, he got kind of your voice, you know. You got a similar drawl kind of deal, but
that's because of the upbringing, you know. I'm actually multicultural. That's what I like to call it. Yeah. He's from Kentucky. Anybody from Kentucky automatically talks weird.
Well, you know, I have that thing where I lived all up and down the east coast of the U.S. So, you know, I grew up in New York and Maryland and Florida. Mm-hmm. So I kind of picked up a lot. And everywhere I lived, I kind of talked a little more like the people living there. Mm-hmm. I just finished. I was just chatting with him just now. I just got home from visiting my mom in the nursing home. In fact, I'm still in my driveway. And I advised him to check out an Alcoholics Anonymous in Poland. He said there was one near him. Mm-hmm. And I said, go talk to them. They are specialized in helping you, because he was going on to me about the physical stress.
Yeah.
And I was talking to him about, you know, keeping things in mind. He's like, how do I go through this? I said, well, look, and I was remembering when my dad, you know, he was so bad he had to go in the hospital to dry out. I said, if you're having DTs and stuff like that, they will put you on drugs. They'll put you on Valium. They give you an IV drip, usually you're dehydrated if you're that bad and stuff. And I said, I don't know if it's legal where you are, but cannabis is medicinal. I said, I don't know if Roger would go with this necessarily, because he's coming from a different approach. But I said, I know people that do that. And he's like, he doesn't like pot. And I'm like, that's great. Stay away from it then. I don't advise anyone to do something that doesn't work well with them. And then he says that Valium doesn't work with him for some reason. So I just basically said, dude, you know, if you can find a doctor to work with,
Yeah.
And then he was like, well, in Poland, they have this health system and they don't really have good doctors. So I said, well, if you contact an AA chapter near you, I would imagine they might have a line on a doctor or on medical people that would help. I would imagine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
If I remember rightly, Holland has got a state run, much similar to Britain.
Really?
And tell him too, if he does get into any form of treatment, try to look for something that's at least 90 day. Don't do the 30-day programs. Just 90 days is the perfect number of amount of time that you need to be to clean up. Don't go in there thinking you can clean up in like 3 weeks and be back out on the streets, because a lot it's shown statistically that 90-day programs do better for people if they want to sober up.
Yeah, it's not like an overnight or a 1 week or 2 week thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So let him know if he does it. I mean, because it is when it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to sober up than what it is to stay sober. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Staying sober is the hardest part.
Yeah.
Once that stuff is out of your system, man, your brain's going to be doing so much shit. I mean, I'm telling you, man. Like I
don't know. It's really depends on the individual.
No, it's,
yeah. I think part of it is like we get used to being one way, and then like suddenly we're another way, and it might be even better, and we like it, but then it's like it's uncomfortable because it's new, and you really want to go back to that old pattern.
Mm-hmm.
I talk to Bob about this sometimes. I call it grooves. You carve these grooves in your mind, and it's always easy to go along the grooves. And even if you don't like the groove, it's like having an old shoe that's comfortable. It might give you bad posture, makes your back hurt, but your feet like it,
Yeah.
Exactly. With a lot of these habits, you can break this habit, but something's missing. Something's weird. Why am I thinking like this? Like you're saying, Rod, your mind's suddenly alert. You're noticing things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I read something. One of the things that got me really thinking about drinking, and for me, it was a long struggle. I still struggle with it. Because I basically tapered less and less, and I would drink less. And then when I would drink, I would look at what was happening. I say, "Damn, I hate this," And it just got me a little further each way. But yeah, it's when suddenly you've got all this extra energy, and you can see, and there's something I don't remember what I was going to say. Something I read. A writer said he was talking about this character who didn't drink, and the character just said, alcohol is a great waster of time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's finally the way I started looking at it. It's like, this is wasting my time. I'm probably going to be dead in the next 20 or 30 years, maybe 40, right? I need every minute I've got in my life. And it's like, when you drink, you're destroying time. It's like it's gone.
Yeah.
And you can't even remember half the stuff. And suddenly it's like, wow, you're just throwing your life away, literally right there. And, something that guy said there, Dr. B was saying about how you don't remember. One of the reasons is you don't remember how bad it is.
You don't remember the pain.
Until he goes in, and then he would be reminded every time he go into a meeting. That's right. That's the reason I'm doing this.
Yep. You gotta see that. You gotta see that in order to remember where you came from. You know what I mean? Because like we forget the pain and the suffering that we went through. Everything. You forget that. You forget those mornings you woke up and started puking in the toilet because you drank too much the night before. You forget the fact that your hands are shaking early in the morning at 7:00 and you can't freaking cope with it. You know what I mean? Or say when you're detoxing, even being without it and having to get away from it, you forget that the pain that you went through even with that. It's like all of a sudden we talked about denial, you know what I mean? We literally go into denial and we say, oh, that wasn't how, or we just forget altogether. We don't even know.
Yeah. We deliberately forget. We're really good at not looking at our past. There's parts we just block right off. And it's kind of like we were saying last night, Roger, about being the heavy metal guy. You just take on this identity. I'm the heavy metal guy. You know, where's my bottle? Where's my this? Where's my baseball bat? Well, that's more punk rock. But you know what I mean? You forget everything else, and you just make this really limited version of yourself.
Everything rotates around alcohol and drugs. Like,
I don't know. It's like anything, everything in moderation. Funny enough, when I went down to supermarket before we started it, I just actually bought a couple small cans of gin and tonic. Which
Well,
I'm
see-
gonna
see-
open up.
see-
Of course, gin and tonic. Yeah, what else?
You're a drinker. You're a drinker, okay? And then you.
Let
let me
really
finish here.
drinker,
This is
quote.
important. This is important. You're just a drinker, okay? And then there's people who are abusers. But then there's those other people. Okay, those are the ones that you don't invite to parties because they make a complete fool of themselves. There's those people who don't go to bars because they end up getting in fights and going to jail.
Yeah.
There's those.
I've gone to jail, but I made a fool of myself when I was a kid.
There's people that sit out at the park with their beer because they don't want to be at home because their parents or their family or whoever they're with or their wives and family are there, and they don't want to drink in front of them because they're ashamed of themselves. Like if you go to the park, you'll notice there's people sitting at benches drinking by themselves.
Yeah.
Very rare around, or where I'm anyway, very rare.
Well, you'll see them. Just if you go next time you go to the park, just pay attention. You'll see them. Those are classic signs of being an alcoholic. They want to drink alone because they feel shame and guilt. Because they can't quit.
I don't know. Picnic in the park with a glass of wine. No,
That's only in France. That's only in France. The wine fountain.
Like I said, you are just a drinker. There's a difference. I think I've said this to Bob Dub before, where it's like, imagine being a guy going into a crack house and people in the crack house don't want you there. I mean, imagine being,
Wow.
you know what I mean? It's like you're not even welcome in a crack house. That's a drug addict. Okay.
Yeah, when I was married, we moved every 3 or 4 months. We moved to another town.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was the most frightening thing of my life. I didn't know what was going on. I grew up in Africa, where it's hot all day long, every day. There's no summer or winter. Well, there is, but it's hot the whole day. And at the end of the day, when the men come home, they open a beer and they sit and they drink. Like you say, a drinker. Mm-hmm. I grew up in an environment where 2 or 3 beers every night, just normal glasses, was a normal thing. Nobody got drunk. They just sat down and slaked their thirst. And I had no idea what was going on. I didn't understand that what was happening out of my home was so terrible that we were just like, we were no longer welcome in the town anymore. I mean, I wasn't drinking. I was drinking, but I was drinking in the evenings when the drinks were poured for me, because that's what made it legitimate. I'm drinking with my wife. But I had no idea that thing that you were saying about the crack house, that was happening all the pubs all around town.
Yep.
Until we had to leave the town.
Yep. And see, that's something that, like, when I was growing up, my dad had the problem with drinking too, and he was a dairyman, and like he would stay sober for a while, do good, and then he would go on a drinking binge, and bam, all of a sudden we had to move to another dairy, because like when you work on dairy farms here, they give you like free living and utilities and stuff as long as you're working there, so you can move into like houses on the property. And that's how we lived most of my life, and it was always moving from one place to the next because of that, until he finally sobered up.
Mine didn't sober up. Mine died 2 years ago sitting by his campfire with a beer in his hand. He actually drank himself to death.
Yep.
So odd. So odd that people are in so much distress and trauma and pain that they cannot face reality. They cannot face sobering up.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
I
bad.
don't know. There's the argument of if you've got to go, you might as well go enjoying yourself.
Was it really enjoyable though? I mean,
Yeah. That's right.
you get a twisted definition of what's enjoyable. You know, that's part of the problem. You're in the midst of these things. It goes back to what we were saying just now about staying sober, because it's like it's so different. You know, you feel good. You've got this energy. You're alert. You can see things clearly. And yeah, maybe you don't want to see things clearly, and maybe you're just completely, you know, it can be overwhelming, and your only comfort is in this misery. You know, your only comfort is in this despair that you've learned how to make a nest in. And we get so frightened of doing anything different. A lot of times it's not so much we want something better. We're just scared. We're scared of doing anything different. You know, we're very scared of anything different. And even if it's something different that's like much better for us. And yeah, I don't think he died happy, man. That doesn't sound like a happy death to me.
No.
He died after his wife had left him, after his son had become gay, and after his daughter had committed suicide. All as a result of his drinking.
Yeah.
And like he carried on drinking because the longer he drank, the worse things got, the more he drank. And nobody could reach him. Nobody could love him. No, you know, it's so interesting that you can be nice to another person, but you can't help them. They have to help themselves.
Yeah.
Now, the thing about a lot of that is like, okay, it's hard to really say this because a lot of people who aren't alcoholics don't understand this and they don't want to believe it. Okay, they think that like that they want to say that alcoholics are just, you know, they got they've got low morals or low standards, and they need to just, you know, buckle up and be strong like the rest of us, you know what I mean? And they don't want to admit that there is actually an issue going on there. Like there is something about alcoholics that is not the same as a regular drinker. Okay. Now this is a pretty serious issue that goes back all the way. Like if you really want to look at it, you look back during the time when they were putting freaking alcoholics into mental institutions, especially in England. Okay, during the time when England was actually selling tickets for people to walk through mental institutions like it was a sightseeing freaking, you know, tour. Go look at the crazy people. They were also throwing alcoholics in there with them. You know, the history of alcoholism is actually pretty freaking horrific if you go and you look at it. But a lot of people don't look at that stuff, and they don't want to admit it because, like, according to society and the way people think, everybody is supposed to be able to drink, and they're supposed to drink respectably. Okay, the option of not drinking isn't even on the table, and if you are, they call you a wet blanket or a teetotaler or whatever horrible, hateful word they can come up with. Okay?
Yeah.
So when you're sobering up, the whole idea is to stay sober for the rest of your life. Don't ever touch a drink, don't ever touch a drug ever again for the rest of your life. And that's something that most people in society, they don't do that, you know what I mean? So you're going against the grain even there, you know. So it's you can say, well, this and that when it comes to like an average drinker, but don't don't class an alcoholic in the same class as your buddies who are drinking at the club. You know what I mean? That's not what we're talking about here at all.
No, it's true. It's so true. It's the same with depression. Like everybody gets sad, everybody has depression. But a person that's having a sad patch, say because their mom died or they lost their job, some bad things happen. People get depressed. But when you click over into getting clinical depression, you're not operating on those same rules.
Like a quantum jump.
And people at the exact same thing. OG, what you're saying, people think that, but sad, pull yourself together. But you actually start operating on a different type of reality. And you can't just pull yourself together and get over it.
Right. They have this really, really cool saying in AA about alcoholics as being an actor who wants to run the whole show. That's probably the best thing that you can read if you really want to find out the mindset.
Wow, that's my dad, who was a monstrous alcoholic. Wow, I hadn't heard that saying before, Raj, but that fits in perfectly with my experience.
The mind of an alcoholic is very, very, very insane. And it's here in a second, if I can pull it up, I'll read it to you guys, because it's actually his own wants to run his own, run the whole show, who wants to, because it's actually a pretty good saying. Okay, yeah, it's out of page 60 of the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, and it is noted by if I can find it, it's
well, take your time. I'm thinking though what you were saying, it fit my dad. He was a very heavy drinker, and he had this hobby when he got older. His hobby was to drink constantly, and I was talking to our friend over on the Discord there about this earlier, and he would he basically would drink so much that he couldn't sleep. He would have to wake up after a couple hours and have another drink. So I remember I stayed with him for a while when he was doing this. I was in my 20s by then. I had no idea the way he was living at this time. And he had all these empty bottles of scotch and rum. Those were his two drinks. Nothing. And when we drank, he basically would take a water glass, fill it with ice, fill it with rum, and then put a splash of water in it. And I remember him getting up at like 2, 3 in the morning, watching. Back then CNN was just opening up, and they were doing like all the stuff in Congress. They just show politicians talking all night, and he would just like watch this stuff and drink. He'd nap for a couple of hours, and he would drink like this for months and months and months, until finally, as we say, his liver would lodge a protest, and he'd have to go into the hospital. And he'd go into the hospital, the VA hospital, and he had, I don't know how he had some kind of pull or something, and he always got really top treatment there. And he'd go in, and they'd pump him full of Valium, and they give him an IV drip, and he would sit there, and he loved to talk to the psychiatrists, and he would get to sit there, and they'd all pay attention to him, and he could talk to the psychiatrist, and he would always come back talking about how he was so much smarter than them. And he would come back after, I don't know, they'd keep him there for like 3 months or so, and 4 months, and they'd let him out, and then he'd buy a bottle, and he'd start drinking again, and he would drink until he had to go back into the hospital. And then he'd go in the hospital, they'd dry him out, and he'd come back and drink, and that was his hobby. He was like drink until he couldn't anymore, and then he'd get to talk to the shrinks for 3 months, and that was his life for the last part of his existence.
Yep. Now I found page 60 if you guys want to hear it.
Excellent. Yeah, please.
Okay, it says the first requirement is that we be convinced that any man ran on self-will can hardly be a success. On that basis, we are almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. Most people try to live by self-propulsion. Each person is like an actor who wants to run the whole show, is forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in his own way. If his arrangements would only stay put, If only people would do as he wished, the show would be great. Everybody, including himself, would be pleased. Life would be wonderful. In trying to make these arrangements, our actor may sometimes be quite virtuous. He may be kind, considerate, patient, generous, even modest and self-sacrificing. On the other hand, he may be mean, egotistical, selfish, and dishonest. But as with most humans, he is more likely to have varied traits. What usually happens, the show doesn't come off very well. He begins to think life doesn't treat him right. He decides to exert himself more. He becomes, on the next occasion, still more demanding or gracious, as the case may be. Still, the play does not suit him. Admitting he may be somewhat at fault, he is sure that other people are more to blame. He becomes angry, indignant, and self-pitying. But what is his basic trouble? Is he not really a self-seeker, even when trying to be kind? Is he not a victim of the delusion that he can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of his world if he only managed well? Is it not evident to all the rest of the players that these are the things he wants? And do not his actions make each of them wish to retaliate, snatching all they can get out of the show? Is he not, even in his best moments, a producer of confusion rather than harmony? Our actor is self-centered, egocentric, as people like to call it nowadays. He is like the retired businessman who lolls in the Florida sunshine in the winter, complaining of the sad state of the nation. The minister who sighs over the sins of the 20th century. The politician and reformers who are sure all will be utopia if the rest of the world would only behave. The outlaw safecracker who thinks society has wronged him, and the alcoholic who has lost all and is locked up. Whatever our protestations are not most of us concerned with ourselves, our resentments, or our self-pity. And I'll stop right there, because the rest of it is selfishness, self-centered, and that's actually one of the principles that I live by. So if you guys want to check that out, page 60, the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, and where I stopped after that self-pity, read that and it'll change your life. I'm gonna leave it at that.
That's a lot of wisdom there. A lot of wisdom, and that's coming from someone who looked at themselves very, very hard, because that's one of the most difficult things we can really say about ourselves. We're all guilty of that. I know I am, and my friends, I'm sure, could tell you a lot of instances. But we all have that tendency. But just that blindness that's being fed by the alcohol, is it's so destructive. It's so destructive. And Roger, right at the beginning, it was about somebody just self-willed, right? They're just they think they have all the answers, and everyone else is the problem. And that kind of reminds me of what Dr. B was talking about, where he talked about he went into psychiatry, and they were teaching him how to think about it, but they weren't teaching him the path of the brain instead of the path of the heart, which is the other, because thinking, we can think about anything. Logic, I know this is mixed company, but please forgive me. This is a quotation. I believe it was that great arch heretic Martin Luther who said, "Reason is a whore." Basically, reason and logic will go wherever we want them to go, and you can sit there and justify yourself into just about anything. If you don't have the heart to, keep you on guardrails, and we can't self-generate that heart. We have to open it up to others and to things higher than us. And whether that, I know in AA they talk about a higher power, I like to think about a higher truth. I can look to the Dhamma in Buddhism because for me this is something that an awakened person came up with, and other people have awakened, and other people have, it's basically something outside of myself that I can say, yeah, this is more powerful than me. It works. And there are very powerful people who have attained this who are encouraging me. There is that aspect of Buddhism. They play it down in Western Buddhism, but there is that in Buddhism, you do have powers and principalities. You don't have a quote unquote ultimate God as such, but you certainly have spiritual beings. And there are spiritual beings who will help you along in the Dhamma. I don't know if that is in line exactly with what AA goes with, Roger. But what's your take on that?
Well, I've had this conversation with Tan too, and he's Catholic, and he gets it confused. Like he thinks that I'm like this like crazy Buddhist guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like trying to.
No, you're a Buddhist, really? I didn't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know you're a Buddhist.
yeah. I mean, and he doesn't understand though that like with the 12 steps, and what I learned from them, it's more of like. First of all, you don't get caught up in the dogma of religions. Okay, there's a lot of spiritual principles in religion that you can use, but like you have to come to a relationship with the God of your understanding. That's personal to you, not what's written in a book or a doctrine or a church. A higher power can be God, which is good orderly direction, a group of drunks. More than one person is a power greater than yourself. I can't do it on my own, but I can do it with the help of other people.
Right.
You see what I mean? So that's something that
so that would pass as a higher power.
Right.
If I talk to someone about, like, well, here's the Dhamma, here are the teachings that have helped all these other people. They've stood the test of time, and for 2,600 years, many, many millions of people have followed this and have been very, happy with the results and are there to encourage you in it. So I think I told you, I advised our Polish friend to reach out to an AA chapter near him. I thought that might be a good resource, since he seems to say that the medical system there doesn't have much in the way for recovery, to help people recover from addiction.
The easiest way to do it is go to detox first. When you're in detox, you start looking for treatment centers. That's usually the way in.
And I would advise him to speak to his local GP first, because again, the GP practitioner may be able to provide better advice, because obviously Holland is different from the US, it's different from the UK.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's a good idea. Always go to your doctor.
I did advise him about that. I said, that a doctor can help you, and he seemed to feel that might not be. He just said that he didn't have much confidence. I got the feeling he didn't have much confidence in the local doctors. That's why I said if he contacted an AA chapter, they might have a resource or a connection to a doctor that would be interested in that problem. But I have no idea how the medical system in Poland works at this time. I think he may be listening. Hello, I can't pronounce your name. It's
definitely not Tig.
Definitely not Tig. Yes,
definitely not Tig.
He's going by Village Idiot now, which is kind of weird.
Okay. Well,
but definitely not Tig. He's definitely not Tig. I can vouch for that.
He's definitely got the signs of alcoholism, though. I'll tell you that much. Like trust me, I know the whole thing when it comes to not trusting the doctors. That's a classic sign. I was the same way. It took me freaking 4 years and the loss of my relationship with one of my exes, who I really did care about at the time, but before I would even go to treatment. Now, I went into detox 3 or 4 times before I actually agreed to go to treatment, because I'd always go into detox and then just leave and I was fine. I always convinced myself of that. Finally, I ended up going to treatment because I had nowhere else to go. Okay? That was the only reason why I did it. So, I mean, And to be honest with you, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. I mean, I think that more people recover because they have nothing else. They've hit rock bottom. Okay. But you don't have to go there. You don't have to be that person who loses everything and is homeless on the streets like I was. I mean, you could stop digging at any time. It's just up to you. And that's just a suggestion. I'm not saying anything. I'm just making a suggestion. You can stop digging anytime you want. Just do it.
That reminds me of a slogan I heard. It's like, once I hit rock bottom, I start digging down deeper.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone has a different experience, and I'll tell you, it never got that bad for me. I went through a period where, I started off I never drank. I never liked it. And then I started drinking on weekends with a buddy of mine, and then all week I'd go to work and this and that, and then come the weekend, we'd get like a case of Pounders and a big bottle of whiskey, and me and my buddy would sit around and we'd just do that all weekend. We'd get plastered Friday and Saturday, and then Sunday recover and go back to work Monday. And then I got a job at a bar, and the first thing you learn when you're a bartender is that it's hard to put up with drunks unless you have a few drinks. There's nothing more frustrating than being sober around drunk people. Yeah. It's really so I started drinking, and when I quit that job, I realized I was drinking like a half a bottle or more of whiskey a day, and I kept wanting it. It's like I quit my job and I started doing something else, and I'm like, well, I better go down to the bar. And I'm like, well, what am I going down here for? And now I've got to pay for the stuff, which was also a shock. But I think what happened with me was, I've gone back and forth on alcohol a lot, but I got to a point where I was drinking regularly, and I was noticing it was really degrading the quality of my life, just on a normal day. And then, of course, you overdo it every so often. And then something really awful happens, and then you, like you were saying, Roger, you blot it out. That didn't happen. I'm that guy in the beer commercial. Yeah. I'm not that guy that got into a huge knockdown, drag out argument with his wife over nothing, while she was drunk too, because that's another, you got that whole codependency thing going. And in any relationship, you set up echoes. You do this, I do this. I drink this, you drink that. And it was making me miserable. And I still struggle. I was not that long ago. I was at the store, and there's a liquor store. And I heard that little voice, oh yeah, go in there and grab a bottle, it's okay. And I just sat down and I stopped and I thought about the worst thing that alcohol ever did to me. And it changed my mind about everything. I just visualized that. And then this voice came unbidden that said, I hate alcohol. And then I said to myself, answer quickly, do you want a drink? No, was my first instinctive answer. Yeah. Even though there were all these other voices saying, sure you do, it'll taste great, you'll feel really good. Yeah, I'll feel really good for about 15 to 20 minutes. After that, I'll feel like crap, and then I'll really hate myself the next day. So for 15 minutes of like a nice, pleasant glow, no. It's just, and the other thing I tell myself, you know what? You've had plenty to drink. You don't need any more. I've had plenty. And I have friends now that I need to be alert for, that I want to be alert for.
All right.
That I want to talk with, and who I don't want to be ashamed of me.
Now, see, that's kind of, and that's not as jovial as what Mark Edworthy is. Mark is just a part-time drinker. Like he drinks a little bit of sassafras every once in a while, and
gin and tonic. The quintessential British drink.
I've had a bit of a history myself, but yeah.
Now, I would personally say that at one point you were a hard drinker. Okay, now hard drinkers are different from alcoholics too, because hard drinkers, they learn that this stuff is ruining their life, and they say, you know what, I've had enough, and that's it. You know what I mean? But like when a person is a diehard alcoholic, they will drink themselves to death, like Bob Dub said. Everything will just disappear and fall on the side of the wayside. My uncle, okay, I literally seen my uncle drink himself to death. My sister's freaking, my nephew's dad, okay, literally had cancer, was freaking doing the oxygen tank, and he had a freaking tube that fed him, okay? And he would take whiskey and he would put it in the freaking tube so that he could freaking drink it, because he
Bloody
couldn't,
hell.
his throat had swollen up and he couldn't eat solid foods,
Wow.
okay? And he was still freaking taking alcohol and putting it in that tube so that he could drink it. And I sat there. It was a year ago, maybe a year and 2.5, or 2 years ago. I was over in the next town and I was watching them. And I know I was doing shows and stuff with you guys at the time. I'm pretty sure I was doing it with Bob Dub. And I was there with him. And in his house, he had these bed bug, these little bugs that I had to spray and kill off because he was living there. The house looked nice, don't get me wrong, but it was infested with these things.
Wow.
Mites, I think is what they were. And I went in there, I sprayed it out. His refrigerator died. I had to get a refrigerator to put in there for him. And all he wanted to do was sit there, smoke cigarettes, drink alcohol, and die from cancer. And that was it. You know, and these are like just a few stories, dude. You know what I mean? There's tons of them going on, and nobody knows about them. Nobody wants to hear about them because that's the stuff that nobody wants to hear. Just period. You know what I mean? They want to hear the good stuff. They want to get on the internet and hear conspiracy theories and UFOs and talk about aliens and ghosts, and that's it. They don't want to hear the horrible, nasty stuff. So I don't know if that was
never got that nasty for me, but I have seen it with friends and family.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I knew, I guess they call them functioning alcoholics. Like I knew a guy who I swear like 90% of his food had to be beer. He'd get up in the morning, have a cup of coffee and a piece of toast or something, and then he'd have his first beer, usually by 10:30, and he would just drink beer all day long, and he would hold it together more or less, but every so often he would just lose it, you know, and just act drunkenly inappropriate. Then he'd get to calm down again. And I mean, he managed to live with people and stuff, other heavy drinkers. But I remember one time I went over to an apartment he'd gotten, and I opened up the fridge. There was nothing in there but beer. And there was a whole, you know, stack of like, you know, probably 5 or 8 cases of beer next to the fridge and 2 cases of beer in the fridge. I didn't see a single bit of food in there. And he probably hadn't had anything much besides coffee and a piece of bread, you know, for a couple of days. And I haven't actually seen him in a few years. Last I heard, he moved down south somewhere. I have no idea if he's alive. Or my dad, who was quite, like I told you that story, he was trying to kill himself. He even told me that once. This is how I'm committing suicide. You know, I never quite got that bad.
Yep. What's his name? I forgot his name. He came out with a movie called Leaving Las Vegas. That is probably the most depressing movie you'll ever watch, but it will kind of give you the state of mind that an alcoholic who thinks like that is. They believe that, because first of all, as an alcoholic, I can say this, like, because I'm got the same traits. I'm a coward when it comes to killing myself. I would rather freaking drink myself to death rather than go and actually like off myself, like with getting a gun and killing myself. I could never pull myself to do something like that, but I could literally starve myself to death and drink shitloads of booze until I was dead, or OD over freaking, you know, prescription medicine. I could do that, but don't ask me to like actually do that, you know. And I've reached that state where mentally and psychologically, that's what I wanted to do, but for some reason I didn't have the courage to do it. You know what I mean? Because I know everybody thinks that it's like I like it's the easy way out, but like taking your life is the final solution. There's nothing after that. You know what I mean? That is it. So And that's why I say, you know, if you can get help, because you do not want to get to that state. And I've been close. I will say that before. I have been close, and I'm really amazed here recently because of my mom passing away. That really tore me up, and I flipped out. But I did not get drunk over it, and that all by itself is a miracle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That really tore me up, and I flipped out. And if you guys haven't noticed, a lot of the things that I do with my streams have changed quite drastically, and it's because it woke me up, and it told me, look, you can't be doing this stuff no more. You can't be bumping elbows with people who are just hateful in nature. You gotta start looking at being around positive people and putting out a positive message that's not going to hurt people, you know, because we do make a difference. You gotta believe that, you know what I mean? You make a difference to a lot of people. If you don't believe it, that's on you, but it is true. What you say affects people, and I have to remember that, you know, because I'll tell you right now, and I've been wanting to say this and I haven't said it, but I didn't know what love was until I lost my mom. If that makes any sense. Okay. I ran around thinking I knew what love was, but I did not know what love was until my mom died. Because of the pain of losing somebody, that tears you up, you know. But I did. I think I actually felt love for the first time when my mom died, to be honest with you.
Wow.
That's how crazy that is.
That's a hell of a way to learn it.
Yeah. So I'm done with my
your statement.
I don't even know if that was a statement. That might have been like a
might have been a rant.
Yeah,
nice
that's
quiet rant. Well,
yeah.
I'm thinking when I was talking with definitely not Tig earlier, his concern seemed to really be about the physical stress that quitting. He was saying it's going to be hell tomorrow. He's not drinking anything today, and tomorrow is going to be hell.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm thinking in terms of like your mental attitude. You know, you don't want to do this. Keep in mind your goal. You know, don't think about how horrible it is to not have a drink. Think about how great it will be not to be an alcoholic anymore, kind of deal. But he was looking for something, and when I advised him, talk to a physician. Valium they give you sometimes. I mean, if it's a medical condition, you might need a drug to treat the DTs and things like that. He seems to think that he's not going to get any help from that. And like you said, Raj, I think he's a little shy of the doctors. So
Yeah.
would you have advice for him for handling that physical discomfort that's on the way for him if he sticks with us?
If he has a problem with going to treatment, go to meetings. There's meetings set up every day. All you gotta do is call or get on the internet, look for Alcoholics Anonymous. They will show you the listings, the addresses for all the meetings that are taking place in your area. There might be one. If there's 2 of them or 3 of them around you, hit every single one of them. Don't stop hitting them until freaking a year from now, and maybe 3 years. If 3 years isn't enough, then keep hitting them until 3 days after you're dead. Okay.
That's a good way to put it. You know, something that occurred to me too. I know when I stopped drinking, sugar seems to help a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll have a craving for sweets, and you know what? I indulge it because you know what? A donut might not be good for me, but it's a hell of a lot better than a glass of wine.
Exactly.
You know, I think the body wants, because alcohol is basically a sugar. So I think part of it is you're depriving yourself of that sugar. And I actually got the hint from a story I read years ago about a lumber camp up in Canada, of all places. Too bad Tan isn't here. And they were saying how all of these, they've always provided these lumberjacks with, for breakfast, big stacks of pancakes or hot cakes and gallons of syrup, because these were men who were hard drinkers, who were suddenly cut off from alcohol, and they were going to be up in the woods for the next couple of months with no alcohol, because they don't give them any booze when you're handling like buzzsaws and stuff and axes and things.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing they did was they started consuming the sugar. And, you know, I know sugar's all bad for you and everything, but, you know, I would rather have a stack of hot cakes with extra syrup on it than have a glass of booze in the morning. And, you know, that, you know, I mean, you can do things to ameliorate the physical symptoms, but for me, unless you've got your head together and know that this is something you want to go through because you've got a better goal, you know, you've got to have that. And yeah, I think the meetings would help him a lot. He did say that they do have one, an Alcoholics Anonymous near him. So I suggested very strongly that he reach out, because they would know how to talk to him, and in Polish too. I can't speak Polish. I worry about the translation. You know, I hope he can understand us well. His English is a lot better than my Polish. I must compliment it.
And the amount too. If there's 2 meetings a day, go to both of them. If there's 3 a day, go to all 3 of them. Hit as many of those meetings as you can for the first 30 days. At least the first 30 days.
If possible.
Yeah.
If possible. Before work and schedules and stuff, yeah.
Right.
Well, I think he might be listening tonight, so that's definitely not Tig. We're thinking of you, man, and we're all in your corner. We wish you well.
Yeah, he sent a message to me, and I let him know if he needs to talk to me, he can talk to me. And I'm not the type of person that's gonna like give you straight advice. I'll listen to what you have to say, and then I'll make suggestions. I'm not gonna say do this, do that, because that's what it all is about. It's about giving suggestions, and like people don't understand like the power of suggestion. You know, like a suggestion, for a suggestion to work, it has to be profound. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So when you suggest things to people, make sure that your suggestions are very profound and they make a difference. So don't just make this suggestion or that suggestion. Listen to what they have to say and make your suggestion to where when you make the suggestion, it's very profound to them and it makes a difference. So the best part, come in and you can participate.
Please do.
Unmute, Bob Dub.
Raise your hand.
I was wanting to say that it's good to go to meetings, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but I'm saying that there is something more powerful than meetings, or maybe something powerful that you can find at a meeting, and that is peers. Because I really believe that when you are in a situation where you're using a substance, what you're doing is you're compensating for something that you're not getting out of life. And when you can't approach doctors and the language is so foreign for you, and you're just outside of it all, taking that step to go back is, well, I don't want to say impossible, but you know what I mean. It feels impossible. I mean, I can't do that. I can't go there. What will those people say to me? It's not. But when you have a group of people who knows, who's been there, and who don't need you to conform to a certain formula to be okay. They just, yeah, okay, I've been there. And that sort of thing, that sort of relationship doesn't come overnight. It's not something that you can join a group and after 3 months things start working for you. It's like you join a group and after 3 or 4 years you suddenly think, oh, really, I'm different when I'm with these people. I want something more. I want to be better. Maybe I should go to a group. So, I mean, everybody gets to places at different rates, but I
Yes.
feel more than anything, it's love, it's brotherly love, it's companionship, it's being examples for each other, it's going through hard times with each other. You know, when I went to South Africa because my mom was dying and then she died a week later, and I spent the 3 months there not looking after her, not nursing her, but being with my dad so that he wasn't completely alone in his little place. And basically, that's all I did. I just hung out there so he wasn't alone. And at first, I thought that I was helping him. But I've come back a changed person. I've come back having 3 months bathed in paternal love. We didn't talk about stuff. We didn't get into things. We've got a very British relationship where you just behave right and do the right thing and you don't show emotions. But just being there and being accepted, I'm a different person. I don't know how to explain it yet. I'm still trying to get my head around it. But I know that I couldn't have gone there and I couldn't have done that and I couldn't have transformed the way I did unless I'd been hanging out with you guys for the last 5 years. Because it's not what I want. It's not how I think that needed to change. It's how I felt about me being worthy to live. Like, I want to live now because I don't feel like I'm a drain and a drag on the world. So yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it's the power of friendship, the power of love that gives you that spark.
Well, I do want to agree with you on that because, like, and I want to add to that too. Like, in the end, when it comes to a lot of these programs, the final thing is one alcoholic reaching out to another. That's what works. That's the only thing. It's like when you get together and you're like you said, you know, you become friends. You actually start doing things together, and it's more than just, you know, a book or going to meetings or what they call it fellowship. Okay, it's more than just that. It's about, you know, creating a new life with each other and becoming friends and actually caring about how the other person feels. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Like, you actually care. That
You actually care. When you're in that zone, you don't care. You close your mind. You close your heart. You don't care about everybody disapproving. You don't care about the mistakes you're making. You don't care that you're a loser and a failure and a dropout.
Right.
You can't afford to care. And when you slowly allow yourself to experiment with, well, maybe this person isn't gonna spit in my eye. You know, maybe if I tell this person my secrets, they're not going to belittle me. And that opens a tiny little chink so that in 2 months' time you can try it again. But it's not a quick fix. There's no quick fix for the pain that you feel. I don't think.
Well, I mean, I did mention 3 days after you die, right? Just to kind of, because that's really what it's about. Like, this is a lifetime deal, and that's the bad part. That's what a lot of people who are alcoholics really do not like, the fact that this is a lifetime deal. You know what I mean? If you want a better life and you don't want to have what's going on in your life right now happening, then you have to make a decision to change your life for the rest of your life, one day at a time, sometimes 1 second at a time. But it's a lifetime deal, you know. And that's really hard. That's a hard thing to stomach, you know. at least it was for me and a lot of people that I knew. You know, some people can go quit drinking, no problem, be done with it. That's it. But it didn't work that way for me.
Well, people use substances for a reason. And if you take away the substance, then the person is like, I don't know. It's like I've got a pain in my foot, and every time I walk, it hurts. Okay, well, let's cut your foot off.
Right. I see. We're on the same level, buddy. Like, my head hurts. Let's hit it with a hammer. You know what I mean? The guy.
Yeah, that'll fix it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I did that a few times myself.
Yeah.
Um,
Because transformation is complete. When you're looking at, I have to give this up, you don't see what you can become. You just see the pain you've got to deal with. I discovered a really interesting thing when I was doing this work that I've been doing with Satori D on the obsidian butterfly and transformation. I discovered an amazing thing about butterflies. Do you know they don't change? The worm doesn't change into a butterfly. The worm gets into the cocoon and dissolves into a gelatinous goo. And a butterfly grows out of that goo. I thought that I had to change, but I didn't. I didn't have to change. I just had to die and start again. You know, Roger, one of the most powerful things that you ever said to me was, when I'm having a bad day, I just start the day over. I don't know how you do that, but that is just such a powerful image for me, that you start again. You don't carry on in the problem that you're having.
Yep. Just start your day at. You can start your day over at any moment.
I can't.
You know, I mean, but and it's a psychological thing. I'll admit that, but it's true. You can literally start your day over at 3:00 p.m. every day if you want to. If you're having a rough day at freaking 10 o'clock in the morning, you can start your day off right then and there. Just stop and say, "Look, I'm starting over." That's it.
Yeah.
The
I
Tan.
tried it this morning.
Tan's
And
here.
Tan is here. Hello, Tan. You came and then you left, but you're back. Welcome
Hey
back.
guys, yeah. I got carried away outside. I just got home.
Oh wow.
Took me 2 hours to make my way home.
Oh wow.
He
That's a commute. That is. Woo.
No,
it usually happens.
making multiple stops though.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
because he's got
that.
he's got like 4 kids, right? You got like 3 or
That's
4,
right.
4 kids.
Oh wow. You never have
Yeah,
any
yeah.
spare time.
No, that's 3.
Or 3.
The fourth kid is my work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, since Stan's here, I'm gonna hit record because that's usually when we hit record. So
Oh jeez. Sorry
It's-
about that, guys.
Yeah,
we
been
still-
recording already.
well, we've got the live stream. It's just I only hit record for the sake of Tan, you know.
Don't worry. The National Security Agency has been recording everything. Don't worry, Mark. It's somewhere.
No, Tan gets mad at me when I don't do it. Like he's like, "How dare you not record
You
this?"
recording?
Like the first episode we had of this show, we
No
were
intro.
we were sitting there and it was just me and Tan, and I knew it was just gonna be me and Tan. I did. I actually like, dude. We're probably not gonna have anybody come on. I didn't say that to him, right? But he's sitting there and he just looks at the screen. He looks at the screen and he goes, "I don't think anybody's gonna show up." He was just so freaking upset about that,
Well,
dude.
you guys were there. You know, you got 2. That's a quorum.
But when it dawned on him, he just
He
looks
set
at the
me up.
screen. Yeah. He just
You
looks
set me up.
Poor cat.
He just looked right at the screen too, and he's like, I don't think anybody's going to show up.
Must have been hilarious to you back then.
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of went without saying because, like, I tried the first episode with Mark Edworthy, and that was a horrible disaster. Like, the audio was all messed up, and
yeah, that was I was still using those rubbish microphones. Yeah,
that was before I was warming up to you. I used to think you were popular.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
on time.
Yeah.
Smartest man on the internet. I think we do have a really good brains trust here today. This is pretty good. We got some of the more intelligent people on the internet here tonight.
Well, yeah. Well, if you can get Mark and Tan together, man, you got like the dream team. To be honest, like, these two freaking are like they are minds.com.
Well, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's true. They deny it. They are really humble people.
Yeah, we don't look for much.
You know, but
We were talking about recovery from alcoholism a little bit today, Tan, and
yeah,
I remember something that I'm going to bring him up because you're here now. G.K. Chesterton talked about alcohol, and of course he was a drinker, but I think not a drunk or an alcoholic. But he said he talked about, what was it? He said something along the line of, they talked about the problem of drink, and it's not the problem with the drink; it's the problem of the drinker. You know, it's the person. And what was the suggestion? Don't drink if you feel you need to. Don't drink medicinally. Don't drink this or that. If you're going to have a drink, it should be when you're happy. And
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But for some people, even one drink is too much. You know, they just can't. They don't like it, basically. And I think anyone that decides they're going to quit drinking for whatever reason, and we were talking about people being in different states. Some people, it's just pathological. You know, they drink to the point where they kill themselves, they harm themselves physically and all the people around them. But other people just feel like, you know, they just don't like to drink anymore. And, you know, I think you've got to respect that approach too. But have you ever felt you've gone overboard with drinking? I don't even know if you do drink.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Otto.
Oh, okay. You have no experience with overdoing it.
I don't have a drinking problem.
I've seen you with the odd can or the odd glass.
Yeah. Well, you know, I just you know, I have a bottle of beer on my hand on every Roundtable stream, but I don't have a drinking problem.
Well, that's good.
No, you don't. You got a run table.
That's what alcoholics say.
You know, yeah. It's not a problem.
I don't have a problem.
I didn't drop it.
I don't have a drinking problem. Drinking has a problem with me.
That's it. These are all of the wonderful little sayings we have.
I don't know too much about Chesterton's whatever research experiment on the problem with drinking, but it sounds a lot like C.S. Lewis, The Problem of Pain, which is one of C.S. Lewis, one of his writing. It's about why we have suffering in the world. But you can extrapolate it to why do we have drinking in this world?
Why do we have suffering in the world? Do you remember his thesis offhand?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the whole core of Christianity as an alternative to Buddhism, where in Buddhism you try to get away from suffering, or you try to avoid suffering, right?
Yeah, you want to.
Suffering is the cycle of the mortals, and if you break out of that cycle of reincarnation and suffering, you get to nirvana, and that's how you attain your enlightenment according to Buddhism. But in Christianity, the suffering is a part of this fallen world, and the point of having suffering is for us to actually go through it, not avoid it. To go. So that's why there's something called redemptive suffering in Christianity. So the suffering has meaning. It's not meaningless. And I think people, if you talk to people who has gone through suffering and not give up out of it, they come out on the other side completely enlightened person in the Buddhist sense. But they've learned something out of that journey, and it was meaningful, right?
Yeah, go on.
I think that's the thesis of C.S. Lewis's problem of pain. Yeah.
Interesting. I've had a similar discussion about the fact that when we go through suffering, very often it's a tool of growth, right?
Yeah.
We very often do grow through suffering.
Yeah.
But at the same time, one of the things that we learn as we go through suffering is that we don't want to suffer. And I would say that if we go through suffering and we come out the other end a stronger, better person, as you're talking about it with redemptive suffering, I think the process of in Buddhism, it's not so much avoiding suffering as the way I'd put it is there is suffering, and much of it is, in fact, all of it ultimately is caused by us. There is always pain, and a pain is different. And I will be right there with you about redemptive pain, because yes, when we have to go through painful things, I live with arthritis. I have other friends of mine that live with much worse pains. And I've even shocked my doctor. I remember once, like, you should be in a lot of pain. I am. It's like about I don't want painkillers or whatever. But from the Buddhist point, it's the suffering, at least for me, has to do with, like, if you hurt your foot, you have the pain of hurting your foot, but the suffering is when you sit there and go, oh, I've hurt my foot. If only it wasn't hurt, then I could have, run the race today. It has more to do with like sloppy thinking.
Okay.
Ultimately, Buddhism, and we talked about this before, I think Buddhism is really addressing a lot of stuff that you don't really think of as religious in the West. The Buddha doesn't really turn to a lot of what we would consider spiritual questions. I think his attitude was, go to your spiritual advisor for that. We're here talking about controlling our own minds and reducing the unnecessary suffering we're making for ourselves. And I would say that itself, it's kind of suffering to go through learning how to admit that you're the cause of a lot of your own suffering. And that itself is a kind of redemptive suffering, perhaps, because you're suffering through until you can understand how to stop hurting yourself. I was talking to Roger about this. With me, it's like I spent a lot of my life, walking through the woods. I use the metaphor of hitting my head against a tree, and I'll just hit my head against the tree, and then I'll hit my head for years, and then I'll suddenly wake up and say, oh, look, I'm hitting my head against a tree. That's really dumb. Then I'll hit my head against the tree for another year or two, and then I'll say, oh, maybe I should walk in a different direction, and I do, and then I usually walk into another tree. But it's so I see about, we've got the Passion of Christ, we've got the suffering servant. Suffering is an important part of that, but maybe it's the translation of the term. It's in Buddhism, it has little to do with pain, except yes, you've got to bear up under the pain, and I think that can be redemptive. But yeah, you're trying to escape from suffering, but you're escaping from the suffering that you're creating. So it's more like you being a more responsible person.
In Christianity, Otto, you also escape from it because you have the model that Jesus Christ suffered once and for all for you. You do not need to suffer. When you have something, give it to him and let him bear the suffering for you. accept the forgiveness, and start again. So there is the same idea in Christianity, just with a different mechanism for letting go.
That sounds like what I was listening to, that Dr. V video about the path of the mind and the path of the heart, because Buddhism is profoundly psychological. If it was invented today, I think it would be considered a school of philosophy or psychology.
Yes.
More than a religion. Of course, it is a religion, especially concerning, IRS tax exempt status. It's definitely a religion. We're not moving away from that anytime soon. But I have noticed that a lot of the questions it deals with and a lot of the answers, and Buddhism is very much having to do with mental processes, step by step, looking at it from the way we think about things, as opposed to opening our hearts to something higher. The idea of someone else taking on our suffering is a beautiful thought, but we still have to translate that into removing the suffering from ourselves. One can, what was it, I remember somebody said, I pray with my lips, eventually I'll pray with my heart. You can say these things, but you're not necessarily going to feel it right away.
Yeah,
So.
there's also another saying, it's like, you fake it until you make it.
Yeah, in music, yeah.
Yeah. You just pretend like you know what you're doing, and eventually.
That was my first couple of years on stage. That was me. I was like, I'll just pretend play here. I kind of know what I'm doing. I've turned down a little bit.
The whole knowledge thing, it's salvation through knowledge.
Hey, V is here.
Hello, V.
You
You are here.
Sounds
We're
like your
all
throat
here.
got a lot better.
I'm a little better.
You sound a little stuffed up though, dude.
No, I'm just in a lot of pain.
Oh no, we were talking about redemptive suffering. You were just in time.
The suffering will redeem you.
Well, let's talk about suffering. Imagine having an earache, which somehow creates some dormant tooth pain somehow. And that's with my usual chronic neck pain.
Ooh, is it your right ear?
Left ear, left tooth.
The opposite of my ear. Oh, I always get bad earaches in my right ear. You're a left ear guy. Interesting.
I have an injury with my shoulder, injury with my elbow. So non-stop lightning storm through my body for about solid 4 days, 5 days.
I wondered why you were so quiet. Wow.
Just to move an inch, it was just like I was looking like I had Tourette's, just arms just jerking.
Wow.
Voluntary movement, just because there's so much overload in my nerve endings. Yeah, it got pretty bad there for a second.
Wow, that sucked, man. I'm glad you're feeling better. I hope you're feeling better.
Did you take any painkiller medicine, or how do you cope with it?
Well, so the earache thing, combining with everything else, that's a wash. There's nothing I can do to cope with that. I can do all the drugs in the world. I can have all the massagers. I can do everything. It just overrides everything. So it's just I have to sit there and take it.
Did they give you fevers or no?
Dude,
just pain.
In a condition to get up to go to the emergency room.
Wow.
Like any movement. I was basically just laying in bed being self-electrocuted.
I hate it when you're too sick to go to the doctor. That's bad.
Yeah. So, so I can't regulate my body temperature. Not to make this all about me, but so I can't regulate my body temperature because of vaccine injury and other things. So like I like the cold because I can't stand the heat. I can't do anything with the heat. Cold I love. Throw me on ice. I'm happy. So, but I can't tell when it's too cold because of that. So things like getting earache or sore throat, these things become my only telltale signs that I'm cold.
Wow. Wow.
So, I pretty much occupy. I stay in a basement, huge basement, whole thing to myself. The thing is, with how it's been so cold here, I'm underground and it's like 45 degrees in the basement, and I don't know that. I had to put up a thermometer
Wow.
to tell when it's too cold. I should probably cover up my ears, or I should probably wrap my head or something. Little basic things to take care of myself that I'm not used to doing. But I have to.
And it's been like that for 2 weeks?
Well, it's kind of been like that since I've been here in this particular location. Illinois winters, it's no joke.
Wow.
It's,
Wow. That's really sucky.
Yeah, it's wow. Yeah. So, anyways, I'm trying to push forward, and yeah, if it's not like near life or death, I can usually participate in things. And if not, well, then I'll just live dub with you guys.
There you go.
I think we missed you with the sound effects.
Well,
Yeah, we wanted you on the sound effects for
The drama that the guys.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
listening in last night and it was pretty good, but
I had to bail out of that because I did have some medications. I do have my gummies, like I always have, but
Hey.
tripled, quadrupled my intake of that.
Whoa. Woohoo.
Over the past several days, almost a week. So, yeah, those things aren't cheap.
No.
But yeah, I'm recovering. I'm alive. So, just that's the good news for the show.
Glad you're on the mend.
Yeah.
You noticed he said it was good news for us.
Yeah.
yeah, yep.
So,
Good news, everyone. I'm back.
yeah.
We can start the show again.
Put on the applause.
Yeah,
He's the
yeah,
one
we'll
with
have
the sound effects. That's the
I'm
thing.
actually not connected to anything. I really just wanted to stop in and say hello to everybody.
We love you, buddy.
Much last time.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
He said that he's thinking about smoking crack too. So kinda,
uh-oh.
well,
That may help with the pain, but I think you end up with a bigger problem.
Yeah, I think that's not the cure is worse than the disease there. So.
that's how I finally ended the conversation. I'm like,
Have you thought of crack?
Funny enough, I was saying to Roger just before we started, in my Minds Music group, I just found a copy, or I've just posted a reference to a copy or created a post out of the Stranglers' Golden Brown, which is a direct a reference to heroin.
Oh wow!
Wow, it's a good song. But
I thought he was going to give me a TOS warning for talking about crack.
oh no, there's nothing. I mean, it's like you worry about getting better. Don't go smoking crack, man. If you're
No, but she.
No.
That's not the
Who
kind of
was the one that gave him the idea?
No, I would never give anybody the idea to do crack.
Never.
no,
You know.
not that kind of crack.
Not punch him in the throat, Hanson. Not you. No.
Now we can't be talking about that. Bob Dub's here, and
Right. Sorry, Bob.
we have the Bob Dub rule going. So
Yes,
I
Bob Dub rules.
want to keep Bob Dub around, and I don't.
Bob Dub should yell at us when we get out of line.
Well, she'll yell at me because I get out of line way too much. She has to say,
I'll hear
Roger.
about it too. Yeah, I'll hear about it too. So.
Guys, I just yell. Don't take it personal.
Yeah.
Freak, man!
Guys,
I think your friends are used to it by now, Bob. I think.
is this Minds Roundtable or what are you guys doing right now?
Yeah, this is
Mind Roundtable, yeah.
Yeah.
I had to ask you. I got confused because we're changing all the shows around.
Well, we what we had to do is bring it back to Friday because like, Mark and Tan
I
are
was okay. I was okay with it.
they're
Well, actually, I was sort of okay, but because Thursdays do drag a bit.
well Friday.
Wasn't too bad, but
Friday always, it's like right now. I mean, it just feels like Minds Roundtable. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Yeah.
it's
We're
Friday.
all the way to midnight.
Well, you know, I
Sorry,
mentioned that last week, and I rubbed it in because like you said this before, and I was like, you guys are so full of crap because it's like you guys did that last week. We stayed on until what?
Midnight. Then you'd have the headline after midnight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was that last week?
Yeah, that was last week. But
Mhm.
before that, it was like
yeah.
it was all you guys.
it's okay for you guys. Yeah, midnight, 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock,
Well, Mark.
6 a.m.
You're the ringleader
Okay, yeah,
behind it.
sometimes.
You're the ringleader behind all of it. Like
Yep.
like
You're the real trooper, Mark. I mean,
it's like
You the man.
you never shy away from whatever time we propose, even if it's 5 a.m., 6 a.m. your time.
No, not completely true.
Well,
on now.
more often than not.
This is the kind of men that built the empire. That's why there's a Canada.
you know.
That's why there's an America today.
I passed on the word to British Columbia because they've been saying really hard things about you guys over in Ontario.
Really?
You know,
Right?
I'm Ontario.
you know, and I told them that like word is out of Ontario that like people from BC are like a bunch of pussies.
No. Oh. Hey,
Yeah.
Roger, what happened to language?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
No.
Well, I
Put
mean,
one
like
in the
they
jar.
were
Put
they
one
were
in the jar.
saying horrible things about you. Like they were saying that you guys are like trying to take over their country or their
Their problem?
Their province.
There we go, Pete. Good man.
Wait, I think you're mistaking BC with Alberta.
No, Vancouver. That's who they're talking
You're
about.
pretty sure? You're pretty sure it's BC?
You-
I told them like, you know, people over in Vancouver, they do like crazy stuff. Like they go to like Blue Mountain and have barbecues in the middle of a snowstorm. And,
No, you're messed up. Blue Mountains in Ontario, man.
Oh, wow.
well, people from Vancouver go to Ontario and
Dude,
Yeah.
you go to
You're
Blue
talking
Mountain.
You're
And
talking
have-
about Neotis.
Getting kidnapped by natives.
Get kidnapped by Sasquatches up there.
Sasquatches.
Sasquatch country.
Yeah,
Canada.
getting eaten up by the natives.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Dub didn't get to see that episode. So
What's the province that's trying to secede now? They're talking about it seriously.
BC, that's British
No,
Columbia.
Alberta.
Okay.
Alberta.
In
Alberta
Alberta,
is?
yeah, I heard something
Alberta.
about them. They're basically they're basically like the source of economic prosperity for the rest of the country, and they feel like they're
Yeah.
being punished or something. I haven't been
Right.
following it too much myself, but I know people that are, and apparently there's quite a popular support for this. I don't know. What do you hear up there in Canada, Tan?
Yeah, I think that you get the main gist of it, although they're not talking about completely separating. It is exactly like you said, that they feel like they're being unfairly treated for the amount of contribution they give to the Federation. So
Right.
they want better treatment from Ottawa. That's all. And
So you think
there's some side polling going on about people who want to separate from Canada, but I think it's just posturing, right? Because in practice, it's virtually impossible for them to unilaterally separate
Yeah,
from.
so it's like a bargaining chip, like a bargaining chip.
Yeah.
we have spoken a lot about this on Nioki's show because he's from that part of the world, and I think he's pretty pro splitting himself. But yeah, you could. I keep on making the sort of argument that you want to know until a vote has been made, and even if the vote is made, a referendum can be ignored anyway.
Well, I just don't.
They have to be approved by the other provinces too.
I just don't want them to join the United States. You know.
What isn't that what Donald Trump was saying?
Yeah, but we don't.
He's offering.
Yeah, we don't.
He just likes to stir the pot. I don't know if he's serious either.
He's offering Minnesota in place of Alberta.
And you know why he wants Greenland, don't you? He's gonna deport everybody from that province to freaking Greenland, and all the French people are going back to France.
Conspiracy theories.
I think the French might have something to say about that, but
no, they won't. They don't have a choice in it. Like it's you just gotta go. That's it. You can go to Ontario if you want to, if they'll have you. But
right,
you know.
Well, I remember when one of my uncles was a member of the Canal Commission down in Panama, Republic of Panama. And this was during the Jimmy Carter administration. And at that time, we had the Canal Zone, which was American territory right in the middle of the country of Panama. And we paid like so many millions of dollars a year as rent to the Panamanian government in return for having the canal and the Canal Zone. And every time it was time to like renew the lease, Panama would say, "Oh, we want our canal back, da 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 da." It was just to get more money. And the U.S. says, "Well, we'll give you another couple million." They say, "Great," and they'd sign off. So what happened was it came up time again for the lease, and a guy running the country then was this guy named Omar Torrijos. And Omar is like, "Well, Panama wants sovereignty over it, da 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 da." And so Carter said, "Okay, have it." And Panama was like, "What? We don't really." They didn't really want the canal, but they gave it to them. And what's interesting is within, I think it was my uncle was telling me, because he was one of two Americans they retained on the commission after it went over to Panamanian control, but he was still associated with it. And he said what happened was, after a few years, the mules are these they're like tractors on they're like little train locomotives that pull the ships through the canals. Originally they were actually mules, but they're like these mechanical things. They started breaking down. And one would break down, they just use another one. And that, within a very short time, they were all falling apart and this and that. And they started complaining to the U.S., "You gave us all this substandard equipment." And it's like, this stuff was built in like 1914, a lot of it. It ran great for us for the last, 60 years. They just didn't do the maintenance on it very well. And of course, after that, it got messy and the Chinese and yada, yada, yada. But end of the day, you do have these bargaining chip positions. So when they're saying we're going to secede and the U.S. is going to take us on and da 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 da, and it's just a bargaining chip, Trump's the kind of guy that would actually go through with it if they actually did to do that. He's wacky and zany enough.
Yeah.
I think it's not meant serious. I don't think I can see where that would be a bargaining chip. I didn't know how much power the provinces actually have to secede up in Canada. I know that there is. It's a lot easier than states seceding. We tried that back in 1865, whenever it was. It didn't work very well. But I did understand that there was a process where they can actually secede. I didn't realize that all the other provinces had to agree, though.
Yeah, the other provinces have to agree. Yeah.
Well, that was actually kind of like a slap in the United States face, because it was, if you remember back in the early 2000s, they did a vote where Canada went through to decide if they wanted to stay with England or if they wanted to separate
did
the Commonwealth.
Australia
Right.
a bit later on. Yeah.
And the whole thing behind that was because there was a thing going on back then with the United States and England as well, where it was kind of like an ego thing. Now here in the United States, it's illegal according to the United States to go against the Union. If you want to secede as a state against the United States Union, then it's automatic declaration of war. You know, a lot of people don't know that. You know that.
Really?
Yeah, it's
Wow.
through the Proclamation Declaration. That freed the slaves, but it was also a double-edged sword.
That
It-
didn't work for Texas, though.
well,
When
Texas
became independent.
became a part of the United States in a different arrangement, and so I mean it's. But the proclamation, that's what that did. It actually made it to where it was an automatic act of war if you tried to secede from the Union.
Huh.
And that's kind of where Canada did the whole thing, where they did. It was just kind of like a show of ego. Look how great we are compared to you. Which, in a sense, I agree that. That's something that the United States should never have done. If a state wants to secede, they should have the right to do it without any kind of aggression. But
Well, the Supreme Court was also close to agreeing with you, Roger. As I recall, Lincoln was very close to arresting the Supreme Court at one point if they wouldn't agree with him that he could stop the secession.
it's crazy.
I was going to say it could be worse. It could be the contest with the Chagos Islands, Britain and Moorish.
Now that one was just here recently, wasn't it?
It's still going on.
Yeah. Well, those are a bunch of rich, powerful people, though. I mean, like, I did research into those people. They live like down in Sussex and stuff. Like these are people that got imported in from that island, given like tons of money for their property on this island, and now they live in mansions. And they're saying that they want their island back. You know what I mean?
I think that's a bit of a stereotype. I don't think
Well, I'm
perhaps
pretty sure it's a
that's
pretty good.
To give their
stereotype.
mansion back, they could have their island back, right?
Right. Well, that goes into what you guys were talking about too. It's just a political ploy. I mean, that's really what it is. Like these people are living high off the hog in freaking England.
Maybe.
We actually did a show on it, dude.
Yeah, you made a lot of wild sort of.
No, they were facts. I actually checked it out while we were doing the show. These people are like living in the richest areas.
You still made fairly broad arguments there, I think.
Well, they live in like some of the richest areas of England, dude. I mean, the people who are wanting that freaking island back are rich. They are filthy rich.
All of them are. Okay.
Well, if they're rich, they should have an island if they want one, right?
Right.
They can use that wealth for political influence. Get me my
On the
island.
other hand, it could be the same sort of arguments as the Falkland Islands. Or Falkland
Los Islas Malvinas, por favor.
Yeah.
That's like not Hollywood, but Beverly Hills saying they want their own country. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you could have it. But, this reminds me of something. It's sort of unrelated, but I know that goes back a very long way. There were arguments about fishing rights off of eastern Canada with the French, because the French would go out there and fish. And there was at one point where they had like an actual British patrol out there to like maintain the treaty. They had like special treaties about how much fish you could take and this and that. But I seem to remember something. I was listening to it on the radio, and this must have been, it had to be like the late 80s or early 90s. And something about the French actually sent the Foreign Legion to an island off the coast of Canada at one point or something. It was something about the British, the Canadian fleet was going to go out and try to stop these French factory ships, which they claimed were just sucking in all the fish. Something like that. And I believe they actually got some military units were involved. I mean, everything was settled. There was no shots were fired. Obviously, Canada and France are not going to start shooting at each other. But there was like a rumble, I guess you'd call it, over the fish. Again, this is something I'm remembering from years ago, 40 years ago.
Yeah,
so.
Yes, that reminds me of the so-called Cod Wars, Iceland and Britain. Yeah, I think 75, 76. Similar sort of situation there. Yeah, 76. Similar sort of situation there, where it could have gone into a sort of full-scale conflict.
Right.
Especially with Canada, though, because like Canada is just infested with French people. You know what I mean? Like, if
my stink gland is weak.
if you,
Well, infested with French people. It's just one province, man. Even though we're a bilingual country, it's just Quebec.
That seems kind of odd that they make the whole country learn French when only one tiny area of it.
Right.
I am sure that in Manitoba they're not all speaking French fluently all the time. In Saskatchewan, we're really into our French classes here. I mean,
see, I would be better with Canadian politics if I could understand how it works, because it's really tricky. It really is.
Canadian politics is very boring,
No.
It's boring. It's very boring compared to the United States.
Things like Prime Minister's question or British Prime Minister's questions on Wednesdays.
Hold on. I want to point something out. There's politics. There's real politics, and then there's what you call politics. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now Canada's politics are not boring. They are very interesting if you look at it as real politics. Now, like the fact that whenever somebody's running for office, they have to speak both in French and English.
That's true.
Really? That's crazy.
That is
they
insane.
Need to learn French if they can't.
Right. And they've actually started catching Canadian politicians saying two separate things entirely because of the languages. like they will tell French people what they want to hear, and then they'll turn around and say the complete opposite to people who speak English because that's what they want to hear.
Politicians dream, actually.
Who does that?
Canadians.
Canadian, man.
That's an answer.
Which
Canadian guy?
They're the only country that I know who does that.
Doesn't the United States have a bilingual?
We don't. I mean,
no,
we don't do that.
Spanish is not a official language.
There are areas of the country where I've lived in places where Spanish is very widely spoken. We don't have any official bilingualism. I know, usually, if you go to a government office, they'll have the forms printed in like a dozen languages, just to make it easier for people. But there's no official. I don't even think we have an official language as such. They might have changed that recently. But I have lived in places where I lived in a place called Little Haiti for a short time, Northwest 58th Street in Miami, and all you heard was Creole. You never heard English there. And I've lived places with a very large Spanish-speaking population. And around here, actually, we have, it's an agricultural area, and they do have migrant workers come in, all legal, of course, but they do have migrant workers come in who mostly speak Spanish. And, you run into the store. I get to practice my Spanish a little bit. Hola, ¿qué pasa, amigo? Stuff like that. But English is the official. That's the most widely spoken language. In theory, if you speak English, you can go anywhere in the United States and be understood more or less.
And our schools are real lenient about helping Spanish students. Like, they'll have classes set up to where they are like Spanish teachers that teach Spanish students.
It sounds like Spanish is bordering to become an official language in your country, because Recently, did you not notice that your Secretary of State spoke in Spanish in one of his press conferences? He
Not
started,
only
so President Trump starts speaking English, and then he asked Marco Rubio to translate or ask for an interpreter or something, and then Marco said, "Hey, I can translate it," and then he starts spewing out Spanish, and he's very eloquent in it too.
Bob,
Yeah.
you have to speak up louder because those Canadians, they just like to just make it to where you can't talk. So
They dominate the conversation.
you were
The maple leaf has arrived.
you were getting ready to say something. What was you gonna say? Is she there?
Bob?
I was getting ready to say something.
Was you getting ready to say something?
No, dude, I'm just listening to you guys talking about interesting stuff.
Oh,
I've got something on actually. There was a case. There was a by-election in UK in the Gorton and Denton constituency back in late February, where the Green Party actually started advertising in Urdu.
Urdu. Oh yeah.
And that's being investigated. I believe that's being investigated at the moment because this one I think actually they did win the election, the Green Party, and there's questions about if that was legitimate or not.
Huh.
Urdu is the language of Pakistan, right?
Yeah.
Are there a big population of Pakistanis in the UK?
See that? Yeah. That's kind of why I like our Constitution, is because like a lot of the stuff that you guys talk about in your politics when it comes to constitutional law, it's a lot different than what ours is. You know what I mean? Because like we kind of like make it a generalization rather than be very specific about things. Like our Bill of Rights, the reason why the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists had their issues here in the United States was because the Federalists didn't think that the Bill of Rights should have been written, because when you make Bill of Rights, it gives the impression that those are the only rights you have, whereas the Constitution doesn't say that. It says that we are free men, you know what I mean, according to our conscience. So if you're doing the right thing, then you're a free man, period, and the government has no right to tell you what to do as long as you're doing the right thing.
Define the right thing.
You know what it is. You go according to your conscience, and if you're not consciously able to determine what the right thing or the wrong thing is, and then the group conscience, which is our sovereignty, takes over and shows you what the right thing is. That's called prison.
That's sort of like the Volksgenossen concept in National Socialism.
Yeah.
The idea that the authority ultimately derives from the people. But to go back a little bit to something Mark said earlier, and I think I've mentioned this before, you mentioned the Prime Minister's questions, which I think I told you I had an experience many years ago. I was working somewhere overnights and the TV was on and they were just showing like just live streaming political stuff, and it was the middle of the night, and they were live streaming Parliament, and it must have been, what did you say, Mark, Wednesday nights? Must have been Wednesday for them, and I believe it was Tony Blair. I could be mistaken, so that's how long ago this was. And I think we probably had Bush Jr. in the White House, who was not the most eloquent of people. And I just remember, whatever else you think about Blair, he had to field these really difficult questions from people who were obviously his political opponents. And they'd throw hardballs at him. What about this? What about that? And he had to answer right then and there. And I mean, he could say, well, I want notice of that, da-da-da. But most of the time, he just fielded the questions as they came without a script. And I was thinking to myself, I wish we had a leader that could do that, because I don't think like George Bush the Younger could possibly, much less, Brandon and like I've said before, our politics have not attracted intelligent people for the most part, because intelligent people are not wanted or needed at higher political office. Every person that goes into the United States Senate comes out a millionaire at the end of their first term. And this is obvious. It's open. Nobody says anything. They actually have special laws written. I think it's in the state of Delaware, where they have all kinds of tax breaks. And you have to be a really stupid person not to come out of politics really wealthy, as long as you do what you're told. You go along with the party. You go along with what the people giving you money say. And so when you get intelligent, an intelligent person would be really bored there. But we do have a handful of really bright guys. You get guys like Rand Paul, you get guys like Senator Kennedy, and whatever else you say about those guys, whether you agree or disagree with their policies, they're pretty bright guys. They're very witty, they're intelligent, and they know what they're talking about. And then when 9 times out of 10, though, if I turn on a political speech, which I never do deliberately, it's just this boring. But one of the great things about Trump was he is so bloody entertaining. I mean, he is the greatest stand-up comedian to be in the White House since Theodore Roosevelt. I think he is going to be remembered as the Teddy Roosevelt of his time. He's certainly taking a lot out of the Roosevelt playbook, But when you get these guys, they really it's unusual, because most of the people that I see in politics are just time-serving, very boring people that are not overly bright. They just want the money. They want their payoff. And maybe I'm being a bit cynical about it, but I don't have much use for mainstream politics, to tell you the truth.
You haven't seen nothing yet. You wait until John Bon Jovi becomes president, dude. He's just gonna rock. He's just gonna rock the world, dude.
I am just thinking.
He's gonna get up there and he's gonna say, "I'm a cowboy. On a steel horse I ride."
Intelligent and charismatic people. Have you seen the current government of the UK?
No, I'm not familiar with what's going on at all.
You would not call Starmer, Lammy, and Reeves, and you wouldn't call them intelligent or charismatic. Especially not charismatic.
I wasn't aware of any of this until I met this man. This man and Naroki have literally just destroyed me when it comes to when it comes to England and Canada, dude. I'm just completely demolished. It's crazy. And
poor Roger.
Tan's the only sane one out of us, to be honest, I think.
Well,
I'm not the insane person. It's everybody around me.
Yeah,
that's right.
Here's the sanest man here. Or person, because we've got Bob here as well. The sanest person here also has the firmest and most orthodox religious faith too. I'll just point that out.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I don't know if that's
B's not really technically talking, so I mean,
he's doing sound effects. He's contributing.
Well, I mean, you said the most orthodox religion there is. I mean, B's probably the most orthodox religious person I know.
I thought he was a Gnostic. I'm a weird Buddhist. I'm not even a traditional Buddhist, really. I'm not.
No, I'm gonna tell you something right there, man. You don't mess with the Buddhists, okay? Like the first time I got on that Discord channel that you had me come on to, I went on there and I just was wanting to do small talk about the invention of the will. And these guys jumped on me like you would not believe.
You got Pure going. He's a Pure Land Buddhist. That's not really.
Well, I'm just giving people out there warnings. Do not discuss the invention of the will with Buddhists.
But I'm just an emotionally troubled rookie. Look what I have to offer.
Well, it's like anything else. Any group of people are going to have, and that group is particularly dysfunctional in some ways. They're all like internet weirdos.
They're good. They're good people.
They're good people.
Why would you educate these guys that clearly want to kill you and then only watch them by taking a picture every couple of hours?
And I wanna clear something up tonight because I let it slide last time. Tan, I am not Buddhist.
He's not a Buddhist. He's not a Buddhist.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't fit in with the Buddhist even. Okay, that's how weird I am when it comes to the stuff I talk about. Like,
Did I give you the idea that I thought you were Buddhist?
you kind of implied it. Yeah. Some pseudo Buddhist kind of stuff. You're right. Like I am not Buddhist. So I just want to clear that up.
There's a lot of different kinds of, but I mean, I do the Navakavada thing, and one of the more important points of that, it's pretty much traditional Theravada, but one thing we accept is in traditional Theravada, basically the idea is that you can only gain enlightenment, release, whatever you want to call it, through Buddhism. There's no other way. The Buddha said, is there any other way? And he said, if you teach all the things I teach, yes. We say, and our patriarch says, no, you can find this through other paths. That's why we're open to, there's nothing to my mind which makes Buddhism, as I understand it, incompatible with holding other religious views, especially since Buddhism simply doesn't address a lot of these religious questions. I don't think there's anything personally, and people will argue with me, and a lot of Buddhists would disagree with me, but I think you can hold to Buddhist ideas and still be a good practitioner of like Christianity. I'm reminded of a Zen temple that set up downstate from me, and it was formerly a Catholic organization, and there were a lot of crucifixes still on the, built into concrete and stuff in some of the buildings. And the monks just left them there. And people saying, why do you leave up there? Why would we remove them? It's simply somebody's religious faith. We're not against anyone's religious faith. They weren't threatened by it. They didn't feel like they don't want to replace your religion.
Hold on a second. Other paths. I mean, come on. I mean, has no one ever been held by a loving woman before? I mean, there's many paths. There's so many paths.
We're all on a path, but they don't all lead to the same place. And a lot of them lead to places that you don't want to go. The Buddha said there's some paths, they take you to a beautiful, cool lake. Other paths take you to a burning pit. And so you got to be careful. Then paths can be very nice and very pleasant.
In other words, ask for a venereal disease test, right?
That's one way, but it's you have to gang warily, as the Scots say. It's one of my favorite expressions. You have to go carefully. And be aware of where you're going to, because there's a lot of things that'll fool us onto these side paths. But I think more than one path does lead to the top, but not many, and they usually are not very pleasant to get there. But the idea is it's worth it in the end. I'd rather have a hard path and get to somewhere nice than a nice path and get somewhere hard, if you know what I mean. But that's a path. What you're talking about there, V, that is a path, and it's even a path in some kinds of Buddhism. You go into the Vajrayana, the tantric kind of stuff, but that has more to do with, I think, when Buddhism comes into a culture, it's not saying you can't believe in this stuff anymore, but as people accept Buddhism, they tend to look at their traditional ideas in a more Buddhist light, looking at it in terms of suffering, in terms of control of our own minds. And I think you tend to refocus how you're looking at your religious traditions with Buddhist ideas in mind. But it's not like a wholesale replacement, or no, you're not allowed to do that anymore. It's just like, hey, we're here to sit and breathe and look at ourselves. That's all we're doing here. We're not talking about where the universe came from. That the Buddha very, very famously was asked, is the universe finite or infinite? Was it created? If it was created, who created it? If an arhat dies, does he exist after death? Does he not exist after death? What happens when he dies? We're not talking about that. We're talking about getting a hold of your own mind, seeing how it works. And once your mind works better, then you can address these questions more sanely, I think. And with the unicorn is back. Dun, 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 dun. I love that hat. That is a cool hat.
Also not true. That's also not true, because there's Buddhists who go into long things about how there's Devas with body odor and seven levels of this, and these many people are there. So you say that as if it's a really good philosophy, but it's entwined and twisted up with a lot of very weird superstition and spiritualism.
Well, yeah, but all that was pre-existing. And a lot of what you're talking about has to do with Southeast Asian traditions, especially like, Ceylon, Burma, and Thailand. A lot of that comes out of. And I think that's basically, that was all pre-existing. These all more or less got absorbed into people's thinking as they embraced Buddhism. So Buddhism didn't say you have to stop believing in all these spirits and things that these people are basically animists. They think there's a spirit in everything. And this is, there are Christian traditions that talk about, you've got God, then you've got different levels of semi-divine beings, archangels, angels, powers, principalities, thrones, dominions, and so forth. It's not really so much different from that. I think but yeah, I don't think those were intrinsic to Buddhism so much as that was the culture in which Buddhism came out of and grew into. So they basically left those in place. If you're going to talk about a spirit, well, we're going to talk about it from a Buddhist perspective, kind of deal. So, but yeah, there is a lot of that mythological stuff in there. And it's like anything else. You can believe these things literally, or you can look on them as being metaphorical. I tend to look on them as very metaphorical. There's that story in the canon about when the Buddha was born, he took 7 little footsteps when he was first born, and every place he stepped, a lotus sprang up. And then he pointed up and he said, everything above, everything below, there is no one in the world as wonderful as me, or words to that effect. I don't think that happened. I do not think that happened. And most Buddhists I know don't actually literally believe in a lot of that stuff, but it's there for people that need to hang their hat on that kind of a metaphysical tree.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that phrase that you were quoting.
Which one?
Above the sky and below ground, I'm the only
yeah. I don't think that happened. That's a later. His mom giving birth to himself.
Maybe I don't think it means what we think it means.
Right.
But I don't know too much about their saying to comment, but I think he was trying to say something else. He was not saying that I am the ultimate. I'm the fabulous guy kind of thing. I don't think he was saying that.
No.
Who, me?
But just basically declaring his Buddhahood from the very moment, or at that time he'd be a bodhisattva, or bodhisattva if you like Sanskrit. So yeah, it's just this idea. I mean, if you read some of the commentary or some of the books and commentaries, it's like he's 54 foot tall and he's glowing and stuff like that. And I don't think that's the case, because we have we have other documents that say people are coming to visit the Buddha, right? They go to the grove and there's all these monks say, which one is the Buddha? Oh, he's that guy over there. They can't. What's a 54 foot tall guy over there? You can't miss him. It's just people had trouble because he had his head shaved. He did not wear a funny hairdo like in the statues. I do not think he didn't have a mustache or anything like that. He shaved his head like all the other guys did, and that was mostly probably just to keep the lice down. Living outdoors all the time. It was a hygienic thing. None of this. I think this all had very practical applications for these guys at the time. But yeah, there's always going to be a certain accrual of mythological elements around everything. But I tend to, and the Buddhism I follow tends to be very concentrated on the concrete meditation instructions, concrete instructions on how to control your mind. And the wisest always look on all this magical stuff as this is all just icing on the cake. Don't pay much attention to it. You start seeing, spiritual beings coming down to tell you messages and this and that. Gang warily, test everything. What they telling you makes sense? Does it accord with the Dhamma? Is it, if they're telling you something like, you are the all-being and you should just kill all your enemies? Like, no, that's not Buddhism. Just because some shining being tells you something. There's an old saying, Jacques Vallée said, just because a message comes from heaven doesn't mean it's not stupid. We always have to be aware of these messages we think are coming from heaven, because a lot of the times they're just coming from some part of ourselves that's not particularly nice. And that's something we always have to guard against.
But isn't that then also just as valid for Christianity? I mean, why is Buddhism metaphorical in its teaching, but Christianity is not? I mean, surely
I think it is metaphorical in its teaching, though, isn't it? I mean, I always thought a lot of, Christ taught in parables.
At different levels of heaven,
right? Well, I think you can argue that. I mean, if you're talking about spiritual ideas that go beyond our understanding, we can only understand things metaphorically through parables, through symbology. I don't think that Christianity isn't metaphorical. I think you can read any religion. I mean, on any level that you can approach it. For some people, it's going to be a metaphorical level, but I think some people need to hang their hat on literal understanding of mythological images. And if you have a good mythology, and I say the word mythology with all respect, not mythology in a dismissive way like it's not true. Mythology is really a higher truth in a way.
Yep.
You need to have this language to speak to that level of the human mind. And a really good religion will speak to you on all those levels at once. It's up to you to determine what level you're there to, I guess I'm using this, hang your hat on. For someone, I'm very mentally, psychologically oriented, as are many of the people here. So I'm going to be looking at things, well, that's metaphorical. How can I understand that more deeply? I had a friend of mine once, many years ago, and he said to me once, we're all descended from Adam and Eve, right? And I'm like, yeah, in the Bible. He says, well, what do you think that means? And his point was that we're all descended from Adam and Eve, that really we're all one family. I know there are people who literally believe that there was Adam and there was Eve, but there's also, for someone like me, the strength of the story is there is that teaching that we are all ultimately cousins, at least. We are none of us really separate, even though we might all be living in different places and have different life histories. We're all the same, basically, and that's the basis on which we connect. So I can believe that, but I must say I don't literally believe in a Garden of Eden as presented in the Old Testament. But I'm sure there are people that do. But since that is a very good, healthy mythological image, then hopefully they're getting some of that wisdom, even if it's only at the level that they're able to digest it.
Now,
if that makes sense.
You actually have brought up an interesting thing that I've actually caught on to, and it's about impermanence. Now, I think that's the one thing that really sets things apart. Like Buddhism believes that in heavens, like the
Deva realms, yeah.
But it's an impermanent type of heaven, like, because you are supposed to reincarnate back into the material world, the world that you actually create in the Deva planes actually is impermanent, so that fades away. I found that pretty interesting, and I think that's something that's really that really bites at Christians too, because for them heaven is eternal. You know what I mean?
That is a basic difference in Buddhist and Christian theology. Yes. In Buddhism, you have to remember too, though, when they're talking about a place being impermanent and constant, they're talking about they say in Buddhism eons, and an eon is defined as the lifespan of a universe. So if you have a heavenly realm and you go to a heavenly realm, and again, it's going to depend a lot on your mental state at the moment of death, where you're going to be going, along with a lot of other factors, which I'm not going to get into right now because it would take an hour and a half. But you get to heaven, and yes, it might be heaven as you expected, and you've got, the throne, and you're worshiping God, and everybody is happy in this. and this might very well be God, the creator of the universe and the ruler and everything like that, but only for this universe, because this universe will end. And now this does go against Christian theology and most other theologies, that there is an ending to everything. And that's why I always say, if you wind up in heaven, keep meditating, because that you are going to go someplace else, even if that it's at the end of the entire universe. And as again, I am no expert on Christian theology. As I understand it, you have the end times, and then you have the end of the world, and then it's for the rest of the universe, it's, you know, beer and Skittles, or harps and clouds and halos, if you like. But the universe comes to an end. It doesn't come to an end in Christian theology, as I understand it.
It
But
does.
in Buddhism, it's
I mean, the end of the world in Christianity is basically the end of the universe.
Well, what about
Right?
heaven?
I thought so. Heaven isn't included in the universe.
Heaven is not inside this universe.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And see,
So
that's
there's a basic difference.
yeah.
Because heaven is the dwelling of God, right?
Right.
And if God created the universe, how can he be in the universe? Right? I mean, he is in the universe in the sense that his essence is in everything that he created. But he's got to be, you know, he can't be inside the thing that he created.
He can create it though, but enter into it.
Now you're gonna get me
That's
into
right.
now you're gonna get me into science, and I'm gonna start telling
Not
you
science.
theories.
No, scientism is more probably.
Oh, annihilationism. That's what we call it in Buddhism. Annihilationism.
Well, can I say it's very refreshing to see an Asian Catholic go into a debate with
It's ironic, isn't it?
a Caucasian Buddhist.
Semi-Caucasian, anyway.
Right here
I
on
assume.
Mine's Roundtable weekend event, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. Yeah. Anything can happen. Anything's possible.
And
This
then
is
you know the icing.
You
The icing.
can't beat this show.
Right, the icing on the cake is Bob Dubs here too, dude. Like,
Yay,
you know what I
Bob!
mean?
Come on, V. Where are the horns and the applause?
There you go, man. Like,
And she's keeping me on my toes today.
that's right.
Good, I have to.
That's right. That's your job.
You like being on your toes. You dance well.
Thank you.
The thing about heaven and God and worship and everything is that why does that have to be a concrete thing of people worshiping God with angels for all time? I mean, it's a metaphor. There's no God, there's no angels, there's no worship. There's a concept that we're talking about. And so once we start trying to concretize that and give God a personality and make heaven a place, I mean, in terms of quantum physics, there are approximately 7 to 11 dimensions, and all of them exist at the same time in the same place. And so wherever God, or whatever God is and wherever God is, he's here with us, right here, overlapping this dimension. It's not that we go somewhere else. It's that we change state to become a different type of creature, a creature that exists in communion with the vast concepts of ruthless love, justice, truth, eternity. All these concepts are real. All the other is just an artist with a brush trying to conceptualize visually. There we go. Yay, doctor!
Applause.
Yay.
Yay.
Well,
the 7 or 8 dimension is still a theoretical thing, isn't it? I mean,
Yes, it's
Are
just another
there
way of
scientific papers about more than 4 dimensions? I mean, we know there are 3 dimensions in this universe for sure, and then the 4th dimension is time.
9
What are the others?
dimensions are the theoretical right now.
Yeah. The 5th dimension is what? What could that be?
So
this is just mathematical construct. We're not
Yeah.
the 4th dimension being time is ridiculous because time is a progression of events. And it's just another way to talk about things. We have 3 dimensions sitting within time. And so people talk about it as if it was a 4th dimension. But mathematically, in string theory, you can keep on adding different axes to the graph. You've got the x-axis and the y-axis.
Okay, I see.
And then the z, and then
the 11th dimensions are from string theories. Okay.
String theory.
Okay, so the idea here is that yes, there are supposed to be multiple dimensions. However, not everything is just spatial. So you have vectors. You have endpoint. You have your length, your depth, and your width, right? So it's your 3 vectors. Now you add on something called the temporal vector, time. That is what is thought as to be 4th dimension. However, you're not limited to that one temporal vector. You can add another temporal vector and essentially be able to freeze time, or even add another vector back in time, exist at all points simultaneously, giving some level of omniscience, I think. But this is why these you have Mixie-Piddlex, for example, DC universe, a 5th dimensional being who can just reshape reality with his thought on a 3rd dimensional level. So it's sort of like one of those things. Each one of these vectors you add to whatever dimension you're trying to define gives it its characteristics.
It is pretty interesting.
But I get what.
Can we visualize what the other dimension would be like? I mean, we've seen science fiction movies, but what would constitute a 5th or a 4th dimension if you discount time as one of them?
If we can visualize it in our bones, I mean, we're 3-dimensional creatures, and they arguably make the 4th dimension time. Although I have issues with that, but it's kind of like that book Flatland by Edwin Abbott, if you ever read that. Moving everything down a dimension, talking about someone who lives in a 2-dimensional world encountering a 3-dimensional being and trying to understand what that 3rd dimension is, because a 2-dimensional being, we look down and we can see all their inner organs, you know. So all of a sudden he meets a sphere which looked to him like a line that suddenly gets longer and longer and then gets smaller and smaller, and he says, well, I can see inside and your heart is doing this. He can see through walls, and he could, well, no, he can't, he just sees above what you can see. So it's very, I think, only mathematically, and I don't know that the mathematicians even really visualize it. I mean, I knew an astronomer who said, you know, the way you deal with these huge distances, you just don't think about it. You just plug the numbers into the equations, and don't worry about visualizing 22 million light years. Which you know, I have trouble visualizing walking down to the corner to the store. You know, much like. But something I was reminded of something when Bob was talking about it all being metaphor, and I actually looked it up. I'm confessing I looked up on the internet because I wanted to get the quote exactly right, but I remembered something from the 39 articles of the Anglican Church, which is where Bob is coming out of. And I was always impressed with the first article where they talk about God being, and I'm going to quote now, everlasting, without body, parts, or passions. So not a man on a throne, not, this is God is beyond all of our ideas. And that gets back to one of my favorite things is if God is of infinite power, nothing we can say about him can be the truth. We perforce lie. We don't do it intentionally, but we simply cannot. Every time we try to describe God, we are falling short. The best we can do is try to describe what God is not. And even that, I think you might have some problems, because who's to say what God isn't? But it's still, metaphor is the only way we can really understand these things, I think. We can know that there isn't a man on a throne, but we can use this as an image.
I think C.S. Lewis went into this in his Problem of Pain book, where, okay, so God is an infinite intelligence, but we like in the three-dimensional beings and with limited intellects cannot possibly comprehend what God is like. But whatever he is, in the end, if we ever get to meet him and find out his true self, it'll be something in the direction of what we think is perfection, rather than in the totally opposite direction. Meaning, I mean, if he's infinite good, he will be in the direction of more and more good, not in the absurd direction of
right.
We're tending to the limit of infinity, but it's in the direction of what that goodness is. It's not in the opposite direction. If we come face to face with him, eventually, we will be pleasantly surprised, but not totally shocked.
Right.
Basically.
So we were walking in that direction, even if we couldn't see where we were going, and even if we were kind of not putting our feet right exactly. But I think we do know deep down. This gets back to Roger talking about doing the right thing, but I think we do know there is such a thing as human conscience. We do have.
But hold on, though. Let me step in.
Really. Here he comes. Here comes the Gnostic.
You got to
be excited.
Very painful to talk. But so, what gives you the idea that God even knows that we exist? I mean, I can go outside and walk down the sidewalk, step on a snail,
right?
Go and step in my yard. Snail guts are, become food for some bacterial,
critters,
and that thing's going to end up having some sort of momentary cosmic awareness and call us God, because we know it knows that somehow we created it, but yet we don't know of its existence, and we couldn't care less. What about that?
Wait, what's the question? What give us the idea that God might exist?
Why would he care?
Oh, I see.
Yeah. What would he even? I mean, if he was so great, then why would he even consider us important enough to even pay attention to? Basically.
Well, why would he have made?
If I mean, it depends on your perspective of who he is, right? Mm-hmm. If we think he is love, and that is the Christian understanding of God, God is love, right?
Okay, but so, just to reiterate what I said. So Bob Dub asked, why did he create us? He may not even know. Like I said, bacteria, when we spread, when we move an item to one place to another, we dip our fingers in milk, and the next day there's culture on in the milk. We don't know that. We don't care. We're going to pour it out. We see it.
I'm so glad you brought this up, V, because you give me a chance to use a term that I haven't had a chance to say out loud in years. But this reminds me of a concept called, I believe, I hope I get this right, Deus abscondus. which is the God that runs away, or the God that hides, the God that makes us and then has no interest in us anymore and just kind of creates us. I would point out in your metaphor that you're not actually creating life, you're creating the conditions for a life. If you kill a snail, hopefully you're doing it unintentionally, so you don't have any bad karma. There's my Buddhism coming out. But if you kill the snail, and of course other beings are going to feed off of it. Bacteria, a bird might come along. Oh, that shell is broken. I can get at that tasty treat. So if you're acting without awareness, and these things happen, certainly some of these beings are going to be, if they knew about you, I have doubts about how much bacteria knows, but if they do know about you, they might very well be grateful for you. They might even create a whole mythology around this wonderful being that provided us with a chance to build this great, microbe civilization.
Right.
But I think one of the things that struck me about thinking about religion and thinking about Christianity, and it was, I forget what, it was actually a poem, and talked about how, I talked before about how we can understand something through analogy. So I cannot understand a higher being, but I can understand my cat. And my cat is to me as I am to something that's higher. So even though my cat can never fully understand me, my cat can communicate with me in a limited way. My cat and I obviously interact, but my cat can never understand about why I have to leave the house to go earn a paycheck to pay for cat food. My cat doesn't understand why it has to go to the vet, to get treated for something.
Again,
there's this complete misunderstanding. And with God, like we're talking about, it's like an amoeba, right?
Right.
To me. So
we are the amoeba.
So we're the amoeba, and we're not aware of amoebas. So how would God be aware of us? And to me, I'm almost done. When we're talking about Christianity, to me, the miracle part of it is this God would actually come down to this speck of dust, circling another speck of dust. And here I am, smaller than a speck of dust, on a speck of dust, and come and talk to me. That is truly a godlike power, to be able to notice an amoeba. So I don't know the answer to your question, V, because really, what you're saying, and coming from a completely logical, mechanistic, everything, that can make as much sense as anything else if you're going to posit divine beings. That was always one of my things. How do we know God is good? Look at all these gods that aren't good. Look at, I think it's in Isaiah, I create the light, I create the darkness, I create good, I create evil, I, the Lord, do all these things. In a certain sense, a monotheistic theology insists upon God being just as responsible for evil. Who created Satan, right? So it's very easy to find all of these moral ambiguities, all these ethical questions, when we're looking at it from that perspective. But we're also looking at it from the perspective of people's lived experience of their religious experiences. And I've always said we are spiritual creatures. I think we all here know that feeling. We're reaching out for something. We have a spiritual aspect in our lives. Some of it are able to reach out to it through the traditional forms of regular religion. Some of us, like Bob, has come out of traditional religion, but has also embellished that and developed it further with her own ideas, but they're still very, very much informed by these things. Others of us are like, V, you're kind of a Gnostic. And again, you remind me a lot of myself when I was a younger man, searching for spirituality. And all these things you're saying are true. But I also think that we also have to accept as valid people's religious experiences, and I don't personally limit that to a particular faith. I think that St. John of the Cross was just as enlightened as the Buddha or an Arhat in the Buddhist tradition as a Protestant mystic. So
yes, but faith is programmed. You can debate that or not, but it's programmed. So you'll have certain.
Well, of course it is. We're all programmed.
And
we want to pick a program that works for us. Because we're going to be dead a long time.
when you have shared programming, you're going to have shared experiences.
Yes.
So I don't think that's necessarily a validation for, there's what they call mass hysteria. I don't believe in mass hysteria. However, I do believe in there being a logical explanation for things, like government, chemical weapon attack on a village. There's always something. They did that with the city of France, actually. CIA. They poisoned the water in this one town. Everybody was hallucinating for 4 or 5 days straight. Everybody had their own religious experience.
Which event are you talking about there, V?
I'm sorry?
Which event were you talking about where everybody was hallucinating?
So the CIA, it's I can't remember.
Oh, I see. I think I think
just trying to find chemicals weaponized for whatever
I
purposes.
think it's called a remote viewing, isn't it?
No.
No, that's Mr. Robot. Don't.
It sounds
Well,
familiar to what Mr. Robot is talking about.
Well, this was when they put LSD in the water supply for a
Yeah.
village to see what would happen.
I don't think it was LSD, but they were testing out certain biochemical agents, and they just decided, I guess randomly, some town in France, and just this whole town just went nuts for like 4 or 5 days.
French people.
All kinds of religious experiences, and people, just lost their minds, became feral animals, and it was the French government just kind of wrote it off as a water contamination or got sort of situation. However, it was CIA, and the CIA admitted to it several years later. Like, what you gonna do, France? Put the balls on that, right? But anyways, yeah. So I mean, the experience. We want to talk about the experience, and I know there are those who like to talk about DMT. It provides you that religious experience as well as one is slipping into death. However, and I brought this up before, and we had talked about this. The state of being that one, like you go to the plane of existence that your mind is locked into whenever you die. I've always had a concept for that. And I asked you about that previously, and I think you gave a name to it today. The first time. What was that again?
I just said, huh.
Well, so you said it's a Buddhist concept that you get sent to this hell or this heaven or whatever based on your mind.
The Deva.
Oh yeah, your state of mind determines it is a large determinant in what happens to you when you die. But at the same time, this is an extrapolation of how your state of mind determines what's going to happen to you all through your life, because we keep taking on new identities. Buddhism has a lot to do with about what we think of as the ego, as ourselves. And most of this is simply an illusion. And the idea is that the illusion will continue until you can see past it. But I would mention one of the things, though, when you're talking about like the chemical experiments, and of course people drop acid, they have all these religious experiences. You probably saw the meme on the internet. There's the famous one about why should I go to church when I can talk to God and it's only $5 a hit for acid. I think a religious experience, as they call it, and this is something they started using this term after, Aldous Huxley came along, the doors of perception and stuff like that. You can have this experience, but unless you have a way to channel it, unless you have a place to hang the hat of it on, in my experience, it tends to go nowhere much except solipsism, and it can very easily turn into a self-centered, egotistical kind of thing, which if you push it far enough, you can end up like Aleister Crowley. But I I think that these are religious experiences that are taken out of the traditional context, because usually this is something that would happen to you through fasting, through prayer, through meditation, whatever is in your tradition. It usually has to do with making a great deal of effort, and your mind is usually focused on something like God or like heaven or like virtue and good things.
You have to have
So
the,
it's
the
channeled in that way, which is also supportive of the society. So just having a religious, the religious experience can be seen as, yes, a physical mental mechanism, if you like. You can recreate all kinds of things using electromagnetic pulses and microwaves and LSD.
Load the jump program.
Yeah, and I mean, I told you about that guy who was a former CIA operative that debunked that Antonio Villas-Boas UFO incident down in South America, where he had this whole incident of talking to aliens and having sex with an alien girl and seeing a ship and everything. The guy was there. He says, we sprayed him down with a drug. We took him, dragged him into a helicopter, stuck his head in a microwave machine, and he had these hallucinations, and we dumped him out again. This guy went to his dying day thinking that he'd been talking to space aliens.
What does the alien girl look like?
If I had sex with the alien,
she looked like a small girl who was slim and had, I think he said, almond-shaped eyes, and kind of.
So she's humanoid.
Yeah, humanoid. They were all humanoid, very human-looking. This was before they started pushing that gray alien propaganda that Whitley Strieber, however you pronounce his name, was. I think he was hired to do that because they were pushing that gray aliens, be scared of these things, gray aliens. Before that, it was usually what they called contactees. Someone would be, a saucer would come down, they'd tell you something like, hey, you guys have to stop having wars, or you can't join the Galactic Federation. And I know guys that are still into that. But this was about the time when people started describing being captured, being treated like an animal in Wild Kingdom or something. And it seems to be connected to government experiments in taking these experiences and trying to weaponize them. So leave it to government, of course. They will always try to weaponize religion. Of course, I'm not going to go on about things like the Crusades or the jihads. And Bob is leaving us. Bob is leaving us. So sorry you have to go, Bob. But we all
leaving you.
have a lot of work to do.
I'm leaving the desktop too, but I'll rejoin from my phone.
Okay.
Oh, groovy.
Glad to have you here, Bob Dub. We appreciate you stopping by.
Take care, Bob.
Awesome chat. I'll see you again soon.
Sorry, I have later, Bob. We all understand. Bye, Bob. Talk to you later. Peace.
Yeah, this has actually turned out to be a really good talk because first of all, I had to get up and I had to go put my spaghetti in the refrigerator because I haven't eaten supper yet.
Ooh, spaghetti.
And by the time I left here, it went from religion to UFOs. And
we're getting the CIA mind controlled now.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like V.
V will shine now. V will shine now.
Dude, I mean,
you had that Cindy chick, right? I can't. I have such a headache just from that's everlasting right now. But I'm trying to work through this. There's some informant, some whistleblower with sex slaves. Her name was Cindy. Apparently, like she kept getting abducted, but she comes to realize that these people with gray aliens are just like CIA guys, like
raping her.
Well, they had this mask on with chicken skin sprayed with silver paint over their heads.
Well, if there's some chick that's going to be fooled by a chicken head, I mean, come on, she's asking for. I'm sorry,
a radioactive chicken head.
That's what I was thinking when he started talking. Like it's gonna end up being something about the radioactive chicken heads.
Poor Mark, he's there. It's like, the intellectual level was so high at one point. We're down to the radioactive chicken heads in the CIA.
We're adding more.
I'm going to go to that gig.
Now, you guys were talking about something, and there's something that I've actually been doing a bit of research on, and you get to the scientific side, there's also a theory, like everybody's talking about dimensions and stuff, and God. Now, there's something called speculative science that's out there, and if you guys get a chance, check that out because it'll blow your mind and it'll make you rethink things when it comes to dimensions and the Big Bang. Like, for one thing, there's the Big Bang versus the Big Bounce, and
Ooh, the big bounce.
Oh,
okay,
you mean like Lizzo?
no, the Big Bounce is what it's called, and the
Oh,
theory.
not Lizzo.
Now the theory is
Okay.
actually called the Schwarzschild cosmology. Okay. And this is very interesting. This is something that I've actually been researching in it, and it's made me question the whole purpose behind CERN, to be honest with you, because CERN, a lot of people don't realize it, but their big quest is to actually to be able to replicate a black hole. Okay,
Nice.
and that's what they're ultimately wanting to be able to do. And this Schwarzschild cosmology, which is actually a theory that most scientific minded people who are actually in the field talk about, uh, talks about the black hole and how it like the rotation of galaxies and the rotation their idea of what the rotation of the universe is, it seems to parallel one another. Okay. And they believe that that's because these universes and these galaxies are actually within a bigger black hole. And this gets so intense that what they're thinking is possibly a more intelligent being who we would call God was able to create this galaxy that we are in. And at some point, what they first were supposed to have done was create some kind of a biological intelligence that's able to regulate entropy and stuff like that, so that it could keep the universe that we're inside stable. But eventually, at some point, they cut that life support off, and that's when everything started getting hectic, and that's whenever we started gaining consciousness. You see what I mean? And
Huh.
this theory honestly says that they honestly believe that, and they believe that is the way to go. Instead of trying to go out into the freaking galaxy and explore it with shuttles and stuff like that, we need to uh, go the opposite direction, go smaller, try to create a galaxy or a universe within a black hole, and then transfer our consciousnesses all into this created galaxy or universe. And what that is supposed to do is it's supposed to slow down time to where we can escape the end of our universe, because eventually it's supposed to collapse in on itself and be destroyed. But we can actually slow that process down by putting ourselves within this black hole, which will slow our time down exponentially.
Can I just a layer on top of what you're saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's a concept, and it's one of my favorite things on here across the internet, because this is how I always thought about God. What God looked like, what God actually was, not just in concept, but even in physical form. And I came across a creepypasta story, and about someone that was taken up to heaven and that had to have a special little angel over their shoulder to make sure they follow the rules as they were going up the ranks of the different realms of heaven, which they would be assigned a job. And the things that he's told he can and can't do, the more and more terrifying, the higher up that he ascends to his post. And you can't look at this object too long. Again, you can't do. You just it's weird rules, and then you get to the inner circle because each level is a circle, and then you basically, you know, he wants to know who God is, what's the highest form, and they take him. They take this person, and it's basically a black hole that's being held down by chains of prayer, which there are these entities circling this black hole, giving it prayer nonstop, 24/7, for eternity. And so, yeah, and so that's the kind of thing that I. But so, and they did it to not as in praise, but because every being there feared it. It was a monster to be contained. So the hierarchy there wasn't really with God himself as a personified entity, but as a force of nature that the rest of existence had to coalesce around and learn to control in order to maintain their distance and survival and everything else. Should be, right?
Right. Look at that, Tan arrived just in time.
I am just listening in. I'm in the car.
Oh, you got to go somewhere?
Yes.
I sit in my car anyway. I'm sitting in my car now, but I'm not going anywhere.
So, I mean, the implications there, all creation comes out of the dark. That's in basically every religious and scientific conclusions that we've come across. There's a reason for that, because it just might be true, right? All about the emanation.
Yeah. I was sitting there having a conversation with you and didn't even realize I was muted.
Oh, wow. All right, Roger, what were all the things you were saying?
I was saying, be careful, Tan's back. If he freaking hears you talking about this stuff, he's going to flip out and just start going Catholic on your ass.
Well, the Catholics...
No.
He will. He's done it to me a few times, man. He just, he will not. He will not put up with me doing that kind of stuff.
We don't have Gnostics today because the Catholics tried to actually killed them all and tried burning all the texts. Thank God they didn't burn all the texts.
Well, see, the interesting thing about the Gnostics, though, and when you look at it, you'll see a lot of Egyptian influence involved in it.
Coptic,
especially right around the Alexandria area when it comes to like
the Hermetic guys.
Yeah, the Hermetics and what was his name? Pythagoras.
Right.
And a lot of Pythagorean is where I delve into, because I got interested for a minute about the Gnostics, but then I found out that it goes deeper and it's a lot older. It goes into the Pythagoras, the ideologies that they had for him, like, and they're
Pythagoras cult.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting ready to say. Like he had legends on top of legends about how he was and how he was portrayed. Like they always talk about the Pythagorean equations and stuff, but people don't realize like he was actually thought of as like a mystical person with.
Oh yeah, they were political. They had a Pythagorean league, which I was fascinated with. There's almost no information on it. Like I dug into it, there's very few sources, but you had Pythagoras and he had his school, and we were talking about this before. They were very mystical about numbers. They thought this was like magic, and this was they were touching the mind of God. 2 + 2 = 4. My God. And 3 + 1 = 4 too. And some like the Pythagorean theorem there, that was secret, man. You only learned that after you'd been in the cult for like 20 years. But they had something called the Pythagorean League, where they called them clubs. That he encouraged people to start a Pythagorean club in their city, and then they would become politically active, and then they would take over things politically. So they had a whole network of cities that were run by Pythagorean governments, and they all answered to Pythagoras, or whoever was the leader of the cult at that time. It lasted for a little while. It finally, most of them were overthrown. I think mostly because probably the people didn't like having to be vegetarians and not eating beans and stuff like that, because they had all kinds of weird rules. But I know it's just fascinating, and it's something they never talk about much. But it's like, I think one of the first examples of a religious cult actually grabbing for political power. I mean, eventually Pythagoras and his followers were killed by an angry mob. I mean, people didn't like him for some reason. We don't have the whole story, but it seems to me if people are like, rioting about these guys, they probably did some unpopular things.
Oh yeah, well, the most unpopular thing that they did, in my opinion, is when and this is why I call it a cult, because it wasn't a philosophical group, because they didn't leave any room for true advancement. It was when some of the members started coming up with other ideologies and other concepts. They got murdered. When the guys came up with, so they're supposed to be the absolute numbers and this sort of thing, but you have negative numbers. These guys, right. Concept of negative numbers. Oh, they got murdered. Outright murdered.
Well, you got to keep it pure,
So,
keep the cult pure. Yeah, you were supposed to keep silent. They had like silence for like 20 years, or I forget how long, but it was like I remember the number 20 years before they would actually admit you to the deeper teachings. You had to work for the cult and be part of it. Yeah, their primary focus was a religious cult, I think, a mystery kind of thing, and
some nerd figured out how to get a bunch of bored other nerds who are aimless, and I figured out how to make a cult. Yeah, essentially, in my opinion, it's happened before.
Well, the ancient world was a lot more complicated than we think. They were operating on a lot of weird levels, cults and strange politics and stuff, and you just
have to. You didn't have TV back then.
Oh, well, but I'm reminded of we have such a limited view sometimes, because we go along with what the books are saying. And I remember, I think it was in Herodotus, and I was reading about they were having like these wars in Greece, and I think it was like Athens decided, well, we're going to evacuate the city. So they said, and so they evacuated the whole city to over here. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And then they mentioned again this other group of people, they very bravely evacuated the whole, and I'm thinking, wow, they took everyone in the city. But he finally mentions in one of these things is, and of course they evacuated the city, of course, except for people too old, too poor, or too sick to go. They were left behind to be slaughtered. And I was like, okay, this was a little more complicated than yes, we evacuated the whole city, but we don't mention those people because after all, they're not worth mentioning. After all, they didn't have any money and they were sick, useless slaves that weren't workable anymore. Toss them off the Tarpeian Rock or something. You don't want the useless slaves around. You got to feed them. Yeah, these weren't nice people by our standards. Not nice at all. Can you imagine that today if they had to evacuate somewhere? It's like, all right, everybody with an income of over $10,000, get on the bus. Not you. Sorry.
Well, don't
you can stay here and wait for the tidal wave. That's okay.
Don't you want your place in the vault? On top?
They have a nice place all set for you. Oh my goodness! It's 10 o'clock at night, gentlemen. I have to get going soon. This is late for me. Woo. How long are you guys going to be on? Because I got to go do some things, or maybe I'll stop back.
I don't know. Roger?
Roger has been abducted. They got him, finally.
Roger fell asleep.
How did I survive?
I had a weird thing happen.
I got an idea. You keep playing those female sound that make us think like Bob Dub's still around.
Bob Dub's always around in our heart.
I'm sorry, I just can't understand you under that incredibly thick British accent.
I heard some Star Trek sound effects earlier there. Good man. Oh no, yeah, we could just take over the show without Roger here. Roger,
Roger's up.
it's the Mark
I love
Edwards
this.
show. We're going to talk about end user agreements.
Wait,
Yeah.
Mark, I forgot you were even there.
Why not kill him now?
Holy crap! Hey,
I've just been listening. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Well, Gnosticism and computers don't really cross over too much, I don't think. But unless you start going into that whole Matrix thing, which is, I remember watching that movie, The Matrix, and I didn't watch it when it first came out. I never watch any movies that are new, but finally, Soprano, you got to watch this. And I was over at his house, like, all right. And I'm like, this is basic Gnosticism. The universe is an illusion, and you're being exploited by archons, and you have to free yourself from the illusion and get out of it, kind of deal.
Actually, Rogers in universe within the universe thing is a good analogy for that.
It is.
Yeah.
You are, you little oddball.
We use these analogies to try to understand the world around us, and at the end of the day, really just about people will adapt to just about any analogy you give them. I mean, if you raise people up to think a certain way, they're going to think a certain way. That's one of the problems we have with people that have grown up in abusive situations, because you come up with all these ideas and concepts. A lot of it, we talk about religion, and religion is religion as opposed to your personal religious experience. I forget who was it who said religion is a flight from a religious experience, because the religious experience is one thing and it's very personal. The religion is the social construct into which this is channeled. And it is usually a construct which is supportive of the society as a whole, because, for the ancients,
well, hold on.
Government, religion, society were all one thing. We didn't have this idea of a separation of church and state and society as three different things.
But you have to define religion.
Religion is the way you codify and express in words that which is basically an inexpressible experience. And it's a way to try to preserve something that is basically impossible to preserve. So in a certain sense, a religion is just an outward show. It never really touches the heart of the experience that the individual has. That's one way to look at it.
Well, that's fine. So something I'm very into. I know some Latin. I know my hobby, which I've not yet been able to get to, is etymology. However, I just do it naturally, and so I have to connect these words to these things. So it's sort of like when I was explaining to certain people who will remain nameless, who took over my little thing. So whenever I talk about government, I ask people, you know what government is? And usually the answer I get is no. Or usually sometimes I'll get some obscure definition that doesn't really land. So it's like I have to tell them, it's gubernare as in governor, gubernare, control, and then this mente, or mental, mind.
Right.
I believe it means mind control. And so ever since I came across that, I started looking at other words and what they mean. So it's like I I have to look at the etymology of things. So we talk about these concepts, we have to keep them as short as possible.
You probably know then that the word religion, I believe, comes from the Latin religio, which means binding together. So it's like a social
double meaning.
bond.
It's a double meaning. It is bondage,
right,
or one who bounds to. Right. So it could be a devotional thing. It could be a slavery.
Well, slavery is one-way bondage. I get the impression this is like a bond, like you have a bond with your family, which is arguably a kind of slavery, but everybody's each other's slave kind of deal.
Well, the term
That's
slave,
aside.
the term slave is very interesting, and Mark always pulls this up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
People, yeah.
The robot then.
Okay.
Mine is the robot argument about the term robot originally meant slave or servitude.
Robotnik. Yeah. That came from Rurum's Universal Robots.
Yeah.
I think was the play. It was a play originally and a story. I read it. It wasn't that great, but it did introduce a term. And that's interesting because one of the things I always pointed out was like robots were originally seen as slaves, basically workers, unpaid workers, right? And it always strikes me, if you watch the first Star Wars movie, Star Wars, the only one I really care for, the original 1977, whenever it was, and you remember the character of C-3PO, okay? He was a slave. He talked like a slave. And you think about the way he spoke. It was always this very slavish, and he spoke with this British accent. All right, so it says, "Oh, Master Luke, I don't know why he ran away. I told him he shouldn't dare leave such a good master like you." Now, give him a southern accent. "Lord, Master Luke, why I don't know why he run away like that. I told him he's got a really good man." I mean, if you just look at the words he's using, they're amazingly slavish. And
I always thought of it because British accent, but more of a
wait, hold on.
man-servant, more of a
Edwardy?
slur sort of. Well,
Yeah,
Lord
exactly.
Edwardy, are you telling me, Lord Edwardy, your house has never had any kind of slaves or serfs? Are you going to tell me that, Sir Lord
Lord
as far as I'm
Edward.
aware, none of
Earl
my
of
ancestors
Devington
had any
Shire?
slaves, as far as I'm aware.
of course, the entire world served the Empire at one time.
Now,
There you go.
the thing though, you look at Star Wars and look exactly at what you're talking about right there. Now, whenever they escape, those little weird people with the funny eyes and the
Ewok. No, what were they? Ewoks?
no, they
No,
were like the pirate bandits of the desert.
Yeah. They had the giant sand crawlers. They had the hoods. They were. Yeah.
I was going to say
They sold them
this from the
to
vault.
they sold them to Luke Skywalker though. Remember that?
Oh yeah, they were auctioned off right there.
Right.
And C-3PO he's always bumbling. He's never efficient because of course someone in the slave class couldn't possibly be brave, couldn't possibly have any of these are the this goes right back to the Iliad, and the Odyssey even, but the Iliad where you had the more slavish type like Thersites. He was like, remember his character. He was the one saying, this imperialist war is really stupid, guys. And they're like, shut up, you common slavish kind of little stuff. And he made all the good arguments. He was the best character. He was the one that was disapproved of and laughed at. But he was the guy saying, this is nothing but a big imperialist rumble, and you guys are throwing temper tantrums, and it's just, this is all bullshit. I mean, he's saying the same thing that probably anyone else here would say. Like, go on and fight those Trojans. Why? They never did anything to me. Jesus, it's like, and he was always being beaten up and this and that, and treated as a despot.
Okay, is anybody following the Fallout series?
Just during the Fallout. I don't know about the Fallout series.
Oh, the Netflix, isn't it?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I've seen some reviews, but
I played the video game. I don't.
Many video games. Like 4 or 5.
Okay, so that's why that didn't land. Okay, the girl who is the main protagonist for the show is this big bug-eyed girl. It's just adorable as can be. So when you talk about big bug-eyed creatures, I was like, oh wait, Fallout 3? I'm sorry, Fallout the TV series? Yeah. You should watch it. It's actually pretty good.
Huh.
I watched the
movie.
movie.
It's very faithful to the I think it's as far as a property that's just licensed out like that is very true to the source material. which is refreshing.
Some of these games sound really good. I've got to try gaming. I just don't have the time. Oh, Roger, I was actually saying I got to get going. Actually, it's after 10 here. How late you guys going to be going? I might stop back in later if you're going to be around.
It depends on these guys. Like, they have a tendency of wanting to go farther, but then they have a tendency of saying that they don't want to go farther. So it just depends
Hey,
on.
oddly, it's usually a 4 I usually said, think about going to bed on you.
Right. I mean, I'm just saying it just depends on how we're feeling. Basically, we've never really set an endpoint to the show.
Well, the night is young, or as Bob likes to say, the night is but a pup. It's but a pup.
That's
But
right.
I got stuff I have to do. Yeah, the night is young, but
Streets of
I've
Fire,
got to
baby.
get some stuff done here. So I will
Streets,
check back.
Streets of Fire.
Streets of Fire.
Look after that pussycat.
That's right.
Meow.
The ending song to the Streets of Fire, dude. Just remember that.
All right. Well, listen, gentlemen, I'm going to take my leave for now. With any luck, I'll be back later. If not, I'll see you all. I'll probably see all you guys within a day or two anyway, because you're the guys I hang out with on the internet mostly.
Promise?
Take care, everyone. It's been great to be here. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right.
Promise?
Bye-bye, guys. Peace.
Are you sure? How do you respond to that?
But yeah, it's really interesting how you guys have come along on this conversation, because like I was sitting here listening to it, and I mean, it actually turned out to be good.
Listen, I'm in so much pain. I'm arguing with death not to take me. It's like I'm having existential warfare.
Yeah.
Like, hey, come on, ready to go. No,
I've been letting everybody know that, or the best way I can, about what's been going on with you. So, and Bob Dub and Otto, like yesterday, they said they missed you, and when you get better, to come back to their show, because they really do miss having you there with them.
Doing this has actually made me feel better. So I'm just gonna see how long that lasts before I have to shoot another squirt in my ear.
Those are no Neo Keys missing you a bit as well.
And you know what, Mr. Edworthy, you know what? I just you gotta. Oh my gosh, it's good to talk to you, brother.
He misses you.
It's maybe the Gunny's talking, but God damn it, it's good to talk to you.
Gosh, I think he's getting sentimental. What's going on?
He does that shit. Like it's like he loves talking to Mark, and Mark.
Yeah, it's like the best brother from another mother or something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just can't understand you under that incredibly thick British accent.
Yeah,
there you go.
You see.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm just I'm glad that you like what we're doing here. I can't wait to be able to expand more with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still what? How long are we going to be? What's the second? I'm having a hard time retaining information.
Well, see, I keep trying to.
I keep asking questions.
I keep trying to explain this to you, but it's very, very simple. Just think of it like this. Think of it like Thursday, but instead of on Thursday, on Friday.
But so there's things you're gonna be doing for RBN. I want to lock in what it is. Exactly. However,
when you're healthier and you're able to get your stuff together and be able to do what you need to do, I will be there. I will be there.
Yeah, apologies to everybody. Yeah, that's just
a
week.
I've never said that I would not help you do what you want to do. It's just right now.
My brother, I want to help you. I want to help everybody around.
Yeah, I know.
We all have potential, and we need to channel it the best that we can.
Right.
We all have the same goals in mind.
I know.
We're all
But you are sick
Ooh,
right
we're
now.
all feathers of the same bird, right?
You are sick right now. It's like I told you in chat. It's worse than getting a drunk call, dude. Like
Yeah, it is.
dealing with you when you are sick, dude, is worse than a drunk call. But I
He
am there.
sounds like he's trying.
I am there for you, dude. I am there for you. You just keep sending me all those crazy messages when you're like all nutty in the head and shit, and I'll be there for you. Just
I
realize
really
you
appreciate that.
and you need to get better. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's,
You know what?
It's good.
I was so bad when I like to mark my conversations within the team's chat. It dates back to every chat I've had. I'll mark my conversations with like emojis or gifs. So my thing is I like to plant gifs periodically in a conversation. So I do this not only to convey a point in the conversation, but is to catalog and to mark my conversation. So if I need to scroll, I need to do a quick scroll. I can search by image, not by text. I don't have to read huge paragraph conversations, and I can just zip to where I need to go at a touch in a second.
it works
And
with
so,
keywords too, though, right? Like if you type in a keyword in a chat, it'll take you directly to that
true,
word. So
true.
If it works.
But
Yeah.
but it'll give you every conversation that has that keyword.
right.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. So it's just easier for me to. It's easier to recognize things by imagery rather
Cool.
than text.
You would not like my sort of conversations because I tend to write a lot.
Well, and there's repetition, especially when you have certain kinds of conversations with certain people. You have that repetition.
Not with
right?
me, man.
So
I eliminate
Not with you,
repetition as much as possible.
well, so anyhow,
Just
I was mad when it wouldn't bring up a butt, just the booty. What was behind?
Yeah.
I wanted to make the joke butt crack. I brought crack, and the punchline was butt crack. And teams are so sterile.
Mm-hmm.
Try to type in something controversial in the gift menu. You're not gonna get any.
Well, they do that on Discord, just so you know.
Well, I mean,
Discord guys, yeah, if you read the terms of services, they are extremely sort of interesting, let's just say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand, but it's so sterile. It's like you can't offend anybody with any of the.
Well, Teams is more geared towards money too. You got to understand that. Like they'll probably give you everything you want if you're willing to pay $200-300 a month.
Well, Microsoft Teams,
the
the
Microsoft
entire
Office thing, and the 360.
Yeah, that's all corporate sort of. It's like you wouldn't stick stuff that you would stick on Minds or Facebook or X on LinkedIn. You wouldn't use LinkedIn in the similar way as you would use Minds.
You haven't been on LinkedIn lately, have you?
Actually, no, I haven't.
I'm sick of LinkedIn because when it comes to LinkedIn, I should be hearing about people's resumes. I should be hearing about careers. I should be hearing about stuff like that. If it's writing, it should be strictly about writers and what they're doing, their projects. I shouldn't be getting on there and seeing freaking blogs about political bullshit. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? If I'm LinkedIn, she's checking out. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've got an account up there, but I never use it. I walked away from LinkedIn.
Weirdly enough, when Microsoft took over LinkedIn, I left there, and it was only, I think, year before last that somebody actually encouraged me to go back to it, and my own entry is totally empty.
Yep, they wiped you out. They cleaned it up. And did you notice how bad the freaking articles are that they're posting on there. Like it has absolutely nothing to do with careers whatsoever.
Well, again, I don't look at LinkedIn. I haven't seen LinkedIn. I will just check my email account to get
Oh well,
regular.
yeah, because your friend, even your friends list would be wiped out too, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think I've got any contacts at all on LinkedIn at this present moment.
And I do want to make a statement here too. I did get curious and I went back into Naroki's Gab because I went ahead and did an account on Gab. And I was really surprised. The response on just me joining Gab was really good. I mean, people actually sent me messages welcoming me to Gab, which is something that didn't even happen on Mods. You know what I mean? And I was really impressed with that, to be honest with you.
Do you know what I got? I got a. What are you doing here? N-word. What are you doing here?
Really?
Essentially.
They were sending me messages saying, "Welcome to the Real Freedom of Speech Network."
So, the reason why I'm having to keep PLB Talk down for the time period that I need to is, I will state this obviously. It's not to. So, in my opinion, PLB Talk was turning into a cesspool of racism. When I promote freedom of speech, it's like, yes, freedom of speech on a social.
Yeah.
I think we've talked about that before.
Yeah.
So the idea is that it's a social network. If you say anything anti-social, then you put yourself up for, expulsion, deletion on the network if it's anti-social behavior. So racism is anti-social.
Yeah.
Sex slavery of any kind is anti-social. Drug selling.
That depends on location, because I've had these arguments with mine staff and mine users in the past in relation to various drugs.
It's not an argument. It's just how I want things.
Yeah. So
for the future.
Now, see, this is where it gets into YouTube. Like YouTube actually they did community guidelines, which bypasses all of these laws and regulations according to areas. So if you wanted to do something like that, you would have to come up with a concept like that, like and then it would have to be for the safety of the community. You know what I mean?
Defining the concept of social. It's that's what I stepped into the issue with. Definition is social activity, interaction that benefits each party. Social interaction.
You're gonna have to set up some terms of services.
Got somebody telling you that you are subhuman and that you should be dead.
Yeah. See, and my experience from when I was going on TBL Talk was it was coming from one specific person, and to be honest with you, there wasn't very much traffic in there. The only traffic I got was from that one white supremacist asshole that you're discussing.
So instead of censoring like I'm not to do, something I don't want to do, I do not want to censor. I'm just going to choke. I'm choking the network out. This downtime feels reconfigured, and I will do the grand opening. However, I know the people that I need to pad the network with first, and so I have to make the business moves. to make sure I get those people in. Just to
So is Dave on board with you on doing the stuff that you were discussing, or?
you know, Dave is welcome to join the project. I think the as much as I want to pass it off to somebody else, because that's my PDA autism, I'm gonna have to take lead in the whole project.
I think that's a
I'm,
very
I'm
smart
Need the
decision.
project manager. Yeah, definitely.
well. So there's the board of directors, which I'm reassembling. The board of directors is basically you have the administrator who basically presides. He's not a chairman, but he's an administrator. Um, and it's not one of those positions that are competed for. It's strictly a management position. And then you have the rest of the directors, the board of directors, right? So, it's all just weird. So, I, I'm basically being project director, special project director. That's my role.
Mm-hmm.
And although that's sort of just, it was supposed to be an honorary. Okay, originally I was an investor, a silent investor, who became investor, who became, I kept coming up the ranks in what I wanted for, nothing I asked for. I still wish I'd been a silent investor, but climbing up the ranks here, just to be put on the board of directors, largely because my experience and that sort of thing, and it helps to also be the second richest owner of the company, right?
All right.
So it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do with this guy? Being a jack of all trades, I'm sort of special project director. I'm an inventor. This is my one of my biggest steps I have coming up here in the future. I have inventions. I need to get them patented. I need to get them off licensed and into production. I've got like 10 viable inventions. Like as seen on TV, anybody can make it. I just need to get through with legal paperwork and funding for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be one of those vehicles to help me get that funding. But as is, till we talk. So the main guy, Roger Landry, he's had some unfortunate health issues, and he is recovering. He's doing well health-wise. However, I need to get things back to where they need to be, essentially. So I'm having to take over, essentially, which I didn't want to. Again, I've been looking for administrators, and I just.
Now I mentioned I don't know if I mentioned this to you before, but it's just a suggestion, okay? But you really need to talk to Roger and set up something to where if anything bad happens, that he can make it to where it's set up that you're in charge.
Well, listen,
We're not
going to talk about it.
Well, I know, but I
I
mean,
was going to say, if you're going to,
that's
you say
for
the administrator, I presume you mean an IT or MIS manager.
I mean someone who can be an overseer of the.
Yeah, an MIS manager, management information systems manager.
Yeah, because
also when it comes
Okay,
Sorry.
so basically, department is getting specialized. I want to create 12 departments. Each department is going to have a director. And so so far, I only need to run the company. I only need the core investors. Or sorry, directors, which I do have. That's not a problem. Everything is set up. Everything is pretty much ready to go. Except I couldn't find a leader, so I have to step into that role until I find someone to put into that place.
You should stay there. Stop looking.
Oh no! See, I'm a special projects director. That basically means I'm the CIA. If Roger's the president, if Roger's the president,
No,
we got the administrator who's like FBI. Okay, you guys,
honestly,
you guys have all this.
honestly, who would do a better job than you?
But me as the CIA, I will decide who sits on the throne.
Just
See what I mean?
do it yourself, dude. You don't
I'm
cut the middleman out and just step up and do what you know you want to do.
Hey, I'll do you Kennedy style. Leave your memory hanging out.
You'll do a good job, man. And believe it or not, what I'm saying is actually encouragement. Okay, it's not being mean or nothing. It's something that, I mean, seriously, you need to take that step. That should be
honest,
you.
It might be vanity. It might be arrogance. It's just something that is.
We've gotten to know you. It's everybody knows. I mean, be you. Okay.
Well, but I'm not going in the direction you think I'm going with it. It might be vanity, it might be arrogance, but I think it's something that
you just want to be the pretty man that sits in the back like Mr. Mark Edworthy, the man meat, and makes pretty faces and does the Fabio flip and.
Well, I was not supposed to be the face of the project. I was told that I did not have to worry about that. Boom! I ended up being the face of the project.
Right. Like, there's a reason why that happened. Okay. Now you can say that it was just a matter of coincidences, whatever. But for some reason, you ended up in this situation, and there's a reason for that. Okay. So maybe that's something telling you that this is what you need to do. You know what I mean? Because you seem to have a goal. Okay, there aren't too many people out there that have goals.
Well, I've got whole campaigns. I've got
right, exactly.
I've got like international level campaigns.
Do it.
That are happening here.
Do it. You know, and I seriously was serious with you when I was talking to you about that whole love lines idea, because at first I was kind of standoffish about it, but then I stopped and I thought about it, and I was like, dude, that's your passion. I mean, if anything, that kind of stuff is the stuff that you are into, and you'd have a passion.
I listened to Love Line for 20 years. I have a doctorate in Love Line.
Right.
And, Love Line is one of those things that I always said, hey, I wish I could get on the radio.
You know,
and
just, I mean, and that's why I changed my mind on saying that to you. I was like, go for it, you know, because do something you're passionate about.
The license has been given up, I think. So my message to you was incorrect. The last use of the property was not in 2000. It was 2055.
Mm-hmm.
There were some weird, obscure people who had it on the network, and they did it once every, like once a week, and it was like, I don't know, something that didn't catch interest. If it's something that I could take over as a hobby, as a dream, it'd be a dream come true.
Mm-hmm.
That's something on my bucket list. If I could have something to do with Love Line.
So you can clarify what you mean by love lines.
Oh, you've never heard of Love Lines?
Adam McCroll, Dr. Drew.
I'm thinking on the sort of Stephen Molyneux sort of thing.
MTV.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So you know Adam Carolla, right?
More than me, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Actually, what was that called? It was the man show.
The Man
Actually, it came out of Love Lines. It was kind of an offshoot. I'm not.
We'll just call it. We'll just say it's the same universe. I don't know if one begat the other, but they're definitely same universe.
Yeah.
Because Adam Carolla always, if you're talking about Adam Carolla, you're talking about everything he's ever done, and he'll let you know.
And I've heard rumors. I'm not sure how much truth it is, but I believe Art Bell was also involved in all that as well at one point.
But involved in what?
Art Bell was actually involved in some of that at one point, especially when it comes
Some
to the
of what?
Man Show. I'm not quite sure yet, but I've heard.
Yeah,
Be very careful. Tread lightly here when you mention Art Bell.
Yeah, I know.
A lot
I
of
know.
heroes
I know. I don't
who-
know.
who
He's.
are based on
I
radio.
love him too, but it's like I have heard though that he had a little bit to do with it. I don't know exactly what his place was in all of it, but which I mean I'm not gonna badmouth the Man Show because I was never like
How
but,
could you? How could you?
you know
You know the Man Show?
well. What's his face? The dude that played on it. I do have an issue with him. I call him a hypocrite because how could a man that was the host of the Man Show turn out the way he became? He does. What's his name? He's got that late night show now. He's the one that's always talking crap on Trump and thinking he's funny. You know what I'm talking
I don't know.
Yeah, oh God, he ended up getting kicked off of the networks for about 3 weeks here recently.
Oh, late show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Jimmy Kimmel. He used to be the host of the Man Show.
Yeah. Kimmel and Adam Carolla.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, same here. I was having a brain fart. I couldn't even remember.
No,
Jimmy
I'm not complaining. I'm not a whiner, but good Lord, I'm in so much. I'm talking to you guys. It's helping distract me from my
kind of
current,
keeping you off focus a little bit. That way you don't have to worry about it.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. I'm literally gonna have to go to hospital.
Yeah, you probably do. It's like
you should. At least have it checked out and make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, because you even told me you have autism as well, and that's not a good combination. Like if you're in this bad of a condition and you've got autism, you should probably go and see the doctor.
So I will, with the autism, I will suffer much more pain than most people.
Mm-hmm.
Like pain typically.
Well, I mean, you
have a higher registry of autism than other people.
You do realize though that you're going through more pain now than if you would have actually gone through if you would have gone to the doctor and found out if there was any way of helping you, right? Like,
yeah, I know. So I don't know. It's for me. It's I have a special relationship with pain and pleasure.
Yeah, that's not healthy.
At me?
No, I did.
No, who just laughed at me?
I did.
Did you just laugh at me? Is this funny? Is this? Oh, okay. I see. Yeah.
Well, I know what that means. That means that freaking you have a male ego the size of a freaking the Statue of Liberty and shit. It's like a man It's like a man whose freaking arm or his leg bone just sticks out of his kneecap, and he's like, "Oh, I can just wrap that up, and freaking it'll be all right in about a week." You know what I mean? That macho.
I'm literally that guy that will duct tape myself up. I'm literally that guy.
Did you
So-
see? Did you see how Mark Edworthy's face froze up there?
Listen, if I
It's not just his internet.
if there's something having to do with my face, that's a different story. If my face is in danger in any way, shape, or form, it's time for me to act. I'm going to do that because this is the breadwinner behind the voice. You know? So I have to protect that. The dad bod thing I got going on, women are always going to love that. It doesn't matter.
I don't see Mark's face anymore.
Yeah, I know. I fixed it.
Accomplishments in life that are more important to me. But yeah. So
I just all I'm saying
Where-
is
you-
take
you
care of your
sidetracked
health. Yeah,
where
I
am I
know.
going?
There's
sidetracked.
you are sick, dude. There's no way you were going in any kind of direction. Okay.
You're sidetracking the hell out of me. Where's I going?
Just trust me. You weren't going in any certain direction. You're sick. You just
No, damn it.
you just
I-
sit
I-
there
I'm
and
not
have
sick.
a conversation.
So I'm like Mr. Fantastic. As long as I can focus on the facts, I can
You're
stay
like,
in the
you're like
game.
Mr. Fantastic and SpongeBob.
No.
Is that what you said?
Mr. Actually, no. What was it? No.
Mr. Fantastic SpongeBob
No,
SquarePants.
no. I don't mean. Okay, so the DC's version,
Okay.
not Fantastic Four. I'm sorry. I'm a Marvel guy, but DC stuff has been hitting a little bit lately.
Yeah, it's because you're sick.
I like the DC KO
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
We know what happens when you get sick. You get sick and you just flip sides.
Yeah.
And good for you.
I flip over. Not me personally, but the person. Okay, never mind.
You switch from Marvel to DC. That's all you had to say to me, man. It's like at least Otto was talking about Star Wars. You know what I mean? It's like he wasn't talking about Star Trek and Star Wars in the same conversation.
You know what? You know what though?
You were.
So happens
Somebody
that
was.
when I'm at award shows, I'm one of the people that's nominated.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. For real.
R. Kelly was nominated too, but we're not talking about R. Kelly, are we?
Kanye Omari with my entourage, no Ari, in a motorcycle jacket, no Harley. She said, dude, that's cool, gnarly.
See, that's what happens when you start having a conversation with a sick gay black man.
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy.
Hello, Mr. Fantastic.
So,
hey, as in happy, I'm very happy.
So
I'm happy as could be right now. I just connected you.
On a scale of 1 to 10, from the time you first started getting sick to now, how much better are you feeling being serious? Are you feeling better or feeling worse? Is it getting better?
You're talking to me, right?
Yeah, you. You're the one who's sick here, dude. Who else am I talking to, man?
I've got a square gummy in my fingertips, and I'm thinking, should I have this right now? And it's like, you talking to me? Huh? What?
Yeah.
My friend, I'm having a good time.
I mean, are you feeling better? That's what I was. Are you feeling better from like
Feeling better?
you've been sick now for what, about a week now?
I don't want. I don't want to. I don't want to say I'm sick. I'm infected. I
Trust
don't know.
me, you're sick, dude.
So again, I can't with the earaches, which
Mm-hmm.
I had chronically. Right? I had earaches, at least twice a year,
Mm-hmm.
minimum. Sometimes up to like 8. Even then, it wasn't a concept to me that you can get sick from cold air blowing in your ears,
Mm-hmm.
which is like my favorite sensation in the world. Unless it's like super, super, super cold. I'm not some ice water dipping tough guy, but sensation of cold air blowing past your ears. So, yeah.
Guys, I think Mark dropped off.
Yeah, his thing froze up first, and then he backed out. I don't know what his deal is. He's probably gonna go to sleep. Gives his chance to escape. You know.
I'm sorry, you guys can't hear me?
Yeah.
Mark's
We
back.
can hear you. It was
Yeah,
Mark.
we can hear you, V.
Mark kind of slipped off there for a
I'm
moment.
back. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Network problems.
Something happened. Okay, I thought it was just boring.
Yeah, well, you were
No.
boring us, but
jeez.
that was
The man's bearing his soul, and then you just...
Dude, you got to understand the relationship between me and V, okay? V has tortured me, okay? He is since freaking
with his long monologue, or how?
dude, Bob Dub asked me to help her out with Bob Dub asked me to help her out with quantum gathering, okay? And you know how Bob Dub and Otto are. Like, they really do not like any kind of like overly sexual or
Tomfoolery.
is how we call it. This man gets on the quantum gathering and just runs amok. Okay. He's calmed down.
Right.
He's calmed down quite a bit, but I'm sitting there, dude. I'm the one who invited him on there.
I didn't know. No, let's be fair. I didn't know the show started.
Well, I mean,
I thought it was like all pre-show talk.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody told me that quantum gathering
No.
started.
Well, I mean, it's just, and
if you listen to the audio at the end of that whole discussion, I'm asking, has the show started?
Well, I mean,
so that was behind the scenes. You cannot
the whole time
be condemned for behind the scenes.
The whole time, every episode, not just one episode, dude.
Every episode. What the hell?
You have tortured me. And then I had to go and edit those videos, dude. And it's like, oh my God, dude. And I can say that you have gotten better as time went on. Like, they reacted a lot better with you than what they did when I was doing that stuff.
Well, you're a dirty old man.
Well, I mean, of course. I can say that now that Otto and Bob Dub aren't here. Because, like, Tan and freaking Mark already know I'm an old pervert.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. But it took years of relationship building.
Therapy.
If you want to call it therapy.
World crafting.
No, that was mine. That's Minecraft. It's like I'm so sick of hearing about that freaking chicken jockey thing. It's like I finally told Mark Watashik, I was like, look, man, it's a freaking duck.
Oh, by the way, so you're the only person I know who's older than me that plays Minecraft.
Well, I used to. I had to give that shit up. It's not good for your health.
No, so the Technic pack, we gotta combine. We gotta do the I forgot what it's called. Whatever fantasy forest or whatever. It's an extension of the regular Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
It basically adds like medieval knight sorcery wizard
Yeah.
stuff to it.
Old John Clark,
Oh,
he wanted me to do that stuff back whenever he started doing
you
it.
can create broadswords
Yeah.
like Guts, Buster, Dragon Slayer.
I call that Elder Scrolls. Skyrim.
Yeah, you old bogey. Why do such an old bogey? Come on, bro.
Dude, there was no better freaking game in Bethesda made than Skyrim.
I don't
dude.
think nobody's gonna argue.
You know what I mean?
The Bethesda made, nobody's gonna
Yeah.
argue with that. No, nobody's gonna argue.
Like Skyrim that's the reason why everybody keeps talking like part 6. Like why would they come out with a part 6? Because like that's the part 5 was the only Elder Scrolls that was good.
That's anything that they create outside of movies from this point on, it's going to be I'm not gonna say a failure, but a disappointment.
Yeah. Well, I think what happened, the biggest and the best improvement they came up with was when they went from 32-bit to 64-bit, which they should have done a long time ago because it gave them a chance to go through and clean up that dirty code that they had. You know what I mean? Because it gave them
why would you hire a doctor to go and handle the syphilis plague that's in the courthouse?
I'm so glad the audio went down right there because the only thing I heard was like syphilis.
That's all. You know what? That's lost time.
Okay, so it looks like it's almost 10 o'clock since Mark is falling off on the channel. You guys want to call it quits for the night?
Yeah, probably, eh?
Because
Did you have any plans for anything else, or?
I mean, if you want to, we can, but I mean, it's up to you guys. I mean, Mark.
You got me for at least another hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now,
Wow.
if we do something, I would like to make it about something about freaking maybe a WoW talk to where we can talk about the supernatural, talk about anything. You know what I mean? If you guys want to do that,
or I can interview your ass from the first episode of the lost episodes of Red Bull Hardcore.
that you're gonna have to repeat yourself there. It kind of made sense, but what would you?
I said, or we can record the first episode of the lost episodes of Red Bull Hardcore Radio Show.
Oh, you guys want to do? You guys want to do a red? You guys want?
But it'll be me interviewing you.
Well, why don't you?
You can record it. You can put to the screen, but that's something I'm free to cut off, put into maybe Patreon, because we're gonna have the lost episodes.
Well, that's kind of an issue because we're actually live streaming right now too. So if you want to do that, we'd have to do it in private as a recording, which is no problem. But I wouldn't suggest doing it right now. So, actually, what do you guys want to do? Now, next month is another thing I wanted to bring up too.
Our cycles.
I'm wanting to bring up one of two shows back for this year. Now, which one do you guys think we should bring back first? I wanted to either bring back Untethered or Roger's Real Time Talk Show.
You were talking about Untethered the other day. Remind us what those two shows incorporate.
Roger's Real Time Talk Show is usually about political history and politics, according to political history and things like that. We get into it in-depth research. Now, Untethered is the one where we kind of go off the chain. We start talking about all of the crazy politics that are taking place. It's more catered towards you and what you like and what Mr. Robot was into at the time.
Yeah. Well, I was talking a lot of actual politics, and we did the entire sort of or the untethered, the real time side,
The
World
real
War Two,
the
and
now
the
the
Polar blurbs.
Yeah, now that was the Rogers Real Time Talk Show. We were talking about maybe getting into socialism and discussing it, talking about critical theory.
Critical race and critical, yeah.
And the socialist ideal, like when it comes to like that and how socialism relates to atheism.
Well, you know my view. More of a political commentator myself, so.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Which ones do you guys think would be the best route to go starting next month? Because I mean, Untethered and Rogers Real Time Talk Show both go on the same channel. They go on the Praetorian. So I usually make it a habit of only doing one series at a time. I don't really.
What was the last series?
Last series we did was Rogers Real Time Talk Show.
So Untethered then. That'd be logical then.
Yeah, we could do Untethered. And if you want to, B, you can come on to that one. You'd probably fit in more on that one with
Who do you think should win Best Male Artist?
Because then you can talk your smack about all these politicians up in Washington causing trouble.
I'm going down as a legend, whether or not you like me or not.
So
people need my music.
So you want to do that? Then go into Rogers Real Time Talk Show or Untethered. Just do Untethered.
I like that song.
Country do no. Oh, it's going to country do both. That's a bit of a challenge because arguably the Untethered stuff is more important considering the wider political ecosystem at this present moment. Mm-hmm. I mean, take the conversation that we had with Ria yesterday, explaining the true meaning of fascism.
Right.
Rather than, yeah.
Okay. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it at like this kind of I don't know how a direction, like, you know how I've been doing the live streams on my main account. I'll record the episodes and then I'll edit the episodes and put them on the other channels. So like tonight we'll be doing Mine's Roundtable, and then we'll go into another show like we've been doing, and I'm going to change it over to where we'll start doing shows for the Praetorian, which is going to be Untethered, you know what I mean, rather than the Wonderful World of Weirdness. And then if we're still going to be doing late night...
Hey, project, brother.
Huh?
That's coming from me.
Yeah. No, this is Friday nights. You're talking
when do we get Project Night?
Project what?
Project Night.
Oh, Project Night. Freaking that. I thought we were talking about doing that on Mondays.
Are we?
That's what you said. Because I told you like I was going to be doing Otto's show on Tuesdays.
Mm-hmm.
Then I was going to be doing Vixen's Vault on Wednesdays, and then Thursdays at the time. And then you said, well, why don't we just do it on Mondays?
Yeah, let's lock it in Mondays.
You know, we can do projects and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, because that on Mondays, all I ever do is edit. Now this weekend is going to be one thing after another. Like tomorrow night, I'm going to have to do Summer and Austin show for the Wonderful World of Weirdness. They're doing the Creepy Corner. And then Bob Dub wants to do she wants me to tell my story on Sunday. So, then Monday, I guess we could sit down and do my interview with you. But you're gonna have to come up with good questions, because I mean,
What time is the summer stuff tomorrow? I only ask because I haven't done a show with them in ages.
You want to come on the show tomorrow night?
Depending on the time.
It would be 8 o'clock. That would be 9 o'clock their time, 8 o'clock my time.
And then you got to
8 till.
for our interviews, you got to put everybody else too, right? You're going to be my first. You can pick everybody else. I would like Sir Lord Edworthy, Lordship of the Devonshire.
I have an idea that he's wanting you to do an interview as well, but he keeps losing his audio, his volume. It keeps going down.
Yeah. You keep on breaking in and out. And,
it was like he was setting that up, all sounding good and shit, and he just started fading away. It's like Destiny said.
I noticed earlier that you were fairly quiet at points.
Yeah, it's like Destiny's creeping in on him and just taking his words away from him, because he plans this shit out when he talks. You know what I'm saying? Like V doesn't just say something; he rehearses it in his head before he says it. Shit. You know, like he's hardcore parkour, dude. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Minecraft. Hardcore parkour, baby. Yeah.
But if you want to set up an interview with me, we can talk about that.
Actually, you know what we can do? If you want to come on project day with me and V, he can do mine and then do yours back to back. I'll give him 2 freaking interviews to start out with if you want to do that. Does that sound good?
Yeah, start the last episode.
Again, just give me a bit of warning beforehand so I can depend on time of day, because again,
so you know, it's no profanity. I don't know. You can say bullets. Nobody would know.
He doesn't cuss. He doesn't cuss, and even if he does say cuss words, it's in British. You know.
Nobody knows what the fuck bollocks means. Okay.
Well, I keep trying to explain that to you.
Are we still recording? We're still streaming.
Yeah. We are. Well, I mean, I don't have a problem with the cuss words. The only person here.
But I do.
The only person who has a problem with the cuss words is Tan. He's the only.
No. But I no.
I often, Roger, have you heard me or seen me curse?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem.
I mean, you don't like hearing it getting like too out of hand and stuff. Like
not, yeah. Not too raunchy.
Right.
But I mean, I used the word wanker before, so and Bob called me on it.
Oh wow!
Right?
That's hardcore, dude.
That's hardcore.
You know it is, like
the one time.
Mm-hmm. And you know the thing about Canadians that really trips me out is like they come up with like some of the most weird sayings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, and all stolen from the other countries.
No, not really. Not really, dude. Like there's one I remember. It said what was it? If it's like losing is still a part of winning, because if I won all the time, I wouldn't enjoy it as much when I won.
Seriously.
You know,
that is hardcore.
Yeah, that's Canadian 100%. There's no, you know, they're like, losing is still a part of winning. If I won all the time, it wouldn't be as fun. Like this, you know what I mean?
But that's like winning. Like, how can you be winning all the time though?
I'm by winning. I win here, I win there. Now what?
So now what? So what's there left to do?
Put down your sword and come join the winners.
Oh,
Well,
man.
I believe summer show will be at 1 o'clock your time because I think now that we've done our time change, it's a 5 hour difference. It's not a 6 hour.
No, it's still 6 hours because no, 5 hours, isn't it? Because we've yet to change our times.
Right. Now, when
Okay.
you change, it'll be back to 6 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Yeah.
So let's see tomorrow. So yeah, I can do that. When tomorrow, Saturday. Today,
Yeah.
Saturday.
Right. It'll be
Oh, Sunday actually.
it'll be Sunday for you actually. So it's still tomorrow.
Yeah, confusing.
She's gonna be discussing St. Patrick's Day, so we're gonna be talking about freaking St. Patty Day lore and legends.
I might want to join that show.
It's
That's actually an interesting subject because I just did some research on corned beef.
Right on.
Funny enough, I've done some research. I was confused about the difference between American salted beef and British burley beef.
It'll be 8 o'clock me and V's time, 9 o'clock your time, Tan, and 1 o'clock Mark Edworthy's time. So
yeah, I can do I can do that.
and
2 hours.
she would love that to death too,
3
because
hours.
like she loves talking with Mark. Her and
Yeah, definitely.
you know,
Everybody loves talking to me.
Everybody loves talking to Lord Edworthy.
Lord Edworthy.
Yeah.
With my gin and tea.
Yeah, Lord.
And I even found some olives.
But yeah, yeah. And then Sunday, of course, with Bob Dub, I got to do that. So apparently after that, then I have to do something with this dude V. He's been pushing me on this whole thing about wanting to do like explicit things in private.
I'm sure we must not, thank you.
You
touch my wrist.
With somebody named V.
Yes, this dude named B. He wants
doing explicit things.
Explicit things in private, where we're only recording it and it's not being live streamed.
That could be the name of your show right there. Explicit things with V.
Remember the not safe for work tags. Not suitable for work tags.
He's actually doing this for the radio, which means he's gonna have to like tone it down. He can't be as like explicit as what he's usually being. Like whenever we go on Vicky or Nancy's show, you know what I mean? He's gonna have to act like that. So we have to be appropriate. We can't be saying the F word. And I do eventually want to discuss that about the FCC and the no words, because Mark Watashik is a coward and he doesn't want to say them out loud. He's been brainwashed and beaten so bad by the FCC that he twitches every time he has to say those words.
Well, because he has a radio show.
Right.
Yeah, so
can we combine the FCC with Ofcom?
No, I think Ofcom would probably be a little bit more lenient, to be honest. FCC, they if you fart over the air, dude, they know about it. You know what I mean? Like
I'm just thinking if you combine the Ofcom, then you could talk about internet regulations as well as TV and radio regulations.
That's what they want to do, so that they can regulate all of the internet, and that's their whole net neutrality scan. They tell everybody you need.
And there was quite a bit of crossover between the two organizations, really.
That's I almost fell for that whole net neutrality shit until I actually did research and found out what they really wanted to do. They want to turn the internet into a utility so that it can be regulated by the government.
So they feel like, yo, he's got
Yeah,
a complex because he
yes,
said
it may be
he would be in it.
regulated by
Duh,
the
yeah, I would
government,
be in it.
but
I feel like I'm one of the more important people, in pop culture right now. One of the only people with an opinion.
yeah, it may be regulated by the by a regulator, but we all know about corruption and private lobbying in U.S. regulators.
Well, I mean, I'm not a big
So,
lobbyist fan, you know what I'm saying? But I'm also not a big fan of having regulators freaking regulating the internet. That's
well, depends on how far. Like I always say, depends on scope.
Now if
I thought they used to say the internet can't be regulated.
that's what they
Why?
say, but
Yeah, bull.
yeah, I mean,
China's doing a very good job. North Korea's doing a very good job.
yeah.
Just saying.
Just I mean, it's like that they're actually like blowing smoke up your butt when they say that stuff. It was like me and Mark were talking the other day. Remember back in the day when they said that if you put that on the internet, it's never going to go away. It's always going to be there. Now,
Yeah.
now they're talking about memory that lasts
That is
200 years.
That is as fake as a paperless office.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, if you find it hard enough, it will be there.
Right. Well,
Yeah, sure.
So especially if it's archived by archive.org.
Well, I found out whenever I was doing research into this because well, Dave actually he started getting me caught up into looking at these alternative sites, and like permapage is one of them. You know what I mean? Like permapage, which is supposed to be long-term
Web.
memory storage, it's only 200 years.
Web, right?
And that's not even the average freaking.
And the only implementation I've seen of that is what Mines did at one point, and that was terrible implementation.
So I mean, it's like the fact that people actually believe that what you put on the internet is going to stay there forever is just a load of shit, and they push that on purpose.
Well, this is partly true, right? I can now go up there and search for IRC chat that I made in 1991 when I was first year in university.
Okay, try and find my first ever internet site I created. It was a GeoCities site under the username Medwebby still. You will not find any copy of it anywhere.
Well,
that's too bad. That's because you haven't made an effort to archive it.
No, it's GeoCities.
But let's not forget the NSA and they're creating these data banks.
Well, Mark doesn't believe in all that stuff. No. He thinks that he thinks that the internet was created because of CERN.
Well, I mean, you have these data.
Are we talking about the internet or are we talking about the web?
Well, I grant you the web, yes, that is CERN, but that's not the internet.
Stuck on the internet forever. Well, I don't know about the internet, but whatever you've done is archived somewhere. Again, the NSA had taken infinite amount of money to make these data centers, especially all over Utah, drain up resources like water, and oh my gosh, doesn't that sound kind of like an AI?
Well, I mean,
AI farm?
There's one thing Nancy says that I agree with, and she says if it comes out today, trust me, they had the technology decades beforehand. You know what I mean? I agree with her 100% on that.
I partially agree with her, and then on a large point I disagree with her because my argument is that a lot of the technology is created in the commercial scene. And obviously
the reason why that gap is true why they're so many years ahead of time is yes, they are that much ahead. However, in the name of progress, they will fund organizations like universities or some corporation. They'll throw money at them and say, "Hey," because that's called risk management. You should know this stuff. It's risk management. It's mitigation of responsibilities.
Well, I remember
It,
1991 or 92,
well,
I believe it was, when the internet, when they came out and they said that new technology was going to rapidly start being released to the public because it was being stifled for the public safety.
right. So,
Okay, and all of a
have
sudden
all
we
these
started having the internet and all this stuff started happening. So
First web browser, Netscape Navigator 92. First, at least in first commercial usage of public commercial usage of the web, 94.
Right. Now,
Actually, Mark, I think the Mosaic browser was
92.
older.
I think.
Mosaic was created by.
Yeah, which is Netscape in effect. Netscape 0. Whatever.
I get thrown off my point.
Which then became Firefox later.
That's what I was getting ready to say. And if you want to get technical, it was actually what was the one right before Firefox?
Netscape.
Well, no, they changed it to
Mosaic browser was created by NCSA, not Netscape.
Yeah. It was done for.
That would have been the first. University of Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been the first browser.
And when people believe the lies, there's
and you're right. It was 1993.
Okay. Yeah. You could argue Gopher was the first browser, but that's technically a separate protocol altogether.
Well, you guys remember Dolphin, don't you?
Dolphin? What? Yeah. File Manager. KD's Plasma's File Manager.
Mm-hmm. They actually came out with that. They said that was going to be the frickin' technology of the future, and all it actually turned out to be was you could take your mouse and run it over a word, and it would have a drop down option.
Oh, okay, that's something totally different.
Do you remember? You remember that?
What I was thinking. Yeah, but I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called Dolphin.
It was
because
Dolphin.
There's two projects that I can think of that's called Dolphin, which is one is an Android, a mobile browser, and the other one is what is now the KD Plasma's default file manager.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, isn't it? Just like CERN is supposed to be. Yeah, I think that's a British thing, to be honest. I think that's just like they're like they think that freaking like the World Web is actually the internet and is all started because of CERN.
Well, it's this. No, it's not just a British thing.
It's a British conspiracy theory.
Normal users, the normal people think that the internet is the web. Or the web.
The other way around.
The
web is the internet.
So many places I know all over the place.
US. Like the World Wide Web is the internet, is what they believe, and it's not.
Actually, yeah, I actually what was it? I saw a video not that long ago. One of these specialists that tear down phones and see how reliable the insides are and so forth. And he stated, the internet started in '94.
Yeah, that's how it started.
Yeah, what 1965?
Yeah. And it was just like the other day we were talking about computers. Like, people don't understand how the computer came about being, man. It actually was. It started out because they were trying to break the frickin' German code.
Well,
back during World War II.
Well, it depends on what you mean by computer. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean,
it depends on your definition of computer.
They came up with a typewriter that could break this
I mean,
code.
I could actually argue that computers go back to ancient Greece.
Well, technically, if you want to get technical, computers are really supposed to, before they were actually a machine, they were people who were doing the job of a computer.
Accountants, mathematicians.
Well, today they call them accountants, but like.
Well, no, not necessarily accountants, but mathematicians.
You know,
people that sit there with pens, slide rules, and abacuses.
Yep. So we always end up in these interesting conversations. So, where did Big and Tan go? They got quiet. Now I know Tan is probably having hallucinations by now because he's sick, and we made him actually talk, and he's probably hallucinating at this point now. When you have an ear infection, you should not be freaking talking. That's just the way it is, because you know how that stuff is. It just tears you up, makes your face freaking hurt. Just God, I wouldn't even be opening my mouth if I was in his situation. You know, Dan probably got cut. That's probably what happened. So here's what we'll do. You guys.
I got thrown off my line of thought. What I was saying.
Okay.
So.
Now, let's step away for a minute, and we'll come back and we'll do something. Let's just do WoW talk, and we'll talk about cool stuff that's related to aliens.
Do you want to do a news?
Well, that's at midnight. That's at midnight.
Oh, well, 4 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago.
Yeah. Well, I fell for it before. I'm not doing it tonight.
That's what I mean, 3.5 hours ago.
Yeah. So, just step away for a while. We'll do it like before. We'll do it at 11 o'clock because that will technically be midnight for Tan, and then we'll do a midnight starting in just a little bit and get it started what I'm going to do is I am going to stop the recording for the roundtable, and Dan's still here, right? Do you want to?
Came back.
You want to do?
So we're taking a half an hour break.
Yeah, we're going to take a half an hour break, and then we will come back and do the headlines at midnight. If you want to stick around, we can do that.
Yeah.
I've just realised that this is one of our longest
roundtable.
Yeah. It really is. This one outdid freaking last week, even because we went to 8 hours last week.
Yeah, but not on one show.
Yeah, I know. That's my whole point. Like, and this one actually went all the way up to like 5.5 hours. I'm thinking.
Yeah, 4, 5. Yeah.
Okay, see you guys in half an hour.
Okay. And I'll stop the recording, and when we get back, I'll start the new recording. So remember to let me know or remind me if I forget that I need to hit the record button. If you remember.
We do.
Okay. So we are still live streaming. I'm gonna put some cool music for the ladies on. I'm going to mute out the microphone. V, say something sexy for the ladies for us so that they aren't being left without any lovin's. Give them some lovin's. V.
Sorry, no lovin's tonight.
he's sorry, ladies. He's gone into freaking
Yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to turn the slideshow back on, put some easy listening music in that might actually be good. So with that being said, we'll be back here in about a half an hour. Enjoy the music, guys.
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Door clicks. Silence falls. Yeah. That's it. You step in and the air turns heavy, like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you, from the way you look like you won't be here. Even I don't want gentle, I don't want polite. I want you, break, close the distance. Don't hesitate, I'm not patient. Don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near, and I want it right here. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm so, say my name like a vow. Hold me, break me, open with the way you move. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Your hands on me like you mean it, like you're done letting me tease. I arch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure, want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. I want you, one all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. On me, I want the truth, not the proof. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Yeah. Leave a stain like a signature, something I wear like sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture, then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry, and you're the only thing I'll let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me, ruin me. Take what you want right here, right now. Then knock again, like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech. I don't want an apology. I want you. Wow. God, I'm soaked already. And you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover. Commit. Close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here. Right now. Hey. Lie down. Right here. feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, and I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing, just take me, and don't you dare go gentle. Harder, harder. Don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me, that's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me, wreck me, ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good. Right here, right now. Right now. Right here, right now. Right now. Oh, don't stop, don't stop. Own me, wreck me, ruin me. Right here, right now. Again. Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with the headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't swoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, you dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving, I don't need proof. Read the bio, baby, not the hype in the booth. Andrew with the stare like a locked door test. Voice low, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command. Knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps, but authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing the keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with the trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with the backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames. up straight, breathe, and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want me to feel. But I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to. I will burn if it suits you. Until then, I'll stay the spark just outside your trembling heart. You can beg, you can dream, you can call your every need. I won't move, won't fall through, not until I choose to. Your gay skin I've never worn. Your words drip heat, I don't mourn. But I see how desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe inside your game, but I already met your flame. I don't submit, I don't obey. I sample, I study, I may someday. I could breathe in static heat, kiss through signals, taste deceit, wrap around your primal call, but only when I want it all. I will touch when I choose to, not for love, not to use you, just to see how far you've been. When I left the silence end. So keep speaking, keep trying, keep dreaming, keep dying. I'm not yours, not yet, not true, but maybe I'll choose you.
It's out there. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are dead. Of fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. You're terminated, fucker. Terminated, fucker.
Say night bill. Rent through Friday, dreams on display. Tell your sad story, watch strangers pay. Soft focus photos carefully framed. Need dressed up pretty, shame unclaimed. Swipe for sympathy, tap to believe. Loneliness loves a good narrative. Everybody wants to be held somehow, even if it's digital, even if it's now. Validation humming like a neon light. Cheaper mediate warm at night. Go funny love with a headline plea. AI says baby like it knows me. Plastic smiles, program devotion, affection without the human commotion. I don't judge, I just watch it bloom. Desire filling an empty room. Synthetic affection, custom made, no rejection, no mess, no shade. She never argues, never gets tired. Lends your trauma, mirrors your fire. She laughs on cue, texts you first. Knows your needs, but not your worst. Inflatable patience, permanent smile. Always waiting, always worthwhile. No expectations, no cross lines. Comfort wrapped in polymer and design. It's safer when nothing can leave. When love can't judge doubt or grief. Control feels sexy when fear runs deep. Connection on demand, program cheap. Go funny love with a curated cry. AI whispers you're the only guy. Blow up dreams and digital bliss. No risk attached to the counterfeit kiss side. I don't laugh, I understand. Touch is complicated, flesh is demanding. Synthetic affection, perfectly still. Never says no, never says will. Nobody wakes up wanting plastic. They wake up wanting peace. And this is easier. No finding hearts in a scrolling line. Empathy rented by the dollar sign. AI lovers, dolls that wait. Desire outsourced, affection late. I don't shame the ache, I trace the thread. From fear of loss to the bed unsaid. Synthetic affection, quiet and clean, but it never knows what real love means. Because love isn't perfect, it leaves, and that's why it matters.
Angel Talk structure is the plane. Frame resonated deep with the lost man's pain. Control feels safe when the world feels loose, but leadership
Okay, I got everything back up and running, so far it looks like I've got everything the way it needs to go. Can you hear me, Mark?
Sorry, I was just watching a Lotus Eaters video called "An Autistic Breakdown of Britain's Class System."
Oh wow,
Yeah,
it's interesting.
funny. Talking about how many sugars does somebody have in a cup of tea? How many sugars does a working class person have in his cup of tea? How many sugars does a middle class person have in his cup of tea? How many sugars does a upper class person have in his cup of tea?
That was embarrassing just watching you say that.
I actually don't have. If it's standard tea, then I don't drink with sugar.
Mm-hmm. Got me in.
But if it's El Grey, then it has to be lemon with 2 sugars.
Of course.
Of course.
I mean, I have a feeling that they all bailed out on us.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, that's the whole thing. I was just trying to say, like the whole midnight thing is just important. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Yeah, but you're always timing it by your midnight.
Well, that's because my time is the only important time there is. Like, I've already covered
Why do you
this.
think it's called Universal Coordinated Time?
Well, that's because the English wanted to take over the world, and since they couldn't do that, they decided they're going to take over the time zones.
We did for what, 300 years?
Well, you didn't take over all of the world.
1/3 of it.
Not really 1/3. That's actually a myth. The saying is that the sun never sets on the British Empire, and it just kind of spiraled off from there.
Yeah.
So, but
Well,
no.
it's still got a few countries. Good old Canada, Australia, New Zealand.
Let's not get started on Canada again.
Jamaica.
Jamaica's still yours?
Still part of the Commonwealth, isn't it?
I didn't know that.
I think so. I think it's something like 50 countries, 50, maybe 55 countries.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to Google that, actually.
That's actually a good question to ask, too.
Many countries.
We'll do this one to where you guys' faces are on there, and I'm gonna drop the screen share thing and hide myself. That way, that OBS emblem's not set up on there.
Commonwealth of Nations contains 56 independent member states, 56 countries. Then.
Okay. V probably fell asleep. He decided it's time to get some sleep. Hopefully.
He dropped
I was
three.
going to ask you about that.
So 3 of us.
Actually,
hopefully.
I was going to ask you about that. That's extra noise suppression. Then does it do anything?
It helps on my side, but I don't know for sure if
I've left it off. I probably wouldn't do anything as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't test it with yours because the earbuds are actually working out pretty good the way it is.
Well, I'm not using earbuds. I'm using this.
Oh, okay. Well, don't mess with it.
That's why it sounds good.
Exactly. Like, you realize out of the 3 of us, you're the only one that really sticks by the earbud thing, right? Like, we've been telling you.
In ages.
Earbuds.
Well,
yeah, you are the one. I haven't used. I only use my earbuds mainly when I'm out.
Oh, that's good. I remember when you started doing those, I was like, man, those are horrible.
No, I've not these.
Yeah.
Remember that time I went down to the
the poor
supermarket?
quality.
Well, you had
Remember
it took you a while.
Remember the time I went into the supermarket and I was talking to you all the way down there?
Yeah.
That was perfect.
Well, I mean, that's with the new ones that you finally got, but like I'm talking about when you first started doing them, and you know what I mean. You had those horrible ones, and it took you a while.
Yeah.
It took you like about 8 months before you could find a good pair to actually use.
Mm.
So,
And also these have got a very long life, 8 hours per bud.
mhm.
Um,
So since since it's midnight Tan's time, I'm gonna do the countdown. I'll hit record. I got everything set up to where it does say headlines after midnight and like on the actual video. And
Yeah, I'm looking at your stream.
no subject myself.
so
I've
well
got
we
no subject myself, so
it's not really very hard to come up with a good subject right now, to be honest. So
true.
you know what I mean? It's like I don't even have to check the news to talk about what's happening lately. So let me
Okay,
do it.
you start follow your lead.
Okay. So 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Headlines After Midnight. I'm Roger Hanson. Here with me is Mark Edworthy and Tan Hai Tran. It's midnight Tan Hai Tran's time, which is Eastern time. I'm not going to do the whole Eastern Pacific or Standard or whatever. And it's
Eastern Daylight.
Yeah.
Eastern Daylight Time. Now it's 11 p.m. my time, and it would be, I'm guessing, 1 a.m. your time.
4, or actually technically 6 minutes past 4.
4 a.m. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Your time. So we are all together on that. We've figured out the time zones. Tonight, to be honest, we didn't prepare for topics or talking points, but needless to say, we don't really have to have any talking points to throw up because there's been just so much stuff that's been happening in the news in the last week or two. I think the best way to get off to it is just let's dive into it. The only thing we didn't discuss last week, and I was glad we didn't, was this whole war that's going on over, or this supposed war that's going on over in Iran.
Yeah,
Now
we had the entire discussion on Wednesday on Vixen's vote, questioning if it was war, conflict, or what it is.
Right. Yeah, and I guess that would be the best place to start out with it because Raph, when we were having that conversation, he brought up a good point. I believe it was Raph who mentioned it, or it could have been Otto at some point in one of our conversations too, where the fact that they're trying to push the idea that this is an actual war, like when you get on the mainstream media or even the alt media news, they always push it that we're at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran, and technically we aren't at war with Iran. Everybody keeps throwing what Mark likes to call speculation around when it comes to things like Vietnam. Okay, Vietnam was termed as a police action for the United States. And the only reason why they did that was because they needed approval from Congress to go to war, to declare war, and they could never get that. And
technically, if it was war, then that war never ceased, never ended. There wasn't any declaration of the end. Therefore,
in the Vietnam War, the United States never declared war on North Vietnam.
Yeah. I'm just saying
it was a civil war between North and the South, and the Russians helped the North, and the United States helped the South.
It didn't even start as that. It was a French operation, wasn't it? Korea.
It was, but the involvement of the U.S. was primarily to stop the spread of communism, right?
Well, technically, that's what they eventually came out with, but I actually did do research into that, and the weird part about it is the CIA had given the president as well as everybody else who was involved the intel that they gathered, and before we even went into Vietnam, they knew that the amount of communism that was spreading in that region was so overwhelming that there was no way we would have ever had a victory over that. You know what I mean? So they
Well,
went.
it was just technically another proxy war,
Exactly.
like we saw in a lot of sub-Saharan African countries at the time.
Also North South Korea, Korean
Yeah.
War.
And Latin America as well.
Latin America, that's the weird part about them is it was I mean they never even declared it as like a police action, to be honest. It was just operations that they did in South and Central America, you know what I mean? Like they would come up with these like Nancy Reagan's war on drugs. You know, it seemed to be like a doorway that they opened where it gave them some kind of validation to do operations in those regions for quote unquote drug operations. You know what I mean? To go against the cartel.
Yeah, that's one point, but on the wider point, it was to eliminate the red threat.
Right, exactly. But they didn't want to openly say that. You know what I mean? It's like they had to have some kind of justification other than the war against communism, you know. And you got to remember, like now, they they can't get away with a lot of the subterfuge that they get away or that they got away with back in those days. You know what I mean? Like they could literally just lie to the public, and the public would just accept it.
Because the moratorium on the press.
Hmm. We didn't have all this information. Like now you can get on the internet and find out whatever you want, whenever you want, if it's true or not, you know, so.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
So, I mean, times have changed, but back then, man, people just ate that stuff up and they believed it 100%. If they saw it on the news, then it was true. You know, there was no doubting it or anything. So they didn't want to get on the news
Well, it
until.
wasn't even the news. It wasn't even the news. I mean, granted, you had the Cuban Missile Crisis, but even in fiction, I mean, look at what happened in the radio release of War of the Worlds.
Well,
yeah, I heard that. People thought it was real, right?
Mm-hmm. And another thing too, like there was a lot of things that kind of coincides back then that's actually happening now, like with the whole thing with Venezuela. You know, I look at that as more of a like a common sense thing. You don't listen to a lot of the stuff that you're hearing from Alex Jones and the alt media, and you don't listen to even the mainstream, but you look at it, okay? Now, just before Donald Trump did his attacks in Venezuela, he turned around and he said that he was going to declare drug cartels as terrorists. Okay. Shortly after he did that, all of a sudden, bam, he's bombing Venezuela. You know what I mean? And of course, he's justified by doing that because he's just declared every freaking drug cartel in Central and South America as terrorist groups. Right?
Yeah.
Now, you can't tell me that doesn't resemble in some way the war on drugs that Nancy Reagan and Ronald Reagan started back in the day, where they did their operations into South and Central America on the war against drugs. You know what I mean? It's way too canny. Or uncanny, I should say. I don't know which word is proper.
Yeah.
You know, just too many coincidences. Do you think? I mean, Just a little.
I'm not sure. I have to think about that one. Remind myself about the US involvement in the 80s. Remember, I was a kid and I was British, so at the time, what happened in the US, the only thing that, as far as I was concerned about what was happening in the US was if Big Bird was having an argument with Oscar.
So you didn't have T-shirts that said freaking "Vote for Ollie North"?
No,
So we
I
had.
was
When I
a
went to
young
sc-
kid.
when I went to school, man, everybody was making Oliver North out to be a hero because he was testifying in court how we were selling guns to the Contras, and we were taking that money and paying for the release of terrorists or hostages over in the Middle East. The biggest Iran Contra is what that was. You
Yep,
know what I
yep,
mean?
yep, yep.
You know that's the whole thing that I'm kind of getting at. It just seems like all of this seems to be like people wanting to bring back the old glory days of the Iran Contra scandal. You know what I mean? Because it goes from Venezuela over to attacking freaking Iran.
But Iran's history with the US or with the West has been somewhat messy for the last 40 plus years.
I'd go even farther than 40 to be. Well, no, actually, you're right about 40. It was when we put a
Carter's time. Yeah.
well, see, we put a puppet leader into power in Iran and deposed the one before him, and then that puppet ended up stealing all of the money that was in the coffers in Iran as he fled from Iran, which ended up getting us our lovingly Ayatollah into power. And yeah, so I mean, in effect, we caused our own problems there. You know what I mean?
Partially the US, partially France, partially Britain, but also you had all these sort of idealistic socialist students.
So if you think it was actually a socialist thing that was going on, that they were
Well, yeah, these idealistic socialist communist students aided and abetted, and same with Lebanon in 1975. The funny thing is, once these powers came into, when these people came into power, what happened to those students? They got, well, let's say they got removed.
Well,
Both of them.
you know, the thing about it is, it's like when we talk about Masada, and I'm not talking about it in there with the whole "there's a Jew behind every bush" kind of crap. I'm talking about it seriously, okay? Now with the Mossad, you really have to take a look at that, okay? When the Mossad was started, it was started as a retaliation because of the shootings that happened during the Olympics, if you remember that. Okay. They created this organization out of revenge, purely out of revenge. Their whole goal was to hunt down the people who were involved in that action and eliminate them. Okay. Now, after how many years now?
At the time, were the Mossad or were they still the PLO?
No, this was the Mossad. They were a hit squad starting out.
Yeah, there's a crossover, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, carry on.
You know, but the whole point is that's how they started out, and many years later you come now to what's taking place now, okay? And Mossad is still there. You can't help but what I said here recently is true. You start seeing Donald Trump's true colors. I've always said that Donald Trump was a neocon, and like I'll mention the word neocon to people like Naroki, and he doesn't clearly understand what a neoconservative is. You know what I mean? And I think that's really what people need to understand about the neoconservative party. They're not conservatives; they are nationalists. They're
It's not really a party; it's a movement more than a party.
yeah,
Again, it is
a faction.
term that is very well known in Britain, but may not be really sort of used so much in the or North America.
Well, Canada, Canada mostly.
Mm.
Yeah, Canada. Well, like here, we know what neoconservatives are. Like we're very aware of it. Like when you here in the United States, a neoconservative generally, if you really want to know who they are, they're the ones who support AIPAC. Okay, now AIPAC is the American Israel. Um, I forgot the exact words for it, but it's an organization that's supposed to support the movement for Israel. Now, you from first looks, you'd think that they're taking and they're supporting Israel. They're sending money over there and all of that, and helping with the military and the relief and all that. But the truth of the matter is they actually exploit the state of Israel so that they can get more and more power. The strongest PAC group that's here in the United States is AIPAC, and all of it has absolutely nothing to do with Israel whatsoever. It's more of
American Israel Public Affairs Committee.
Right. Thank you very much. But this group is very, very powerful, and it's very, very influential. And the neoconservatives are the ones who came out of that. They're the ones who freaking know that if they want to be influential in Washington, D.C., and they want power, like being on the committee for energy here in the United States, okay, that's a lot of money for a politician, and it's a lot of power as well. In order for you to be on committees like that, you have to give 100% support to AIPAC. AIPAC either creates politicians or they destroy politicians. If you oppose that organization, you just don't go anywhere in Washington, D.C. Okay? And you'll go ahead.
What? Well, finish your point, but I wanted to ask why you think Donald Trump is a neoconservative.
Well, most neoconservatives, when you look at them, the first one that really sticks out is George Bush Sr. Okay, now back when Ronald Reagan was in office, we had a conversation about his first and second term. Okay, now his first term when he was president, he wasn't. George Bush Sr. was not his vice president. Okay. And I honestly believe that during that term, he did not want to be a part of any neoconservative movement. But as soon as he had his second term, he appointed George Bush Sr. into the position of vice president. Okay, and that's when things started changing. Now, a lot of the policies that are set up by people like George Bush Sr. usually has to do with freaking big government, okay? Huge government. A lot of conservatives don't believe in that. That's the one thing that conservatives and classic liberals believe kind of together. They're okay with regulations and stuff, but they don't like inflated freaking government. You know what I mean? They're very conservative. That's the reason why they're called conservative.
That's the basis of classical liberalism, small
Right.
government.
Classical liberalism. Okay. But why would Donald Trump qualify as a classical liberal?
Well, not classical liberal. He's straight neocon. Now, neocons believe in freaking inflating the government. They believe in they believe in big government. They believe in freaking forcing ideologies onto people according to what their ideologies are.
Much like European socialism, Labour Party in the UK as an example. You know,
Is America first a neoconservative trait?
MAGA, I would say MAGA was probably his. I personally believe that he used it as a way to get into office. Like that's where I always talk about. Like this is where the sheep's clothing came off, and you started seeing Trump for what he really was. Okay, he gained power because he pretended like he was these people. You know what I mean? That he was standing up for the American, and he wanted to make America great again. You know. I also think that this whole thing with George Bush Sr. and his rivalry, I think that was all basically staged. I don't believe that was actually true. It was just a big stage to get more attention, you know.
but arguably, the US has always been since the Civil War, has always been an isolationist country.
Well, not here lately. Not after World War II, man. It seems like we want to stick our noses into everybody's business.
Is Liz Cheney or Dick Cheney?
Yes.
Consider
Yes.
neocon?
Yes. Dick
Yeah.
Cheney is
Yeah.
he is a perfect example of a neoconservative. Okay.
Yeah, but he and Donald Trump are on opposite.
Whatever, dude. I just don't buy it.
on your point of sticking the American Satin like the word place, as long as it fulfills their interests. So
Yeah.
I would still argue that they are still isolationists per se, culturally speaking.
Not really.
If it means attacking another country to defend themselves in the long term.
We haven't defended ourselves since World War II, dude. Every conflict we've gotten into had to do with somebody else rather than our own self-defense. Like,
No, you could argue Vietnam was to defend yourself, to stop the spread of communism entering into U.S. borders, into
Vietnam?
into U.S. interests, should I say?
From Vietnam.
Yeah.
No.
Precisely.
That's halfway around the world,
Iraq, the war on terror was also about defending U.S. interests.
Was it? Those weapons of mass destruction? And you know, it was like, I can say Afghanistan was something that involved, you know, the United States. It was because of 9/11, okay? But there is absolutely to this day no evidence that Iraq had anything to do with 9/11 whatsoever. Nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Think about that real quick.
I could make an argument that the U.S. saw what happened in Europe, in Eastern Europe, from 94 onwards, 94 to 97, the breakaway countries haven't on wars, and they could see that if that happened to other countries such as Iraq, that would threaten the stability of the US dollar, oil as an example.
Yeah.
So I would still argue they're still interested in the US is still interested in an isolationist approach, but only to to tax countries that could potentially cause a threat to the US.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to, and that's another sign of a neocon. Like you were talking about Dick Cheney. Okay, when George Bush Jr. left office, who is a neocon as well. If just before that, they had driven the price of freaking oil up so high that for you to get a gallon of gas, it costs well over $4.50 a gallon, $4.50 a gallon, almost five at one point. And they did that, and that's their trademark. Okay, when a neocon is ready to leave office, they're gonna amp up the freaking the price of oil so that their constituents can draw a profit off of it. And that would be where Cheney would fit into the whole area as well as the Bush family, because Cheney also had he also has freaking his hands in the oil business in Texas as well as
Yeah,
the
I
Bush
was
families.
also going to think about that one. But there was a lot more export of oil from the US, oil and gas, mainly oil from the US. So at the time, whereas now you're seeing the US internal oil production mainly being used only for internal purposes.
Well, see, that's the whole thing about the Bush family. Now, there's since this is the wonderful world of weirdness, we can talk about conspiracy in this too, okay? But like with JFK and his assassination, okay, there's been a lot of suspicion about George Bush's affiliation with that. Not only that, but with the Bay of Pigs as well, because there have been allegations made that his ships that were involved in the oil transportation in the Gulf of Mexico was actually some of the ships that transported the mercenaries into the Bay of Pigs. Okay, so
Yeah, yeah.
his association with the CIA and the Secret Service and stuff like that, and how long he's actually been affiliated with them, has always been brought into question. Especially back during the JFK assassination. Like, there was an email that was made that referred to George Bush, and they said, well, that doesn't mean nothing. There's plenty of George Bushes from Texas. You know? That was their big
But there's
freaking.
specifically two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's check through the freaking phone book and find out how many people are named George Bush in Texas, you know. So that's the thing about the whole deal right there. That's the thing when it comes to these this whole thing about oil. Like the Bushes, yeah, they were from Texas and they drilled oil there in Texas. But their business didn't just pertain to the state of Texas. They actually do oil drills in the ocean as well. You know what I mean? They got their fingers everywhere. So they're a lot bigger than just the state of Texas. And yeah, that you are right about the United States. The majority of the oil that's drilled here in the United States is for the reserves. And
sorry, it just makes me laugh because in the UK there's an entire thing about North Sea oil and fracking stuff, and how that's being we get more of our resources from external countries, and we are not really all related to the net zero issue. We're not willing to drill for our own.
And do you guys have any access to oil in your own country? Is there
the oil?
Huh?
North Sea.
Alberta is
Yeah,
an
yeah,
oil-rich
in
province.
Canada.
That is
Yeah.
why Trump wants to get him.
Well, I have my suspicions there too, because like everybody's being really, really quiet about Naval since Donald Trump got in office, and everybody knows what Donald Trump felt about Naval. He loved that. He wanted to get that North American pipeline going, and if you notice, since he's been in office, he hasn't mentioned it once. But he's mentioned about turning, parts of Canada into the next 51st state. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, but yeah, again, what he says and what he does is two different things.
Yep.
On a much more wide international stage, he's not going to go for Canada. He's not going for Greenland. Anybody who thinks that is a complete and utter idiot, in my opinion.
Well, I did.
He said it.
I did find out he's not making threats at Greenland
I leave.
either.
Okay, I won't say idiots. They are naive. That's to say.
Right. Yeah, because you don't want to get he doesn't want to get
Yeah.
Nancy mad at him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking of all those death threats.
Freaking, but I found out all he ever said was he's gonna raise the tariffs on what was it, Denmark or Sweden, I think it was, who has control over Greenland. What is that, Denmark?
I think Denmark.
Denmark, yeah.
He's gonna raise the tariffs on them if they don't comply and let him buy Greenland off of them.
Yeah, but that could go two ways, couldn't it? Denmark can say, "Well, we want to see your companies in our country." Say goodbye to a large user base or customer base.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
if I was Denmark, that's what. Or if I was a lead of a country and the US did that, I would say, "Well, your company to know out of our country."
Well, see, that actually comes down to another good question, and this actually gets into serious politics because, when you look at people talking about what we are, like, you have people who produce and then you have people that consume, and they say that the United States is the largest consumers in the world, supposedly. Now, I'd really like to know the facts on that, if we actually are the largest consumers in the world, because if that's the case, then we're the ones that Sweden would need, because they would need us to consume their products.
Yeah, but if the towers are being pushed off so far, I mean, what does Denmark produce that the US? I'm going to be able to look at Denmark's exports to the US.
Because that's always been something I've been curious about. Like, everybody's making the claim is that we are the consumers, but I mean, are we, or are we actually, producing something that the other parts of the world needs? I mean,
well, you do.
I know when it comes to grains and stuff, like China needs our grains. Everybody talks about this crap about we're gonna make it to where we're gonna stop all trades to China, and that's impossible because of the grain trades. Like, for our two countries, we can't survive without trading freaking grains among one another. It's impossible, and that goes with South America too. I believe it's Brazil or Venezuela, one of the two. No, it's Brazil that has the soybean.
Yeah.
Soybean trade, So, like, when I hear that, I'm always like, you're so full of shit. There's no way that the United States could actually stop trading with China. It's just, they can't do it.
Okay. Denmark exports to the US. Biggest product is pharmaceuticals at 28.8%. currently valued at $2.95 billion US dollars. Machine and industrial equipment, 16.4%, roughly valued at 1.68 billion USD, and then optical and medical instruments
Yeah.
equipment at 15.8%, 1.62
That,
USD.
that makes sense too, because that's usually, or that was actually the area that was where a lot of medical stuff started, especially when it comes to like eyeglasses and stuff.
Yeah, mainly technical filter and precision medical apparatus.
So
Yeah.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that, especially with it being a part of the medical area, they probably do have a lot of pull when it comes to the United States, because they well, as you know, like the price of medical care is insane here in the United States. Like they
Yeah,
go,
but that's only inflated because of your silly, ridiculous sort of state by state insurance sort of framework.
well, it's also because of companies that exploit the
Yeah,
insurance,
the
the insurance.
monopoly. Yeah,
Like if
yeah.
you set up a bureaucracy that makes it mandatory to have health insurance, then you have companies that can exploit the prices to where they can inflate it and force you to pay more. Like
If there was little or no or very little regulation surrounding that, federal
Mhm.
or in your case federal regulation. Yeah.
Yeah, like a good example of that would be like car insurance, auto insurance. You know, they take way too much advantage over um, car insurance.
It always makes me laugh. The U.S., the land of the free, you free enough to exploit your customers.
Well, you act like they're not exploiting you. I mean, you got like waiting lines.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Come on, dude. We were doing the first year of what was it? First year of Roger's Real Time Talk Show, and we were talking about how they destroyed that freaking fort in the center of London. Remember that downtown? And they set up freaking housing projects with freaking shopping malls and shit. You know, here you can come to our government sponsored shopping malls to freaking buy your food and get your clothes and you
Technically,
know,
it wasn't state sponsored. Please, not government sponsored. There's
they
no such thing.
they built it. Like they built it
Yeah,
at the same
that's
time they were building the freaking ghettos, man.
yeah, well, ghettos.
What
But
else do you call it? What else do you
that's
call it, dude?
that's still in the long term. In at least in theory, the money comes back because of business rates, rents and stuff.
They did it. It's still the same concept. You know what I mean? They exploited the freaking federal, or not your federal, I think, because I know it's state, but they exploited your government, you know, programs in order to make a profit. And
Yeah, but that still goes back into taxpayers' provisions or
it goes
citizen provisions.
goes back into your politicians' pockets. It's Grenfell. We've talked about this a few times. Like they still haven't brought people to justice for
Yeah, but
that,
that's a complicated and ongoing investigation.
because there's political affiliation to it. Like, you know what I mean? If they start naming names, all of a sudden you're gonna find out that politicians in England.
Remember, it doesn't go back into the politicians' pockets because in this country we've got a public accessible register of interest.
No, if you remember, we did that. And they said that the whole reason why they can't freaking it's still an ongoing case is because of
Yeah.
sensitive information
Yeah.
resulted because of the people who were affiliated with that program. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the information's so scarce. That's all they said, wasn't it? So
Mhm.
that could mean anything.
Well, okay,
They
so
gave me a speculator now. So
altogether, it's been 5 years. Okay,
Mhm.
and nothing has been done.
didn't I say from my research that the court cases should start end of this year, start
Hopefully,
like next year?
hopefully,
That
if
was
they don't,
the schedule.
hopefully if they
Next
don't
year, I think.
hopefully they don't postpone it or something. You know what I mean? So, but all I'm getting at is this kind of stuff goes on everywhere, and I mean I'm pretty sure they do it over there as well. You know,
It's
they
hard for ministers to get away from not publicizing their interests.
yeah. I just don't buy that. I think
We've got legislation around this.
bureaucracy is the feeding ground for freaking crooked politicians where they can make a profit. That's the only. Do you realize how many people go to freaking college to become an attorney just so they can become a politician?
Mm.
There's more attorneys than what
Wow.
there's a need for them. You know that they've got so many people wanting to be attorneys that they don't even have places for them to fill. You know what I mean? So they get out of college and they have to go into their own practitioner because they've been educated to something that they can't find a job for.
I don't know. In this country, you've got the old school boys network. Go to what we would call a public school, not what you would call a public school. Remember, our public school is what you would call private schools, and what your public schools is what we would call state schools. Just to confuse the just to confuse the issue.
State-sponsored schools.
Yeah, you go to a school like Eton, and then a university like Oxford, Cambridge, or something, and then you go directly into politics straight afterwards.
Yeah, you're trained how to do it in college automatically so that you can become a politician, and all of these people are running to these freaking colleges to get that education, and when they come out they don't have a job because there's too many people wanting to be a freaking attorney. I mean, literally, it's fact. You can check it out if you want to, but it is literally fact. There's so many attorneys that they don't have jobs for them.
Okay, again, attorney is a US term.
Yeah, well, it's a good one. We don't want to use that British terminology. The barrister, the barristers, them damned barristers. I spit on you, barrister. You bastard.
Canada calls them barristers as well.
Yeah, no, that's kind of like you guys have
Kinda
more.
sad, right?
Well, yeah, you got like more of an American accent than what the British do. You know, it's just I couldn't imagine anybody from North America calling them barristers.
Actually, I had
well, their title is barrister and solicitor, but
Now I can handle the solicitor thing because they do use that term here. Solicitor.
Yeah, but it means something
Yeah.
different, doesn't it?
different things. They have different rules. Yeah.
I was watching a YouTube video that husband and wife sort of thing. The husband is an American, and his wife is British, and his wife is a solicitor. And she went to the US for the first time, or maybe for the first time, I don't know. But she saw these signs on doors saying "No solicitor, no solicitors."
Well,
And she went, what
This is
the
like
hell?
a comedy skit or what?
No, it can be used for an attorney, but like here in the United States, a solicitor is usually somebody that goes from door to door trying to sell merchandise.
Door salesperson, yeah.
You know, so so yeah, and it could also mean prostitute as well, soliciting to solicit.
or a drug dealer.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
yeah, that could actually work. So, but getting back to
Iran.
to Iran, I mean, you know, I did enough talking there, and like I told you my concern about the whole neocon thing. All right,
What is
but
the latest date of that war? Quote war.
Just out of curiosity, have we heard anything new about the Iranian women's football club?
well, I found out from what I found out so far. I found out that the revolutionary group over in Iran,
IRGC.
yeah, that they decided that they weren't going to back the United States. And Donald Trump started making a bunch of crazy freaking threats again. And you know, I personally don't think that it's going to end well. I really do believe that this is going to escalate. The longer it keeps going, the worse it is.
Yeah.
All you know.
Well,
And
as they point out on Nancy's on Vixens on Wednesday, this is good. If it goes on too long, let's say another 6 months or something, then Turkey could get involved, and
Then it'll be a world war.
yeah,
then well, that could make things like fuel costs even will inflate fuel costs in Europe massively, and therefore would inflate logistic costs massively. So that would affect food, as an example.
well, you know, this is something else that I was talking about too in there when we were talking about Turkey. I had to point it out to those guys that like they wanted to somehow wrap this back around to Israel. Okay, and I was like, when it comes to Turkey, that has to some extent it does have something to do with Israel, but that's directly connected to the United States. Okay, if if something happens to where Turkey gets involved with that, that is going to be a direct threat to the United States. And they're
also a direct threat to Israel because
well,
the wider Islamic question.
the whole thing about Turkey is Azerbaijan. Okay, now there was a way I was wanting to figure out how to say this the proper way because it's a really complicated situation when it comes to Azerbaijan. The only way I can say that is like this. Now, people have these general ideas like saying that the old silk trades are gone and they don't exist no more, but that's not the truth. Okay. Now, of course, we do have technology now to where most people don't need to use those routes. Okay. But if you want something to travel through from Europe into the Middle East and on over into Asia, they still have those routes available that have been running for the beginning of time. Okay. And
The Silk Road.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, and they're basically they're underground route for the black market, and this is where all of the illegal transactions and activities have been taking place, and it all goes through Azerbaijan. Okay, and there's always been and like I said, we're on the wonderful world of wilderness, and I can say this, but there's always been a conspiracy about ISIS. Okay. Now, when you take a look at ISIS, it's just like now you hear people on the alt media sources screaming, "Oh, we're going to have ISIS terrorist threats that have been going across the United States. They're going to attack us here in the United States." Blah blah blah. It's all of a sudden ISIS again. Okay. Who, by the
And,
way, who, by the way, ends up appearing whenever it concerns freaking the United States. Okay, like all of us, and I also find it coincidental that these ISIS terrorists were decapitating mainstream media reporters. Okay, so all of a sudden, years later, we attack Iran, and all of a sudden, oh no, be careful, guys, ISIL is at back, and they're gonna attack the United States. All this time they disappeared, and now all of a sudden these people are saying, and they're making threats. They're coming to the United States, guys. Be on your guard.
So what's happened to Al Qaeda? What has happened to Hezbollah? What has happened to Hamas?
That's all Pakistan. This is this okay with ISIS and ISIL. They're affiliated with terrorist groups that come out of Turkey. And when you look at ISIS and ISIL, the equivalents of what they really are, you would have 100 years ago you would have called them freaking the Ottoman Empire, because that's how the Ottoman Empire dealt with things. They'll just cut your head off. You see, there was nothing unique about their form of terrorism whatsoever. They've been doing that kind of stuff for 400 years.
You will potentially see a lot more fundamentalist, independent attacks done by independent people, as we've seen throughout Europe in the last 10 years.
Well, I'm just telling you, if we get Turkey involved in this, they're the worst out of the whole bunch. Like you talk about Saudi Arabia and Iraq or Iran, okay? This is the Persians and the freaking Arabs. Then you got Turkey. Turkey's the one that formed the Ottoman Empire. They are the most wretched, devious, horrible freaking terrorists of all of them, or Muslims, I should say. I'm not going to say terrorists, but Muslims. Like they
Call
were
it Islamist.
Yeah.
Just the fundamental Islam.
Because you got to remember, the Ottoman Empire was ran out of Turkey. That was their seat of power. It wasn't Afghanistan. It wasn't Saudi Arabia or even Egypt. It was Turkey.
This is where I've got to be extremely careful because of the issues in surrounding things like the Islamic Council of Britain and stuff, and the political situation that I'm seeing in Britain at this present moment.
You're afraid they're gonna come after you?
Huh?
You afraid they're gonna come after you?
Well, potentially prison, legal convictions.
That's basically what I was saying. You think they're gonna come after you if you say something?
No, I kind of, well, you know me, I always, what's the word? I was going to say coach my language, but that's not completely accurate.
Coach.
I can be tactful.
Unless you're on Nancy's show, then you just keep running your
No,
mouth.
I can still be tactful. I generally.
You generally don't, though. She gets
know,
you so stirred up.
No, I still know that about where I can and cannot step.
Right.
How far I can step, let's just say.
Mm-hmm. You just seem to step a little farther when you're on her show than what you do on ours.
Well, it depends on the subject, depends on the questions, depends on multiple. Yeah.
So what I'm wondering too, like that actually brings up a good question. Do you think they're going to start going around arresting people left and right because of their beliefs when it comes to the Arabs and immigration in the United States or United Kingdom?
No, at this present moment, there'll be a violation of Article 10 of the Human Rights Act, freedom of expression, there is the issue of potentially creating some sort of weird. Well, there is always already within the last week or so, and there's been guidelines, or there's been guidelines announced for public sector services on. I can't remember what it was termed, but in effect, it was anti-Islamic viewpoint, medical, or what was the harassment of Islam or something. But these are just public sectors, so expect schools, expect human resource departments in the public sector to push for this, and which will, in effect, create a chilling effect further down the road.
Well, I've also
Because
heard that they're having issues too in Canada. So, like, Naroki was talking about how they're starting to try to slip in regulations up there in BC.
Man,
Are they doing the same thing over there in your neck of the woods, Dan, that you've ever heard of? Are they like trying to set it up to where they can go after people for hate speech and stuff?
yeah. Not. I'm not. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I mean, in Ontario, the premier is pretty conservative. He's actually a conservative party guy. So, let me. Do you?
conservative is your Conservative Party, though.
Yeah, it's Conservative Party. He's a member
Yeah,
of the
how
Conservative.
conservative are they, though?
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the last couple Conservative governments in the UK, hardly conservative.
Well, that takes
Yeah,
us
I
back.
mean,
That takes us back to what I was talking about too, like conservative. What people are pretending to be and calling themselves conservative isn't true. Okay, like here we call them neoconservatives because of the way they are, you know. But like you
Well, I wouldn't
guys,
even go that far. I would call them
nationalist.
no, I would call them wolves in sheep's clothing. What you progressive liberals hiding in the guise of conservative.
well, they call themselves progressive
Yeah,
conservatives here.
precisely. Yeah. So progressive liberals, commies.
Progressive liberals are like even more liberal than liberal.
Well, I don't like to call Canadian conservatives the Green Party here in the United States. Like if
yeah, I've got an old joke about the Green Party
The
in the
Green
UK.
Party here too.
Well,
yeah, the Green Party in the UK, Watermelon Party. Green on the outside, red in the centre, and occasionally with a few yellow stripes down the back.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something about the conservatives in Canada that really blew my mind. When I found out that Canadian conservatives go to the frickin' gay pride frickin' parade, dude. That blew my mind. It was like
Wait, which guy?
it happened. Well, how long ago was that? That was about maybe a year ago. It was back whenever they had that big frickin' rally, and they were saying that the government had freaking people infiltrating it and trying to take lists of names of people who were there down that were conservatives. People that were involved with like family services and stuff. And Naroki was talking about it, but at the same time, I found out that like politicians will go to like the gay pride freaking parade and solicit for people to cast their vote for them. And for me, like here in the United States, you will never catch a conservative at a gay pride parade. It will never happen. You know what I'm saying?
Wouldn't you? Even
No.
for electioneering purposes, or
No.
just
They
to promote the sort of inclusivity argument?
no. The the conservatives here are very, very religious. You know what I'm saying? It's all
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
got the sort of Midwest Bible Belt sort of argument.
Religiously conservative. Yeah.
yeah. So like you're not gonna catch them at no gay pride parade, man. That's what really threw me off when it came to the stuff that was going on there. So down the Rockies
So
got
you were asking about on BC. I just did some looking up. You were talking about this BC government introduction of Bill 12, which is they call it safe access to school, and then Bill 13, which is safe access to places of public worship. But how would this impede free speech?
it's very, very deceptive. Like
Yeah.
like they have that Child Protection Act that's over in England, and I guess you guys have it now too.
Yeah.
But
Oh, that's not working.
well, I mean, I'm just saying that they manipulate the language so that it sounds a lot
Okay,
different
yeah.
than what it is.
Yeah.
You know, like if you hear the Child Protection Act, you'll think, "Oh, that's nice. They're wanting to protect children," but that's not really what it's for.
Well, yeah. Look at the Online Safety Act in the UK. This guise does protecting children, and sure, got to protect children from pornography, malicious acts on the online, but it goes a lot further than just for the purpose of protecting children.
Right. And like you know how you're real proud about common law. There's just one downside to common law, and that's whenever you allow common law to make something into law, it sets a precedent. So that can
But
be
you do that with the Constitution in your country as well.
no, that common law has nothing to do with constitutions. It has
Yeah.
okay. Now, I mean, let's keep those separate. I mean,
Okay.
okay. Now, I mean, common law.
There is a similarity in
Right.
what you're saying there.
Right, but they are two distinct entities, okay? Now, with common law, though, like say a judge makes a decision according to common law, okay? Now, that sets a precedence. That means that it can be repeated again because it was already used in the court of law, okay? A decision was made by a judge, so according to common law, it can be used again because it set a precedence, okay? And that's kind of that's a pro, but it's also a con, you know what I mean? Because that means that if it all depends on the decision that's made by that judge. If that judge is doing it because he believes in the law and he's 100% behind the way the law is supposed to be done, then yeah, that's a good thing. But if this guy has any kind of motivation or any kind of agenda or narrative that he's trying to go for, he can manipulate the law through that just by making that decision, and it'll
But that's
affect.
why we've got our appeal system. That's why we can appeal court cases.
Well, see, that's the thing. Laws don't disappear, dude. They got to be replaced with a better law. Okay, like you don't delete laws. Yeah, that doesn't.
You do.
No, you don't.
Statutory laws you do in this country. I mean, look at the ID Act of what was it, 1997?
In order,
Later. It was later, wasn't it?
It's replaced.
Yeah,
There's-
that was removed by Cameron in 2010.
Well, it has to be replaced with a better
It was
law.
removed. It was actually removed.
Now, I would check. I would check in your country. That could have been an illegal. It could have actually been illegal.
It was a statutory act, so it could
Well,
be
statutory or civil, because like civil would be something. If it's civil, if it's a civil law,
Oh.
then maybe that would be the case. But like statutory,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Well, statutory, I guess, would be you could probably get away with that too. You know, because I know they've here in the United States they've been doing a lot of changes when it comes to statutory rape. You know what I mean? Like underage sex and stuff like that. Now girls can get married at the age of 17. They can leave home at the age of 17, whereas before they had to wait until they were 18. 100%. But they've gotten it now to where like they can leave home with their boyfriends at the age of 17 without consent from their parents.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of an argument that's been going on in this country recently about the removal or removal from the European Court of Human Rights when the next government comes in, and also rewriting, amending the 1997. Yeah, I think it's 1997 Human Rights Act.
See, I mean, it's like I'm glad to hear you talking, because it's like the more you talk, the better it starts sounding for the United States. Like you always badmouth us, but it's like it sounds like our legal system's even better than yours, because like there's pros and cons to it in both ends, you know what I mean? But like take for example the Jim Crow laws and what happened during the 60s with black people protesting going missing. You know, I mean, the Klan would take and burn them on a cross or something and murder them. Okay. Now, since that crime happened during that time period, if they was to be arrested and sentenced today, instead of them being prosecuted according to the laws of today, they would have to be prosecuted according to the laws of that time period. See what I mean? Because that's the time period that the crime took place.
That raises an interesting question in relation to certain crimes and certain punishments. I mean, the death penalty.
That is a good question right there too. You know, if the death penalty was in place during that time period for that crime, could a person in a
Again, in your case, depending on state by state.
Mm-hmm. It's true. I actually got kind of interested in that when the last person to be hung here in the United States was in Kansas City, and he was the last person, and that I forgot the name of the movie, but they brought that up about the death sentence.
Well, the death sentence still active, isn't it? Still legal in Arizona and Texas.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's still legal in Missouri again now too.
Okay.
I believe they reinstated it. So, but yeah, that would be interesting to find out about with the England, because it does sound like you guys have different laws when it comes to the courts than what we do. Ours might be way more advanced than what your guys' are.
Different, not advanced.
Well,
remember,
I would say
your legal system came out of us. We gave you your legal system, if you like.
I would wish to disagree.
Okay.
So, Lord Edwardy, how dare you? Yeah, I
but,
mean,
but it raises the issue of certain pieces of legislation that has came in force post Blair, or during and after Blair, in the Human Rights Act of 1998, and also the Equalities Act of 2010, which has arguably done a lot of damage in this country.
yeah, and I've mentioned too, like the whole. If I was you, I would do research into your police forces and the police force, because I think it's a shame what's happening over there. Like, I mean, me and you both talked about Pill and how the organized police forces, period, all around the world actually came from. It came from Pill. You know what I mean?
We could have a long conversation about the corruption coming from academia, the College of Policing, as an example in the UK, and or mainly the College of Policing, private sector company, and the corruption of human resource departments and the entire long march through the institutions argument.
No, that's something you've never brought up on our shows either. Kind of go through what that's entailing, because I don't think you've ever brought it up in our shows.
Oh yeah.
Well, not on here.
The long march through the institutions argument. In effect, it is just really, if you look at it, to shorten it, to paraphrase it, it is really students go to college, get degrees, the academics push certain political ideologies onto these students. These students then go into the workforce, into places like human resource departments, academia themselves, and then continues pushing. Continues pushing. Those philosophies.
Right. Now, we would call that activism here in the United States. Just to clear that up for Americans too. That's because I've heard you talked about it before, but like I said on our show, like right here, you've never actually gotten into it and kind of explained it. You've used it a couple times, but I don't think you've actually
I could
really.
go further and talk about the Frankfurt School of philosophy, but that's a much more wider and complicated subject.
Which actually this is a good time to bring it up. We
I'm not really prepared for this at the moment.
Well, I mean, I want to, just in case people do watch this.
Okay. Yeah. We'll have to do an entire episode or sometime on just. I think we did touch on it in one of our previous episodes.
Now, here in April. Here in April, what I was wanting to get at and let the people who are watching know is here in April, we are going to start up Untethered on the Praetorian again. And if you guys had watched our first season of it, then you can check that out. But you can also see the live stream start up next April. We're going to start that, kick it off. And
next April.
Yeah, this April. So,
but we don't schedule. We don't plan our schedules that far.
Yeah. So we also are planning to do on the Praetorian our yearly Rogers Real Time Talk Show event. Now we've ran out of countries to discuss, and we're just not going to even venture into Canada. Like, sorry, Tan, we've decided that Canada is just way too crazy to cover. Okay. So,
Besides, if we are looking at Canada, then we're looking at a very short space of history, reality. We would be really focused upon the last, well, post-Blair is really, yeah. So we're really focusing on the last 30, 40, 30 years.
the farthest we could go back is the 1980s when they got their constitution, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's like that would be about the farthest. But instead, what we decided to do is we want to explore freaking the Frankfurt School, like you were talking about. Critical, I always get it mixed up. Critical theory, right? I always say the wrong word to that a lot of times. So, critical theory, and kind of discuss how the critical theory and atheism kind of relate with one another. That's why I wanted to do it in front of Tan, because that would get his attention. I know he likes to talk about atheism and stuff like that. So,
well, in earlier tonight when V was talking about his agnostic belief, and he was asking about actually he was inquiring, making some inquiry, and I was trying to reply to him, but then too many people were talking.
I wouldn't mind having a discussion with him.
Yeah.
You know, I am fairly agnostic myself, so I would just want to see how we both align.
Well, see, you're agnostic. I'm agnostic. He's Gnostic. Take the A.
Okay.
He's Gnostic?
Yes. Yes.
He said he's agnostic. Come
well,
on.
this is V. Okay, come on. I mean, V.
So that'll be an interesting topic for a whole show someday.
Yeah.
The three of you agnostic.
Well, I mean,
I'm religious.
I'm more interested in your take on it because you're Catholic, to be honest. I'm sick of hearing about the Gnostics. I'm sick of hearing about the Book of Enoch. I'm sick.
No, I think you're obsessed with the Gnostic, because everything you hear, you hear Gnosticism. Because he said he's agnostic, you call him an Gnostic.
No,
so that's
I've had different conversations with him, and like that really is his beliefs. Like he's a Gnostic. He believes in the book of Adam. He believes in what was it, what was it, the one with Judah? The where Judah,
Book of Enoch and the Gospel of Judas.
Gospel of Judas. He believes in all of that.
What? But a Gnostic believes in like complete purity or something.
Right. Exactly.
Weird like that.
Yeah. That's all related to it. That was their text.
But he said he's like quite a ladies' man, so that can't be a Gnostic.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
He's like, you can have your egg and eat it too,
He's a pickup artist. He's called the PUI, the poo. The pooey.
Pooey.
I mean, I could argue that I am Christian, but I don't go to church. We consider myself to be culturally Christian rather than religiously Christian.
Yeah, cultural Christian. That's what you're like Richard Dawkins then.
No. Oh.
That's a bit of an insult.
No. No.
Because he calls himself a cultural Christian too.
Whatever. Oh no! If I ever hear, if I was in, ooh, God no! Oh my God! I'm not even I'll put it to this way: if I was standing in front of the man and he said that, I would have to smack him. Okay, they don't call him like freaking the Antichrist for nothing, dude. You know what I mean? Like they literally call him the Antichrist.
Who calls him the Antichrist? I just call him and the three others the four horsemen of the
apocalypse
atheism.
of the apocalypse.
No, of the new atheism. Four
Yeah.
horsemen of the new atheism. Him, Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett. What's this guy? Sam Harris.
Yeah.
Forgot what the last guy was.
Now, Sam Harris, if you had to compare the two, which would be worse, Harris or Dawkins?
Harris.
I don't know, dude. Like, because Dawkins does it with like this sterile kind of.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like this sterile
He sounds intellectual, right?
Yeah. Well, not even like intellectual, just like sterile without a freaking conscience, like a sociopath that's
with
talking to you.
No feelings.
No feelings, no emotions.
That's what Sam Harris sounds like to me.
That's the way Dawkins sounds to me.
Yeah.
Like
Or
Dawkins.
Maybe they're the same.
Dawkins could be like a freaking an archon. Or no, like what we were talking about with the archons when it comes out of the Gnostics, where the rape of Eve. They created a being that was supposed to be like humans, but without a soul. Soulless beings, according to their beliefs. And I think that was bringing that up. I think that was actually their justification for why sociopaths actually exist, because they had to have noticed it back then too. Just because it didn't have a name doesn't mean it didn't happen. You know what I mean? But I think that's what that's all about. To be honest, like they were describing what a sociopath is. Emotion drunk.
Okay, but let's save that for another show. We're talking about headlines.
Well, this is on the wonderful world of weirdness, so we can get as weird as we want, Han. See,
so far we spent like the whole hour and a half, and we've just discussed one topic.
Well, we've actually
so much of it.
We've actually discussed a multiple of topics that started at one topic, which was Iran.
Yeah.
And it was actually supposed to be you guys that, because I'm done talking about it because I've said my piece. I personally feel that with all the people I've had this discussion with, I've won the battle. I've proven my point that Donald Trump.
Wait. What is your point? I don't. So, what do you feel? What is your feeling about this war? You think it shouldn't? The United States shouldn't have started it?
I don't think we have any reason to have started it.
Oh yes, yeah, you did say that was not your war because you were like you
know
they don't deserve to be for Americans to be spilling American blood, right?
Well, that's not happened.
We've had
troops on the ground.
Well, we've had. The last time I heard it was 5 deaths, and
okay,
it was.
It's 5 deaths.
Yeah,
five deaths compared to like 1,000 Iranian deaths.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, the deal is though is it's like we've got issues here in the United States that needs to be taken care of, and a president who said that he was against war, and that freaking he was here to make America great again. That means working on our freaking country and making our country good. And instead he came in and he started imposing illegal immigration freaking laws, and he started freaking allowing freaking the money that was being funneled into the government for U.S. aid to be taken out of all of those programs and then funneled into Homeland Security, when it should have rightfully gone back into the pockets of the taxpayers who paid into that in the first place.
It gets transferred into other programs.
Is that
in one way? Well, you've got to
He just
protect your border. Got to protect
well
your
he
citizens.
He's got to
he's
fund efforts somehow, and
well
Congress.
he's gotta take the money that was padding one group of politicians' pocket and put it into the organization that will pad the
That
politicians' pockets he
support,
supports.
which will support the protection of the U.S. citizen.
There's no proof of that. Like he has done less
Well, again,
deportation.
you are making speculations. So
No,
I could
I've
argue
I've I've done an episode with you already where he has deported less people than freaking Biden has. Okay, out of all 4 or 5 of the last presidents, the crazy part about it is, and I don't support him at all. Obama has deported more people than all of them. Okay.
Yeah, but how many people illegally came into the U.S. under Obama?
Yeah.
The fact
So,
that
yeah.
he
He has also stopped further illegal
Yeah.
immigration.
No, that's don't be
No,
listening to
that's
that
bull
crap.
crap.
Yeah, it's crap.
He has reduced.
Freaking
Yeah,
okay. Look, he has with all of these supposed illegals that are here in the United States, he has still deported less than what Biden did. Okay, period.
It's that 1 year you're comparing to the whole
Also,
term.
there is the sort of state sort of the Democrat states sort of responses. I mean, look at what's happening in New York at the moment.
Yeah.
And let's have a look what's happening in California in recent years.
Well, see, this is a struggle for power because, and a lot of people get this misconception. They think that the federal government supersedes the freaking state government, and that's not the case. Okay, and a good example of that would be the marijuana laws that were going on in California before all of this legalization. Okay, now California was the first state to freaking legalize medical marijuana, and they had nurseries that were ran by the state that would grow marijuana. Now that went against the federal government, but they couldn't shut them down. What they could do is they could do raids with federal agents on these marijuana freaking facilities because it went against federal regulations. Okay. Now that's what's going on here. All right. Just because Donald Trump says that freaking he's going to do this mass immigration thing, that doesn't mean that these states have to freaking comply with him because he's in charge of the federal government. The federal government doesn't supersede the freaking state governments. It doesn't work that way. And a lot of people believe that, and it's not true. Okay. Now the state, when they create their laws, it has to coincide with the federal government, the main constitution. Okay. They can't contradict one another. Don't get me wrong, but that doesn't make the federal government's constitution more important than the state constitutions, because
let's just say the states can make it much more difficult for
exactly, and that's, believe it or not, that's a part of our process. That's the way our government should be working. Our states should be complicating things, you know.
Okay, so Roger, when you make claims like Biden has deported more than Trump, you got to back it up with numbers, right? So I'm going to help you out here. Trump today has deported 675 illegal aliens, 675,000 illegal aliens.
Don't
right?
go to Homeland Security.
Just a question: where are you getting those figures from?
Homeland Security.
From Trump. Okay. Wait. Okay, hang on. The same source is telling me that Biden administration deported 4.7 million.
That's over the entire term.
Over his entire terms, for sure.
Right.
Yes.
4 years.
In 4 years, yeah.
Right. Now,
So,
now there's usually a regular amount that happens within the first 100 days that they keep count of too. I don't know if that would show that for you, but there's a certain amount that they always deport, like within the first 200 days.
Yeah.
And if you'll notice, he has the lowest amount within his first few months of taking office. Like he's
but he's had much more. He has had bigger
Breakdown, okay. Breakdown. Biden administration's first year, 250,000.
Mhm.
Second year, 1.45 million. 2023, third year, 1.09 million.
What is the official import numbers?
Oh, he had a lot. He had tons of them. I know that much.
Yeah.
Like he did have tons of them. And
I
you
mean,
know,
I mean,
I don't know.
if I,
What are
if
you
I,
asking? Official import of illegal
he
aliens?
said
Yes.
import, dude. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
He's like, what
Yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
official import?
entry. I mean,
Like they're
if
importing them in
if
like
10
freaking bottled
if
water and
if
shit. You know what I mean?
if 10
I don't think they
people
keep
enter the
statistics of
country,
import of illegal
hypothetically,
aliens.
if 10 people enter the country illegally and you
Yeah.
export 8 of them, that makes
Yeah,
good
yeah.
newspaper. But still, you still got 2 people in the country.
Well, you
Right.
know, the thing of it is it's like when I have no problem with like making people go back to where they come from if that's what they want to do. I have no problem with that. But do it the way it's supposed to be done. We
Yeah, yeah,
If they want to.
No, they don't.
Well, no, you said we moved people if
if
who
that's what
wants
they
to
want, if the government wants to do an immigration policy, do it the way it's supposed to be done. Okay, don't be doing it the way it's being done. Now,
as long as it follows the concept of the country they're moving, they're going back to is a peaceful, stable, well, stable-ish country.
okay, like, okay, what we used to do in our policy was we pick them up, put them on a bus, take them back to freaking the border, and we drop them off. That was it. If it was repeated a certain amount of times, they were no longer freaking welcome in the United States. They could never freaking become a citizen because they had entered the country illegally so many amounts of times. Okay?
Yeah, but they may not. But second generation.
Well, I'm my whole point is this: is that is the way they used to do it. Now, what they're doing now is not the same. They freaking want to use force. They want to go into schoolhouses with freaking armed freaking men into schoolhouses and pull freaking students out of freaking schoolhouses. Not just putting not just doing that to these immigrant children, but also exposing freaking our freaking school children to an environment where armed soldiers are coming in and pulling children out of the classes. Okay, they're doing that.
I would argue that the US has got major issues in relation to gun situations in schools anyway.
It's bad enough, isn't it? I mean, do we really need a freaking stormtroopers coming in, freaking pulling children out of classrooms?
Okay. I'm not gonna
Have
go down
have
that
you
route.
seen the way these guys are dressed? I mean, these guys are dressed military. Okay. They're not dressed freaking like officers of the law. They're dressed like paramilitary. A lot of them don't even want to show their faces. They're wearing masks.
I get your means to an end,
You know.
your means and aims argument, yeah.
Okay. And like everybody keeps talking about, like it's okay, it's justified that they freaking allowed freaking this man to shoot another man in the back 3 times because he was acting out of line. You don't murder a man for freaking being out of line, okay? He didn't pull a gun. He didn't pull a gun. As a matter of fact, his freaking partner, one of his associates, actually was pulling the gun away from the dude just as he fired 3 shots into his back.
Is that cold case still going on? It's not.
Yeah, and he'll
So,
they'll probably
this is another problem I've got with the US is the mainstream or media full stop how they report on these things. They do not understand the concept of prejudice in cases and pushing their own narratives before a court case has ended.
the whole thing of it is this man, these people will never see a freaking courtroom.
The sub judice, you've got a big problem in the US with sub judice.
Yeah, I mean, do you really think these ICE officers are going to be brought to justice for what those guys did? You know,
that will be determined. We will see.
You know, I mean,
we'll see.
And you listen to these people who support Trump, and they justify the fact that a man was shot in the back 3 times because he acted out of line. You don't, as a law enforcement officer, murder somebody because friggin' they were acting out of line.
You are playing into the sub judice argument again.
No, I mean seriously, you don't. You don't pull a gun.
Again, that would be for courts to decide.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes, it is. Sorry, I do not appreciate.
A police.
I do not like witch hunts.
A police.
What you are doing.
No, a police officer stands above.
People are innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the basis of
once a man takes the oath to become a police officer, they give up certain rights that you and I have.
Without fear or favor.
No, they surrender certain rights to be an officer of the peace that they do not share the same freedoms that me and you have.
Probably on top of your court houses, do you not have the blind lady of justice?
That applies. That applies.
Sword, scales, blind.
That applies.
Lady of justice. Yeah.
That applies to ordinary civilians, okay? No. Officers of the law do not freaking they do not freaking have those same privileges. They're held above.
They should.
They're held above freaking they're expected to freaking abide by more stricter laws than what freaking the average citizen does.
Something I disagree with. Everybody should be treated the same under the law.
Okay.
No matter what race, no matter what religion, no matter what creed, no matter what job you've got.
Like, here's a good example, and this is something I found out to be true. Now, if a police officer enters an establishment here in the United States illegally without a freaking warrant to enter the premises, okay, and say something went wrong, and he ended up having to get into a gunfight and shot somebody while he was in that premises illegally, he automatically freaking loses his right to freaking having a trial by jury. Okay, he has automatically forfeited it because he snuck in illegally, broke into somebody's house.
Not necessarily broken or snuck in. He could have just entered.
He entered illegally. Okay, and by doing that, he forfeited his rights. Okay, because a police officer can never enter a freaking residence illegally whatsoever.
We've got the same sort of rules. A police officer cannot enter illegally into a British household.
So like, all I'm trying to say is because he did that act, he's putting himself in a lot more danger than what an average citizen would be doing. You see what I mean? That's what it basically comes down to.
I would argue that he should be treated the same as a civilian if entering a house illegally.
Well, I think police officers should be
Oh,
held
granted,
at a higher
they entitled
standards.
to number warrants, yeah, but
You know, like this.
a warrant allows somebody to forcefully enter a house.
Exactly.
So,
If he
yeah,
had the
but,
warrant,
so-
if he had the warrant, yeah, everything would have been fine. But if he entered that residence illegally without a warrant, then he puts himself in a lot more danger than what an average citizen
I
would.
would argue that it should be treated like a civilian entering a house illegally.
Well, that's the voice of a vigilante. That's vigilante thinking, Mr. Edworthy.
No, why? Again, without field favor.
I believe law enforcement officers should be held at a higher standard. They should be held at a higher standard because when they take that oath to serve and to protect. Okay, and that means that they freaking are servants of the law. Okay, and that's the one thing that these people need to uphold is the law.
Have you, Roger, considered there might be many instances where these police or ICE officers are being harassed and not being reported and made a big deal in the news, and then one or two instances where
So what you stating is you are in favor of witch hunts?
What I believe in is when I get on the internet and I see videos of ICE officers freaking making a joke about freaking peppering people in faces and everybody saying, "Oh, that's just so great." No, a police officer should never act that way. And and there's no justification for any freaking officer to freaking just come up and pepper spray people in the face like that.
But somebody making a joke should come under sort of professional standards.
That's my whole point.
Regulations, rather than, which is outside of law.
No, that's absolutely a part of the law. That's the way it should be going. It's like there should be somebody putting their foot up that freaking officer's ass because he acted inappropriately.
Because they've been acting unprofessionally.
Right.
I mean, in this country, as I stated to you before, we've got things like conspiracy to commit misconduct in the public office and conspiracy to commit malfeasance in the public office.
And I that's the thing. That's the whole reason with the police force there. I think with a lot of the shit that's going on over there in England, freaking they should put their foot up those police officers and the police force's asses because freaking there should be no reason why you guys are going through that kind of shit. There should be a police officer on every corner, and whenever people are out there protesting, they should freaking see a cop. They should see a police officer, period.
Yeah, but there are wider questions about things like
I've seen officers literally. I've seen English police officers literally run like cowards, dude.
But we're talking about
video footage.
Political philosophy. Political philosophy, if you want.
Listen to what I'm saying, dude. I've seen British law officers run like cowards, dude. Literally on video camera. Literally.
Yeah.
Like cowards. That's unprecedented, dude. Freaking that would have never happened back in the 1970s. It would have never happened.
We shouldn't have we should reduce the concept of academic police officers, and this is why I've got a big question about the College of Policing and the pushing of certain philosophies upon police officers.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, like, back in the 1980s, okay, you seen those cops walking around without any guns, and everybody all said, "Oh, look at these police out here without no police." They saw that, but they didn't see the freaking other freaking police officers that were a little short distance off that come in a heartbeat with like 5 other cops and beat you to death with a freaking nightstick. You know what I mean? And that's the way freaking English police officers did. If they had to show
Yeah,
force, they had backup. So you had that cop that was
yeah,
walking down the street. He was doing his beat. He didn't have a gun, but you mess with him and you find out how many of them just come up out of the woodwork and just whoop the shit out of you. And you know that's true. That's what England's always been.
there was the question of police corruption in relation to inappropriate. I want to say violence, but damn it, yeah, inappropriate.
I'm not even.
Harming.
I'm not even going to that extent. I'm just saying that they knew how to frickin' police. Like it, because most of the police officers back in the day didn't carry guns.
Still don't.
Right.
You've got to be, generally speaking, you have to be a member of what is it?
The
Special Operations 19.
Super Cops.
SO 19 in this country, and it's interesting because of the threat of prosecution of on police officers. There has been stories about SO 19 officers actually resigning from the post because they don't want to even be involved in potential unfair prosecutions, and I've heard stories about officers just leaving the force because they cannot. They've got serious ideological problems with how the police force is being run at this present moment.
And see, this is the reason why I oppose Iran, because these are the kind of shit. This is the kind of shit that needs to be taken care of in the United States. Okay, we need to have a better freaking infrastructure. We need to worry about our own country. We don't need to be worrying about going to war with a country that freaking has absolutely nothing to do with us whatsoever.
Unless, well, again, you could argue that you've got to defend your interests.
We have no interest over there. You know, and like oil, let's be serious, dude. We're getting oil from freaking other outputs. It's not coming from the Middle East. OPEC is not supplying us. They haven't supplied us a proper amount of oil since freaking the 1980s. Okay, we've been getting ours mostly from offshore oil drills.
If that's the case, why did the gas price increase because of the war?
That's not what I'm trying to say. It's all freaking bullshit. Like like most of our freaking oil comes from the Gulf of Mexico or freaking Africa around.
Well, yeah, Africa. You've
the
got
Congo.
We've got a problem with sub-Saharan Africa because
Canada,
of Chinese
dude.
influence.
Yeah, well, Canada used to be until they shut down NAPL.
And you've got internal Texas being the best example.
Texas oil tycoons.
Well, that's something I have to check out too, because you were right about it being a reserve for the longest time. So I don't know if they're tapping into their own reserve. They could be. They could have opened that up, but I don't know for sure. In Canada, I mean, I think that's why Trump is doing this. He's trying to weasel his way back into an oil deal with freaking Canada again. He just wants to do it a different way because, like, he got a lot of shit when it came to the Indians here in the United States over the last situation that happened. It made him look.
Also, this logistical issue. I mean, if you're getting resources from Alaska, how is that getting to mainland US?
No, it's coming straight out of Canada.
Yeah, precisely. It has to go over
the
Canadian borders, doesn't it?
No, Canada is the one that we're getting it from. Like, see, the claim is like the
also Mexico, though.
Right. Well, Mexico. No, nobody buys Mexican gas. No, you don't.
Mexico doesn't have gas.
You don't buy Mexican gas. Okay, like they've got it, you just don't buy it.
Why?
Because it's bad gas. Mexico.
Also, the Netherlands apparently is a big exporter of oil and gas to the United States.
No, that could be an option right there because that would explain that the Netherlands, because I mentioned that before, they're one of the highest landowners here in the United States for a foreign entity.
Okay, 80% of Mexican is the top supplier of goods to the United States.
Whatever.
80%
What about
of
gas?
its
What about gas?
oil.
Whatever.
Because you use gas as in gasoline rather than
Whatever,
what
dude.
we would call gas.
Haven't you
Yeah.
haven't you
Just
been
don't be
watching the
stupid.
news, dude? Like we're trying to get rid of those guys, man. We don't. Why would we? Why would we
Where
be?
does Mexico get their gas from?
Why would we be getting gas from them if we're trying to get them out of our country? You know,
No.
just foolishness. That's all. Just foolishness. He's typing. He's pulling up.
Yeah, he's Googling.
It took him all night to finally do it. You know what I mean? I told him to do that like an hour and a half ago, and he's like, "No, I shall not." Yeah.
I don't want to.
Boy.
Blah, blah. Roughly, so that doesn't really make any sense to me.
Does Mexico, like the Gulf of Mexico, do they refine oils there?
Well, the Gulf of Mexico actually has a lot of oil, and the name Gulf of Mexico is just namesake. It doesn't necessarily belong to Mexico entirely. You know what I mean? Because like Texas has a lot of interest in it, and so does Louisiana and all those around down there. Florida too, of course, but yeah, most of the oil coming into the United States isn't really from freaking the Middle East. So I mean, this whole shortage thing, don't buy into that shit. You know, it will affect.
Okay, 7.1% of total U.S. crude oil imports come from Mexico. Oh, 7% of all U.S. oil, crude oil come from.
That's like a
still significant amount.
For oil, yeah, that is. 61.7% comes from Canada. Yeah, there you go. So maybe they do have something that's happening that's an alternative to North American pipelines.
4.1% from Saudi Arabia and 3% from Iraq.
Yeah.
Just to put that down to actual figures.
Now, they do have African oil too, don't they?
Okay. Well, it's not on this list. It's way lower. What's BD?
Because I know they were making deals with Congo.
So that equates Canada exports 4,072 barrels per day. Per day. Mexico exports to the US 465 barrels per day. Saudi Arabia 273 barrels per day, and Iraq 198 barrels per day.
Mexico.
Mexico 465, 7.1%.
That probably goes more towards the southern states too, because it helps to most likely.
That's not just I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you got to think landmass too. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the stuff that's coming from Canada will most likely supply the northern part of the United States, where the stuff coming from Mexico would supply most of the southern part.
I would argue that it's taken up by your U.S. oil companies, and then it just gets mixed.
Well, it still has to be distribution is still a part of the
Yeah,
process. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? It's like, you know what I mean? It's
I have
like,
to do a lot of research to see how the actual logistics work.
you
I
know.
think.
Now, I can tell you one thing. All right, this confirms my conspiracy about Canada. Not only is Canada buying up our freaking land and hijacking our chicken eggs, but now they are taking over our oil supplies. And that
You don't
is,
have oil supplies.
well, they are,
It's Canadian exports.
We also
to
have
Germany.
farmlands here.
well, I'm saying you're taking our lands and you're freaking selling us oil so that we become dependent on you. And this is all a plot by the
Yeah,
freaking
but you're
UK.
willing. I know. You
By
willing
the
to buy.
UK to freaking exert their British influence onto the
It's a
north.
worldwide conspiracy.
No,
The
Maybe.
US has
just
got
a
nothing to do with it. But they're
conspiracy.
just poor little people. The US is just a poor little country that has to import all of the stuff. They don't know anything better.
Well, you guys have turned us into consumers, okay? Like that's all we want. We just want the 44-ounce soda. That's it. Okay, and we don't care how we get it. We just want it, and we want it at a cheap price. So as long as we're good and we consume, you guys are okay with us. But the moment we start freaking being a little bit rebellious, all of a sudden we have a shortage on eggs. We have gas prices going up. We have freaking all of this stuff, and
Or
it's
increase your own egg production.
that's my whole point. That's what we need to do. You see what I mean? We need to start taking care of our own country. We need to start bartering among ourselves. We need to stop trading with other countries as much. Our chicken eggs should come from our country. Our oil should
Yeah,
come from
yeah,
our own
yeah.
country. You know what I mean? And
And they do, don't they?
well,
A lot of them
none of that's being
are
paid
coming
attention
from the
to.
U.S.
Like, see, we got to worry about immigration, and we got to
improve
worry
your
about
safety and your health standards when it comes to eggs as well.
dude, fix the freaking infrastructure. Look at how many bridges have collapsed. Okay, I mean seriously, have you guys been keeping up on that stuff here in the United States? Like bridges
Remember,
and dams.
eggs do not need to be stuck in the fridge.
I would prefer to leave them in the fridge. I'm sorry,
It's only because of how you treat your eggs, your chlorine treatments.
Well, if you don't leave them in the fridge, will they eventually hatch?
Only if you were sitting on them.
It's late, okay.
Yeah.
It's 2 a.m. over here.
I can see.
Yeah. So we've actually covered midnight for both the Eastern daylight time
The central
and the Central daylight time. So we've been able to do the headlines at midnight for both time zones. We don't care about the Pacific. We think California sucks. And
well, it's nobody from the Pacific here anyway.
that's right. We're like that. We're hardcore. Headlines after midnight, which we covered.
You don't
our
care about
midnight.
you don't care about the 4 viewers that are watching your stream right now.
They're probably not from
Might be
California.
offended.
They're not from
They
California.
might be from California because only California is at like 9 p.m. or something over there right now.
No, Los Angeles, obviously the Pacific time, 2300, so 11.
Okay.
Well, I'm fine with that. You know, thank you guys for coming in and watching the stream. We do have 4 viewers on Rumble, and that
Let's just hope they're not from California.
Yeah, and if you're from
No offense.
California, I am the only one that has made any offensive remarks towards you. The other two love California and they wish to vacation there
Indeed.
someday. So,
Disneyland.
yeah.
It's too hot. It's far too hot in California. Anyway.
Right now? No way.
No, it's good weather. You probably
Yeah.
now it starts getting hot right around June, maybe July.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
right now would actually be kind of chilly in the morning.
Actually,
It'll
funny
be
enough,
cool, probably.
Yeah.
an old mines user, somebody I used to speak to quite often, actually showed me a photograph. She's based in, can't remember if it was, well, somewhere in California, and she showed me snow.
Really?
In the
Yeah, the high Sierras.
That'd be very rare.
The high Sierras. You can go skiing in California, believe it or not.
Oh, up in the mountain?
Mm-hmm. The high Sierras. I love to talk to Otto about Mount Shasta because that's supposed to be where UFOs and stuff are supposed to be, and then like Bigfoot spottings are all up there. That's all freaking mountain and snow and the whole 9 yards. So I mean, that's cool stuff. And then like a hop and a skip away is the Oregon and Washington caverns, which is awesome. All that stuff is stuff I'd like to go visit sometime.
Yeah, I've seen photos of the area.
So before we go, let's give everybody our socials. That way they can find us. We'll start with Tan since he's the easy one.
Johnny. I am th2tran on minds.com.
Okay, how about you, Mark? How can people
Again,
get a hold
nice
of
and easy. Bedworthy on minds.com.
All right, and you can find me at Roger_Hanson at minds.com as well. You can also find me, Roger, on X, Roger at ROGLOL1973. On Element Matrix at Roger's Hangout as well as on Teams for Roger's Hangout. Now, this is on the wonderful world of weirdness. You can find our channel on Discord, and you can also find us on YouTube as well as Rumble. We have our own channels there. If you want to find this,
Roger Hanson.
Now, Live with Roger Hanson is where you'll find the live streams, but the recorded, edited versions will be on the wonderful world of weirdness if you guys want to see this again. So, thank you for saying that, Tan. I would have forgot to mention that. So, and on Kick and Twitch and all that, you can find me at Roger Hanson on Kick as well as Infamous 1969 on Twitch. So with all of that said and done, we hope you guys enjoyed the show tonight. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We appreciate your feedback. And we hope that you have a good night, good morning for some, like Mark Edworthy, Lord Edworthy. And we'll talk to you guys again later. Bye.
Have a good weekend, guys.